First call for wickets. That was the one thing I thought. He did get a
bit of a stride in.
Yeah.
On the walk, I thought it hit him sort of like mid move, so to speak, as he was getting out to his foot to the pitch of the ball. But obviously, he's just gone outside the line, and then it's hit him. I thought it hit him mid pace.
Anderson bowls. Oh, a little shot flick there from Shah. The ball outside the off stump into the onside. They're coming back for the second. The run out's on there.
Oh,
Bales are off. Now, did he make it home? We're going to go to the third umpire again. We're going to have more of those rules.
Just rules everywhere. Great piece of fielding. Who was down there at fine leg? Was it Wokes? Picked it up, zipped it straight over the top of the stumps. Oh, good dive.
Oh, the dive might save him here.
Yes.
Oh no! Hold on. No. He's got the balls in his gloves,
yeah.
and he's.
Do you have any other angle for me to confirm?
I think that to be out. Yeah.
What,
if the ball is in the gloves and the elbow takes off the bails, that's out.
I'm looking for the correct breaking of the stumps by the ball mark. Do you have the split screen?
This is one of those where it could be out, but they might not be able to prove it conclusively.
Exactly. But also, which hand is the ball in?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I
think he's going to give it out.
My decision is out.
Yeah.
Repeat, out.
Yeah, he's giving him out. Run out.
It's all happening at Edgbaston.
Well, that was a good piece of keeping from Bairstow, because what you don't have to do, you don't have to put your gloves to the stumps. As long as the ball is in your gloves, you can knock the bails off with your elbow.
Wokes is in. Bowls to Amir, and that's driven out. Hit him on the pads. Is there a bit of bat in that?
Must have hit
appealed. Now someone's thrown a ball to the stumps. There's hands everywhere. Now they're all throwing. Surely we've got to review that, because if he hasn't hit it,
yes,
they are reviewing.
Here we go again.
This. Look, we're behind it, so I'm not sure.
It looked kind of good, didn't it? He didn't get a big step forward, and he looked just sort of back and caught in his crease. It's just whether he's got an inside scratch on it.
Fire
swings in, which is a good shape.
Oh,
that's close.
That might be umpire's call, clipping leg stump, though, perhaps.
Yeah, it might have actually gone down leg side. That's hooped back in at Amir.
Where's your money, Tuffers?
I reckon it might just be slipping down. Yep. I don't know, but I was never good at umpiring. It starts beautifully. Out.
Oh, that's out. That is out. You can hear the roar. So, a great bit of bowling to the left-hander. And we've been saying, haven't we? Been saying all day, you want to get that ball swinging back into the left-handers if you can.
Yeah.
And he's done it. He's got it back into Mohamed Amir.
Well, the
eighth has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, there's just some dark clouds coming in now, isn't it? And the ball has started. I mean, that was a delicious delivery.
Wasn't it?
Wasn't it? Just to the left-hander. It was. Started just outside. Succulent. Just outside the off-stump, or even, 6 inches outside off-stump, and then just late hooping in-swing. And the bat couldn't catch up with
Finn's going to come into bowl with a forward short leg and a short mid-wicket, 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, and a mid-off. He bowls. Oh, that's been flicked away.
Wow.
First ball in Test cricket. Has he clipped it away for 4? Is he the new David Gower? He is. Oh, God. I mean, he didn't pull it like David Gower, but he's flipped it off his legs just in front of square for 4 off Stephen Finn. What a shot that is. And it was on middle and off stump.
Middle and off stump, nipped across to the offside and just clipped it, as you say, with all the time in the world over square leg for 1 bounce 4. What a great shot that is.
He's having a good game, isn't he?
Cool.
And here's Broad. Let's see what he's going to produce. He's coming in now. Tall, blonde. He's up to the wicket. He's there now. He bows. And Sarfraz manages to play that one away. He's gone. And he has appealed. He played it away to fine leg, but it hit him on the pad. He was given a leg before. And
fair delivery. You can go to
it's a fair. They've appealed. They've sent it upstairs. It's a fair delivery. Goodness me, we've had a lot of referrals this afternoon, and it's going to hit middle and off stumps. I think. Yes, middle and off stumps near the top, about an inch down. Absolutely, he's gone, and I think his hope of salvation now was very, very, very slim. So 9 wickets down now. And 386 for 9. The lead is 89. And now just Rahat Ali to come.
Rahat on 4, faces up to Finn, and that's edged and dropped by Cook at first slip. Away to his right-hand side. He did have to go to his right, but it came at quite a nice height and a nice pace. really should have been taken.
Well, it never rains, but it pours for poor old Stephen Finn. Perfect area to Ali outside the off stump. A little bit of a way shape. Regulation, Nick. He was defending, so it went so slowly. Cook, he's barely got it anywhere near his hands. It's hit up near his wrist and just rolled around. Interestingly, actually, Joe Root would probably have gone for this had he not dropped one yesterday. He'd have probably dived across to his left. So
but it was a reasonably comfortable catch for Alistair Cook there, wasn't it?
It was a 95 out of 100 catch for Alistair Cook.
Here's Broad trying to finish it off. Goes in, bowls to Rahat, and Rahat edges, and he's caught that second slip by Root, who flings the ball high into the air, almost in frustration. Pakistan are all out for 400. Broad's taken the third wicket. Broad's taken his third wicket. 3 for 83 he finishes with.
They're having a quick review, by the way. Sarfraz just asked the umpire to have a quick review. I don't know if they've got any left, but I think they did make the signal, OK, we'll have a quick review. And I think
for the no ball?
It'll only be, because it's the last wicket, you might as well do it and see that Stuart Broad's foot was behind the ball. If they do call it back, it'll be very disappointing for everyone who are almost at the boundary already. I'm sure if the batsman walks off the field, he's always giving himself out and he's not allowed back on.
Once he's over the boundary line, are they just waiting? Anyway, the lead is 103. If that wasn't the no ball, which it doesn't look as if it's going to be looked at at all, actually. Anyway,
I think the umpires might have been saying, no, you haven't got any reviews. So.
Right, OK. So, tea will be taken at 24 minutes to 4. So, England were back just before 4 o'clock, looking to knock off the deficit of 103. They bowled them out in 136 overs for dead on 400.
Mohamed Amir is in to Alex Hales more germanely, and this ball is pushed out into the offside. It was full, it was over-pitched, and it's going to make it all the way to the boundary. Hales, his first ball, he got a good stride in, and it's a big innings for Hales. He's under quite a lot of pressure. There are a lot of people who aren't quite sure if he really should be England's opener. I always think he's a bit tough, and he's got 100 not that long ago.
It's going to be interesting to see how England go about this. You can't just drop anchor and look to nick and nudge it away, and they have got the team, you know, with the likes of Hales and you know, a few of the guys down the order who like to play a few shots as well. You know, if you have a session of Hales, you've eaten up that already. So it's beautifully poised.
He comes charging in, and this is cut away. That's going to be 4. He's got that backward of square between the fourth slip and the backward point. It was too short, too wide, and as they say, meat and drink down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, nicely stayed with it, actually, because it didn't bounce that much, and he just had to, as you say, usually thought that would be slashed through sort of square point, but had to stay with it and just make sure he kept it down, guided it more than sort of smashed it backward a square.
Sale Khan's into Cook, and that's cut again, and this is going to run away to the deep backward point boundary, or third man boundary really, for 4. He waited for it again. That's the second time he's played that shot in this over, and with that he moves to 18. The total moves to 24. England have made a bright start. 6 overs have gone.
Amir in now, short ball. Hales gets away with it. It was all over the place. It was halfway between a cut and a pull and a leave, and it spooned over first slip, and a very lucky moment for Alex Hales. Good bouncer from Amir.
He went to pull that, Ed. He went to pull that. When it got to pull and then realised it's too quick, he's going to get there. Whoa, it's too late. Look how he opened up. He's going to pull that, and then he had to stop his shot.
Could have gone straight up easily.
Could have gone anywhere, straight up in the air. I mean, it is awkward for him, but he's getting further over to off stump. He's trying not to play the cover drive, which I said is very tempting, and he's done that successfully. It's just inhibited him a bit, but he has to stay in.
Ali in, bowls to Hales, and there's the back drive. He's put away, and he's got it away nicely, and he get 4 for it. Well played, Alex Hales. Up on his toes, and I think, Jeffrey, just to get your view, he didn't try and hit it too hard. He just guided it in control.
It was what I call it caressed it. Well, the front foot, just let it come and just caressed it. Just a little timing, getting good position, safe. No frills, no trouble. Gone to 13, England 45 for none.
Shah bowls to Hales, tossed up, and this time he drives, and that's gone away for 4. Well, that was tossed up invitingly by Yasir Shah, and Hales could not resist it. And he crashed that through the offside, and it actually got what it deserved. Hales to 18. Hales has a look over his shoulder. Hales batting on off stump in this innings, or middle and off anyway. Here's Rahat going into bowl to him, and Hales opens the face and runs it down to third man. A flinching stroke from Hales, riding the ball, slightly risky. But he found the gap to the left of Gully. There is no third man, it races away. 60 for no wicket. It was a rather sort of poking stroke from Hales, but it's the shot that the modern player plays, and the third man is such a productive area.
Right, Ali bowls again, and that's gone very fine off the pads of Cook. As a result, it's gone very slowly down towards the boundary, but it is going to make it into the sponge. It's 4 leg byes. You know my thing about leg byes. I hate that leg byes don't go to the batsman. Cook made that. Cook made those 4 runs. If he hadn't played that shot, and if the bowler hadn't bowled such a dreadful ball down the leg side, the bowler gets away with it.
Look, I'm all for having a few of those leg byes.
What would your average have been? Much better. All of our averages would have been better. Mine would have risen from a paltry 13 to around 16, I reckon. Yazir Shah bowls. That's clipped over the top of mid-wicket by Hales. A good positive shot. It's going to run away to the boundary. Bounces about 2 or 3 times before it makes it there. Just used his feet well up the pitch of the ball. And that's good to see from Hales, because he's, as you were saying earlier, he'd been sort of playing tentative shots, hadn't he? And then he'd been sort of practicing the shot that he'd intended to play, not actually hitting it. And this time he has hit it. A good bit of bottom hand whipping through, getting up and over mid-wicket.
And Mohamed Amir, he's running away from us. It's a very straight run. In now, he bowled over pitch. Cook comes forward driving, and they get, it's gone away 4 runs. It was a beautiful push drive and almost a forward defensive stroke. And it was Rahat who came running across from mid-on behind the bowler. Cook's 50. What a way to get 50. It's been a splendid innings. He's got 51 runs. He's hit 5 fours. He's faced 67 balls. It's taken him 106 minutes. And that is the full genius of Andrew Samson there, who enabled me to tell you that. And that was a lovely stroke. It was really a push defensive stroke.
Punch, yes.
He timed it beautifully. A punch, you're quite right.
Yeah.
And the fielder there mid-on might have stopped it, but it was going jolly quickly, and it was really had just too many legs on him for the fielder to stop.
Khan in again, almost brushing the umpire. He's so close. And Hales up on his toes, extra cover drive, terrific shot. That's Alex Hales as he plays in one-day cricket. And what's interesting here is he's waited until the ball is 31 overs old before unleashing that back drive, and he played it really well. High, not so much shine and hardness on the ball, less threat and total control.
Yeah, wonderful back foot push. Strong drive, and Sohail Khan there on the shorter side. He doesn't have the pace to bowl this length. And how will the execution, or was it executed by Hales, right out of the middle of the bat?
Khan in again, bowls, and Cook this time. That's one of the shots of the day. He's hit that before. It wasn't a bad ball. It was scarcely back of a length, just short of a length, probably just outside off stump. And Cook's whacked it through wide mid-on with a straight bat on the back foot. A Greg Chappell style shot, magnificent.
Yeah.
Sohail Khan goes in to bowl the last ball of the day, and Hales dabs it away, and there we go. He hits it back with a square towards the wide third man boundary. There's a fielder down there, but Hales collects a single off the last ball of the day to bring up his half century. And he's played excellently, he really has. Very convincing innings from Alex Hales. And he's got there from 116 balls with 9 fours. He shakes hands with Alistair Cook, and they march off. That's the close of a very good day for England. Hales puffs out his cheeks as he walks off, and he will be feeling a very content man this evening, because he's come through a real examination out there after tea. England under pressure, and he gets a little clap from Cook as well. They well played. And Jeffrey's coming in just a moment, and I wouldn't be surprised if Jeffrey would metaphorically take his hat off to him as well for his performance today. So the players walking off. Pakistan, well, they've had a rather chastening day, actually. They've had the sort of day that England had on the first 2 days, and England basically today have made up the ground that they lost on the first 2 days of the match, and we're sort of even Steven. So close of play in the third Investec Test match. We've had 3 days. England are 120 for no wicket, and they are now ahead by 17 runs with 2 days left. Cook 64 not out, Hales 50 not out, reaching his 50 in the last ball of the day. Pakistan all out for 400. So they lost their last 8 wickets for 143, their last 7 wickets today for 143. Anderson 2 for 54, Broad 3 for 83, Finn no wickets, he'd have a catch dropped, and Wokes 3 for 79. There was a run out as well, 2 run outs in Pakistan's innings. But England are right back in the game. They've undone the damage done in the first 2 days of this match. Geoffrey Boycott is alongside me. Well, it goes one way and then it goes the other. Geoffrey, it's right back in the balance now.
It is, and it's been an absolutely splendid day's cricket. Everybody who's been here should have enjoyed it. The cut and thrust. This game is in the balance.
Here's Broad trying to finish it off. Goes in, bowls to Rahat, and Rahat edges, and he's caught that second slip by Root, who flings the ball high into the air, almost in frustration. Pakistan are all out for 400. Sohail Khan goes in to bowl the last ball of the day, and Hales dabs it away, and there we go. He hits it backward a square towards the wide third-man boundary. Hales collects a single to bring up his half-century.
Welcome to the 4th day of the 3rd Investec Test match between England and Pakistan at Edgbaston. I'm Ed Smith and this is Test Match Special. Well, the situation in the game couldn't be more perfectly poised. England lead by 17 runs, with having lost no wickets in the second innings, which means the match is almost perfectly even. Now, a pitch which is, well, scarcely marked. I'm looking at it now, and even though there have been 3 days of hard Test cricket played on it, it looks pristine. The groundsman predicted before the match that if anything it would get better. And it's been tough, hard and well-balanced Test cricket all the way through. Well, the informal news from the middle is it's glorious blue sky and sunshine, but we now get a more professional version of the weather by Alex Deakin.
Thanks very much, Ed. Good morning. Well, the weather's almost perfect as well today. It's going to be a cracking day at Edgbaston. Sunny skies pretty much throughout the day and light winds as well. Going to be warm as well. Temperatures getting up to 23, maybe 24 degrees Celsius. Don't forget the sunscreen if you are going along to watch today. Hats, sunglasses, the full works required. So the weather set fair today and indeed tomorrow as well looks pretty decent. Now, a weather front slips by overnight tonight. That might produce a spot or two of rain and it might start a little cloudy tomorrow, but by the time play gets underway, we should be back to the sunshine. Different feel tomorrow, though. We'll feel a little bit fresher and there will be more of a breeze blowing. But still, a full day's play expected. Just a little cooler tomorrow, probably more like 22 or 23. And heads up high pressure moving in. So actually, even for the start of the Oval Test, the weather looks pretty decent in a few days' time. That's how it's looking, Ed.
Thanks very much, Alex. Yeah, just to my left I can see a couple of leg spinners talking. Yasir Shah, Pakistan's current leg spinner, is going through some practice deliveries, and Mushtaq Ahmed, the great Sussex and Pakistan leg spinners, just talking him through the last few final tips before the day's play. Michael Vaughan standing alongside me. Michael, quick thought from you before we review yesterday's play. What do you think the most likely result is? If you had to have if you were only allowed one word, what would it be? You can have as many as you like as you get there.
Well, it's hard. An England win. I just think the position that they've put themselves in after having a tremendous third day, just looking at Pakistan, I always look at body language in the mornings, and I think Pakistan realised that last night's session might have cost them the Test match. They come out and win this morning, well, everything can change, but again, you're looking at body language and the kind of discipline side of the game. I think England found it yesterday. And I'd be very surprised if they don't come out and play in a disciplined, real hard-fought way today, which would mean that they should be able, I mean, the pitch looks better now than it has done throughout the Test match. They should be able to bat the day out. That would probably give them around a 300 lead by the close of play. You know, the draw is certainly right up there with being a favourite, but I just think if England can get to a position of saying to Pakistan, right, you've got 85 or 80 overs to bat out for the draw on the last day, and you can't win, I would think that England would be able to create chances. It'll be down to catching, will they take the opportunities, and I just think 80 overs of a real fresh firing England side bowling to victory against the Pakistan side that we know bats to number 7. I think that the England side would be able to create enough opportunities.
There you go, you heard it from Michael. I'll come back to you in a second, Michael. I want to talk about the opening stand in particular yesterday. But first of all, we can look back on an absorbing day yesterday with our pint-sized review.
This is pint-sized TMS, England versus Pakistan.
Blowers, good morning, old boy.
My dear old thing, good morning, and thank you for leading me astray so gently last night. What fun it was, all those Jaeger bombs, or just one Jaeger bomb, which exploded fairly handsomely down my throat. Into Yunus Khan, he's up to the he bowls Yunus Khan, right foot around the corner, he's caught behind, he doesn't even look at the umpire, he like to flick that round the corner.
Broad goes in. Oh, he's bowled him! Stump splattered. And Shafiq has gone for naught.
Anderson in now, nicely played, square drive from Misbah. It was full and wide, it was a tempter from Anderson, and Misbah played it very late. Misbah's 50.
Here's Anderson bowling to Misbah. Oh, Misbah's he played on, he has. Anderson's got through him. Misbah stands there, can't believe it. Anderson bowls. Oh, a little shot flick there from Shah. Ball outside the off stump into the onside. They're coming back for the second. The run out's on there. Oh, bails are off. Now, did he make it home? We're going to go to the third umpire again.
Out.
Yeah.
Repeat. Out.
Yeah, he's giving him out. Run out.
Bowls to Amir. That's driven out. He's hit him on the hands. There's a bit of bat in that. They are reviewing.
Here we go again. I was never good at umpiring. Starts beautifully out.
Oh, that's out. He's in and comes after it. Does Sarfraz on the walk? He misses it. Is this going to be Anderson's third and final warning?
No way.
The umpires have come together and they're now talking to Anderson and talking to Cook.
Gone.
So Anderson is out of the attack for the rest of the innings.
It's up to the wicket. He's down now. He bowled. And Sarfraz manages to play that one up. Wade's gone.
Bowls to Rahat. And Rahat edges and he's caught that second slip by Root. Pakistan are all out for 400.
In now, he bowled over pitch. Cook comes forward driving. And they get, it's gone out 4 runs. It's a beautiful push drive. What a way to get 50. It's been a splendid innings.
He's in to bowl the last ball of the day, and Hales dabs it away. Hales collects a single off the last ball of the day to bring up his half-century. That's the close of a very good day for England. 120 for no wicket. They lead by 17.
And you can watch the pint-sized TMS via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. I'm out here in the middle at Edgbaston as we wait for day 4 with Michael Vaughan just looking at a very white-looking pitch. Mike, I just want to get your thoughts on what happened yesterday evening, the 2 England batsmen in particular who survived the evening session, set up the match. First of all, Alistair Cook, and secondly, Alex Hales. First of all, Cook, you captained and opening the batting at various points. You know how hard it is. We kind of forget, don't we, because he so often just goes out there and does his thing, Alistair Cook, and yeah, he dropped a catch. There was a huge frustration at the lead that Pakistan managed to chalk up. Just goes out there and looks unruffled. How impressed are you when he manages to do that?
Well, I think he's got so used to it now that it's second nature. You know, if you actually look at that partnership, I think Mickey Arthur said it pretty much after play that he was really disappointed with the way that Pakistan bowled. They did lose discipline, they lost concentration, bowled 2 sides of the wicket, went for 4 slips and really attacked Alistair Cook, and I thought he capitalised because he saw that and went, you know, I'm going to come out and play a few. And he got given a few nice ones, a couple of cut shots, a few off the hip, and it allowed Alex Hales at the other end to settle in, because what Pakistan really should have done is gone for patience and try and make sure that England don't get to that lead quickly. And they allowed them to score 2 freely, which gave them confidence, and it also allowed Hales to just give himself the hour of just playing. He was playing so technically, and you could see his mind was working overtime into playing the perfect shot all the time. And then he played a lovely drive off Yasir Shah through extra cover, and you could see that his confidence started to build, and then he punched one through the cover point region off one of the seamers. Then he danced down and flicked Yasir Shah over mid-on, and it's only a 50, but I think we saw yesterday, and there's plenty of question marks still about Alex Hales at the top of the order, about his technical side and his mental side, but I thought yesterday his 2 hours of batting was the best 2 hours we've seen him in Test match cricket. And I look at him and think, if he can get 3 figures, and it's still a long way off, if he can get 3 figures, that is the ballpark of a batsman. When you come into the Test match arena, you go, great, I'm playing, can I get a score? You get a score. But ultimately, particularly in the top order, you need that first century. And if it can be for him today, under the pressure of what he found himself in yesterday, I think we might see a player just go from strength to strength. The longer he leaves it without getting a century, the more it builds. Even if he gets to 70 and 80, it's nice, but he needs to get a 3-figure score, and he's got the perfect opportunity. As I've just said, this pitch, I've just taken my stance, and it looks an absolute road.
Couldn't resist, could you?
No, you had to have a look. I'm like, well, where's the footmarks? There's nothing there for a batsman to look down and feel threatened by. I do think Pakistan will bowl better, because I don't think they can bowl any any worse. I think Shah should be used from both ends. I thought they just plugged him into the City end. They should have given him a go from the media stand end. And I just think with Yasir Shah, if you watch the way he bowls, and also the way that Pakistan bowl, I think they bowl quite obviously. I think they always show you exactly how they're going to get you out, whereas I think Shah should throw a few wide of off stump and try and get the heads moving across. It's not spinning that much. You know, to Alistair Cook, he bowled very straight. Get it out there. If there's any rough, it's going to be wide of off stump. Lob it out there. And to Alex Hales, lob a few wide of off stump, and then that straight ball's the threatening delivery. If you're just bowling straight all the time on a pitch that's not doing a great deal, it's quite comfortable.
So the interesting thing, just going back to your earlier point, is that by attacking Cook very hard yesterday, England got away to a good start collectively as a partnership, which meant that Hales, who was under pressure and scrutiny and might have been fretting about having, say, 13 or 40 balls or whatever, was able to feel, at least I'm part of a partnership, and so he kind of slipped under the radar. Yeah. So that's the danger, isn't it, with over-attacking the established player?
Absolutely. I mean, Alex Hales would have been just looking at that scoreboard and thinking, wait a minute, I've not got, but we're on 50. Yeah. We're only 50 away from their lead, so I've just got to keep hanging in. It might be the captain's day to just score aggressively. I've just got to hang in for the skipper, and you know, eventually you know that your runs will come. It's sometimes hard when you're out there batting and you're playing in an attritional way to believe that the runs will come, but he played very true to himself, and you know, the Sri Lankan series he played, you know, very nicely indeed. This series he struggled, but you still see shots and you go, yeah, you can see him playing a bit longer in Test match cricket, but he certainly needs that three-figure score.
One of the other features of play yesterday in the Pakistan first innings, 3 more wickets for Chris Woakes in what's turning into a brilliant series for him, and he's been speaking to the BBC's Henry Moran.
Chris, it's been a remarkable turnaround. England now arguably the favourites to win this Test match.
I think it's all even at the minute. You know, the way the guys have batted there to put on 120 for the opening stand has been fantastic. I always believed that it was a good pitch, and if our batters can get in, they can go big and get big scores.
Speaking about that pitch, it looks to be settling down a little bit. Is that how it seems out in the middle?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, yesterday we felt that, you know, having seen them bowling it, we were quite excited about going out and bowling on it. And then the way yesterday went, we were, a bit unlucky, I suppose. But it's a good pitch. The heavy roller definitely seemed to have, taken a bit of the pace out of it and made it a little bit easier for the batsmen. But at the same time, there is something there. You need to put the ball in the right areas for long periods of time, and that's when you get your rewards. But as I've said there, the way the guys have played have made it look pretty easy, haven't they?
21 wickets in the series for you so far, in front of a home crowd as well today. It's been a special series for you, Chris.
Yeah, it's been really good. I'd have been lying if I said this is the way it was going to go at the start of the series, but you obviously take it. I feel like I've bowled, pretty well in all the Test matches, and I suppose it's the way cricket goes. Sometimes wickets come like London buses; they come all at once. And Finney's bowled really well today and not picked up any. That's just the way cricket works. I'm sure his time will come, but I'm really pleased with with my the outcome of my figures and stuff.
James Anderson couldn't finish that over that he started with that third warning. What was the feeling out in the middle?
Yeah, I suppose it's a bit annoying, but at the same time, rules are rules, and the umpires have, I suppose, been pretty strict on it. The final warning that he was only just on, but I suppose if you're on, you're on. And it didn't hurt us too much, obviously, with them being 8 down. So fingers crossed, that doesn't happen again.
That was Chris Woakes talking to Henry Moran. Well, let's get an assessment from the Pakistan camp as we look forward to day 4. Here's what coach Mickey Arthur made of yesterday's day 3 play.
Disappointing. I thought we scrapped really hard with the bat, and we always knew it was going to be tough with the bat, and we worked extremely hard. I was happy to take a lead of anything over 100. Yeah, sure, we would have loved 150. We then and that was pretty greedy. I thought that 120 was where we thought we were at, and we were just short of that. But really disappointed in our last session, because that 100 that we really worked so hard to get ahead, we almost just handed back in that last session, which was particularly disappointing.
What was the feeling in the dressing room with that lead of 103? Did you feel that was reasonably likely to be a match-winning lead in the first innings?
Oh, we certainly didn't think it was a match-winning lead, but we thought it was a really good advantage. We thought 103, if we make it as difficult as they can to get there, and we could get 2 or 3 out, then we certainly in the ascendancy, and that's why I was just so disappointing in this last session that England have wiped that out, 0 down, and I guess the game's in the balance again.
What are going to be your plans to try and dislodge that opening pair that looks so good this evening?
Well, just to go back to what we've done, we've continually spoken about our length, continually spoken about bowling one side of the wicket, continually spoken about building pressure, and we didn't do anything of that in the last session. So that was particularly disappointing. But we'll just go back to that, and hopefully we're good enough to keep executing all the time. And if we do that, and if we can put some pressure on England, we know pressure equals wickets. So we've got to just stem the run rate, build a bit of pressure, and hopefully then hang on to our catches.
Yasir Shah didn't seem to be causing as many problems as he did certainly in the first Test match at Lord's. Is there any worry that he hasn't been able to replicate that form so far?
No worry at all. He's being used in a different role. He was a defensive bowler for us here particularly in the first innings. Old Trafford, he had to be a defensive bowler with us bowling first. So he's still learning. I thought he bowled particularly well here. I thought he was outstanding in the first innings. He allowed Misbah to rotate his quicks from the one end. He's done a great job. There's not a hell of a lot on offer for him, but again, he plugged away this evening, and he caused enough to get a referral and beat the bat once or twice. So hopefully tomorrow, a couple go for him and he gets some sticks.
And you'll be well aware that England's middle order has shown some fragility, and presumably once you get through that opening pair, you'll be looking to take quick wickets.
I'm not going to say anything again because I said that, and James Vince played exceptionally well, and Gary Ballance got a 70. So no, we take it one step at a time, one wicket at a wicket.
Objectively, this is bubbling up into a great Test match.
Yeah, it is. I wish it wasn't. I wish we'd hung on and kept the advantage, and now it is bubbling up into a great Test match. So pretty nerve-wracking a couple of days ahead, I think.
Nice line from Mickey Arthur saying he wishes it wasn't bubbling up into a great Test match, and he wishes Pakistan just pushed home the advantage. But for those of us who are watching, it does have that atmosphere of a real classic game now, and this could be a pivotal day 4. Simon Hughes alongside me now. Simon, there's been a bit of morning to you, first of all.
Morning.
There's been a bit of scrutiny, partly from you and from other people as well, studying bowling of Stuart Broad. He actually ended up with 3 for 83, which is probably just a shade better than his career record, actually. But it didn't sort of feel like that. Is that right? Perhaps you could explain why Broad hasn't looked at his most devastating.
Well, you're an opening bowler, you take the new ball. In his case, got 350 Test wickets, very good average. He's a strike bowler. You want that strike bowler to take early wickets and get one of the openers out, get wickets in the first 10 overs, put the middle order. Obviously, the strength of Pakistan is potentially their middle order, so you want to get them under pressure with the new ball. And Broad has only taken 1 wicket with the new ball in this series so far. He hasn't bowled badly at all. There's certainly no lack of effort from him, but he has got a technical problem, and it's something that's evolved over the last probably year or so. Bowling a lot at left-handers, especially the Australian left-handers. He's perfected a method of getting them out, which is to go round the wicket, angle the ball in and swing it away from the left-handers, which is a very difficult ball to bowl and a very difficult ball to play. But it requires a bit of a change in your wrist position, your wrist release. It requires a lot more pressure from your index finger and just tilting the seam slightly more towards fine leg if it was a right-hander, the slips for a left-hander, and it just means that you tilt over your wrist as well slightly to sort of 11 o'clock sort of angle to make the ball move out to the left-hander like that. And over time, if you do it a lot, it can, in the same way as with a batsman, changing their method slightly or adapting their method to a particular situation, it can become a habit. And what he's doing now is he's letting go of the ball slightly with his wrist at 11 o'clock. It's sort of falling out of the side of his hand just a tiny bit, which does 2 things. I think firstly, it means it's harder to swing the ball away to a right-hander, and that's the ball that is the real danger ball to any right-handed batsman, as you would know. And the second thing is
dangerous sometimes, I felt.
Well, right, fair enough. It certainly was with me, but. Secondly, it also means actually if you don't keep your wrist behind the ball, you lose bolt upright, you lose pace, you lose nip off the pitch, you even lose a little bit of confidence. And actually, it's not just the wrist position, but it's the body position as well. To make that ball swing away from the left hand, especially from round the wicket, you've got to be a bit more chest on. You've got to throw the left hand a little bit more out towards your left side rather than staying a bit more side on and behind the ball. You just lose momentum, you lose potency. And And I think the other thing is, if you haven't got that outswing, if you haven't got the ability to move the ball away from the right-handers, it makes you much more cautious of pitching the ball up, because you know it's going to be mainly angling into the pads if it's full and it's easy runs. So you just hang back with your length, you hang the ball a little bit more outside off stump with your line, and it makes you less effective.
Michael, I want to bring you in because we were talking about Stuart Broad. He ended up with 3 for 83, and yet Simon's, very interestingly analysing why he didn't look at his most effective. If you as a captain, if a bowler came to you and said, well, look, I got 3 for, I didn't go for too many runs, what are we talking about? How would you sort of advance the conversation from there?
Well, I think the easy answer to someone like that, and if Stuart Broad has done that, and I don't.
I'm not saying he has. I'm just saying if it is hypothetically someone like that.
Let's have a look at you at your best. When you're getting your fingers behind the seam in a more prominent position, and I think Stuart would be very honest with himself. He's not at his best at the minute, but I think all really, really good players, they just work a way of getting decent figures, and that's what McGrath used to do. Stuart Broad, again, all high-class sports people, they have a very individual, stubborn mechanism about the way that they go about their business, and Stuart Broad will, to the people around him, I got 3 for 83. Inwardly, he'll be a bit concerned that his wrist position's out of place. He did something on television yesterday. I think they showed him last year's wrist position to where he's at now. And I'd be amazed if he's not seen that in the background team, but his face was almost of surprise. Really, he'll know, he's not stupid, but he's a good actor, Stuart Broad. He's a terrific performer, and he won't be lying to himself that he's bowling at his best. But what I will say is, bowling like he is at the minute, he's still getting those figures, and they're still good figures for himself, but I think he can bowl better himself to make it more prominent for the team. I think he can get more wickets in the first spell that he's bowled. He's bowled really poorly throughout the series with the new ball. Again, he's lying to himself if he's not looking in the mirror and saying, I can bowl better than that. He can do. But I have a huge amount of admiration for any player that's out there in the middle of international sport, with everyone watching, when it's clearly visible that it's not right. And it isn't right with Stuart, but he's working away. He's working away, and at the end of the innings he's going, well, I've got 3 for 83. I'm probably bowling as badly as I probably can. So when he does get that wrist position right, I'm sure we'll see those spells that we've seen in the last few years.
Getting a sort of scratchy 40, and then it's a year ago today that he got 8
It's like ugly
15.
runs, isn't it? He's getting ugly wickets.
No, I think that's very well put, and a huge credit to him. He's still doing a good job, but he's not doing as good a job as he could, and he's certainly not at his best. And the other thing that I think England will have to just consider, and it might affect them a little bit, is the business of Anderson running down the wicket. Obviously, he's tried to deal with that in this game and failed. He managed to deal with it a bit, and then obviously transgressed it for the 3rd time. That's something that also plays on your mind a bit as a bowler. Not only losing the outswinger in case of Broad, but also as a bowler, if you keep being told off for running on the pitch, you start bowling a little bit wider in the crease, you start thinking about your follow-through a little bit more than your actual bowling, and I think that can just inhibit your effectiveness as well a touch. And Anderson bowled a lot of balls yesterday, a little bit too wide, whereas if he'd gone into slightly closer to the stumps and not been worried about his follow-through, he might have just bowled a tighter line and been more dangerous.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks, Michael. Well, what will England's tactics be today? Early this morning, Henry Moran spoke to Johnny Bairstow.
Well, Johnny, this match is fascinatingly poised, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. I think you've said it there. It's a game that's in the balance, something that's an exciting day to come in and play cricket, to be honest with you. It can still go all 3 ways in the game. So coming into the 4th day of any game when you're just in front but have 10 wickets in the shed at the same time, needing 10 wickets with 180 overs left in the game is a good place to be.
We're standing out here in the middle, the sun shining, good day for batting.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, but obviously, as you know, any first morning session, any first hour is key. So whether the sun's shining or whether it's not, it's a case of starting again. The boys put on a fantastic partnership yesterday. Even it was a crucial partnership, something that was key to us being able to try and set a platform in order to score the runs, to be able to put some pressure on Pakistan. So that'll be the first and foremost thing this morning, is that we go out for the first hour, set that platform again, and then who knows what happens in the rest of the day, first and foremost, but the rest of the game.
You as an aggressive middle order player in the main, does it help when you've got an opening stand like the one we saw between Alistair and Alex yesterday to know that you can go out there and play with that little bit more freedom?
Absolutely. I mean, it's not just me, it's everybody else in the side. It's a case of it gives so much confidence to everyone coming in, and it's a huge amount of solidarity at the top of the order. Just about managed to get that one out. A bit too early in the morning, but it's great to have that at the top. I won't try to say it again. And no, for the guys coming in, it just shows that the scoring areas that people can play in, how Pakistan have bowled in the second innings in comparison to the first innings, and how we can go about scoring and setting them a total that we can hopefully bowl them out for.
This pitch, how's it been behaving so far? You've obviously been behind the stumps, you would have seen most of it through Pakistan's inning. Has it changed its behaviour?
Not massively. Probably a little bit less bounce, I would think. Obviously, there was a couple of wickets in the first innings that got caught out just behind the bat. In the Pakistan innings, it was more so the other way. But no, it's a good pitch. Let's be honest, it's a good pitch. But I think it will hopefully turn a little bit more today, tomorrow, and there's a few little cracks that are just starting to open up. So, as I say, hopefully they get really wide tomorrow and stay really tight tonight.
And just a word on that run out, but Chris Woakes throwing in from the deep, and then you effecting the run out with your elbow. You work hard, presumably, on that sort of technique to ensure those margins fall your way.
Just try and work hard on catching it, to be honest with you, and then just trying to get something onto the stumps. Obviously, you're allowed up to your shoulder. I think it's a case now of just, obviously that's something that I've grooved for a few years. It wasn't necessarily me thinking about taking it with my elbow straight away, but when the ball was just slightly wider, it was just going to be the quickest thing to try and get back to the stumps. So delighted to have effected the run out, but it was a good throw from Woakesy after a fantastic one-handed pickup running at full tilt.
Finally, is there a sense in the dressing room, having been in a difficult position in this match, that now to put yourself in quite a strong position, to protect it, or do you want to go out there and try and press for the victory?
You want to win every game that you play in. We're in a good position. It's all square. We've got 2 days to go. There's no reason why we want to protect it. It's a case of you go out to win the game. You don't go out to think, oh, what if? What can I do? This, that, and the other. You go out to win the game. So as I said earlier, it's a case of an important first session this morning, important day's cricket. But if we go out there with a positive attitude and a positive intent to go and try and win the game, then it sets us up well for that second innings when we come to bowl. And no, it's going to be an exciting couple of days, and I'm sure the crowd today is going to be raucous as ever.
Just picking up on that, actually, as Jerusalem blares out here at Edgbaston, there are a few tickets left today. Yes, they're pretty much sold out, but there are some left for today. Could be a great day's Test cricket, we hope so. £31 tickets start at. The umpires are out in the middle, and the players are just about to join them. I can see Yasir Shah up on the Pakistan balcony, and England's opening batsman not far behind them. And with the stage set, all eyes on the middle, I can throw upstairs to Henry Blofeld and Phil Tuffman.
And thank you very much, Ed. And Tuffers, it's a great coincidence this. Exactly a year ago today, Jonathan Agnew from the middle of the Trent Bridge threw up to us. There was a little bit of drizzle in the air. Play started at 5 minutes past 11, and then Stuart Broad ran in, and in his first over, Rogers and Smith departed, and then Wood dismissed Warner in the second over. That's right. And then that amazing catch by Ben Stokes to cover off to get rid of Clark in Broad's second over. And Australia then were, at the time we came off the air anyway, they were 8 for 4.
I still haven't recovered, blowers.
It was extraordinary, wasn't it? Well, I hope we're not going to produce a similar jinx, you would call it this time, on England, who, of course, are now 120 for no wicket. They lead, therefore, by 17 runs. But goodness, what a lot has happened in the meantime. And, of course, that was extraordinary. Broad taking 8 wickets for 15 runs. In Johannesburg, I was largely on the air when he took 5 for 1 in, I think, 29 balls to win, or largely win that third Test match, Johannesburg. And we've just been hearing Simon Hughes and Ed Smith talk about why his complete loss of form at the moment. Yeah. So it is extraordinary. We're all human beings, and I think it makes cricket a better game because of it. Anyway, Jerusalem is winding down. The players are out there. Hales and Cook are in situ. And these two did a wonderful job for England last night. 120 they have put on so far.
Absolutely. Good morning, blowers. Good morning, everyone. Absolutely breezed past Pakistan's lead, didn't they? With just some good old-fashioned Test cricket. You know, put the bad ball away. Looked very secure in defence as well. So looking forward to another cracking day of Test cricket today.
Well, and going back just briefly again to Trent Bridge last year, I don't think I know it's the most exciting commentary spell I've ever had in all the years I've been doing it. 47 years or whatever it is. It's Mohamed Amir bowling the first over now. Coming in to Hales. He bowls. Hales just takes a leaf out of last night's book, just gets into line, plays that away to out on the onside, and fielded mid-wicket. There was then a quick shy at the stumps, but Alistair Cook was well back. The shy at the stumps came, in fact, from that mercurial Yasser Shah, the leg spinner. So he showed that he's very much up and running this morning, clapping his hands there at short mid-wicket. It wasn't a particularly good piece of fielding. The ball came straight to him. But Cookie was just looking as though there might be a run there and had to scamper back. Here's Mohamed Amir again in bright sunshine, bowls outside the off-stump, and Hales, remembering all the good things that he did yesterday, plays no stroke of that. It doesn't nibble. And one hopes that James Vince in the pavilion will be noting this. I'm sure he will.
I don't think you had a nibble last night, did you, Blows?
I had a first course, but the second course I didn't nibble because it got a little bit delayed, didn't it? And so I sort of declared rather than went back. I find at the end of a day's cricket I get jolly weary.
Yes.
And there were no Jaeger bombs or anything like that last night either. And here's Mohamed Amir again from Birmingham end, bowls and short, and Hales goes back, cracked out the ball in front of square on the offside. It was a gimme that. It was a long hop really, short and wide, and Hales cracked it away. A splendid way to start the morning. 124 for no wicket. Hales now goes to 54. It was a lovely one to sort of blink and say, right, here we are, good morning, boys. Wasn't that lovely?
Yeah, short and wide all the time in the world. I've been out on the pitch this morning, Blows, there's not a scratch on it, you know.
Amazing.
It's a belter, absolute belter. We all sort of were thinking about, is it going to turn? It looks pristine.
Well, a great tribute to the groundsman here.
No, fair play. Looks lots of runs in this pitch.
Two steps in the gully, the only close fielders, and here's Mohamed Amir again. Sleeves buttoned to his wrists, he's in, he bowls, and Hales just stands up there, he's a tall man, plays it off the back foot down there to mid-on.
Having said that, though, I've said a few things during this Test match which have been completely wrong.
I think we all have. I think we all have toughers.
Yeah.
I mean, we all, first of all, thought England were going to get more, I think, than 297.
Correct.
Then we thought 297 was going to be a more than adequate score, and Pakistan would be out for 220. They made 400. And then last night, when England went in 103 behind, we all feared for our future. 120 for no wicket at the close.
Unbelievable.
So we couldn't have been wronger.
Yeah.
Which again is the beauty of cricket, isn't it?
Yep.
And here is Amir again in both Hales. Hales is on the front foot, just pushing into the covers. And there is no run there. And you know, it's been a terrific contest, and I mean the fact that Broad a year ago bowling so terrifically, and now not being the shadow of itself. This is something the way that human nature affects the game. Form,
Bit
yes.
Of form. The
Class, they say, is permanent.
That's
Form
right.
is temporary. But human nature plays such a part in it, doesn't it? For whatever reason, he's gone off the boil, but being the man he is, he'll be back soon. And Amir is in, bowls outside the off-stump, well left there by Hales, and it is the end of a safely negotiated first over. 4 runs, that lovely clanking shot square on the offside, a wide short ball which he duly dispatched. It's England 124 for no wicket, leading now by 21. Hales has got 54 and Cook 64.
And I have to admit that I found out another little fact about cricket that I didn't know today. I was out there in the middle this morning, and every morning the groundsman measures the stumps. I didn't know that. The width of them, the height of them. I don't know whether he's thinking they've sort of grown overnight or shrunk.
I was going to say, does he weigh them?
I don't know whether he weighs them. Whether he's had but he gets the tape measure out. I think it's 9 inches that way and a certain amount of inches tall. I didn't know that. I thought they just stuck them in and sort of like by eye sort of had a look.
It begs the question that if there's something wrong, who does he report the sums to?
That's right. Perhaps they've had a big dinner and a little bit tubbier this morning, you know.
And it's going to be Sir Hale who's going to bowl from this end, the pavilion end, which we're speaking from. Big man Sir Hale, he's bowling round the wicket to Alistair Cook. Just 2 slips, they go down. Here's Sir Hale in, bowls, and Cook just gets into line, plays out on the offside. And nothing for him has changed too. And
that looked a bit gentle, didn't it?
Did.
That was a bit of a loosener by the big fella.
I think the big fella put his heart into it all on the first day when he got those 5 wickets. I think his body may be feeling some of the effects, don't you?
A little bit stiff, and it's just a good pitch. It's just turned into a good pitch.
And of course, it is one of the problems on a touring side these days, with the touring side, when you have back-to-back test matches.
Yep,
the second 11 don't get much chance except at the nets, which is not the same as being out in the middle. Here's Sir Hale again, lumbering in, Cook is forward, playing, and he's off the mark, playing that beautifully away through mid-wicket, and it's fielded out there by Mohamed Amir on the square leg boundary, and they run a couple of runs. So Cook's underway, he's 66, and it's 126 for no wicket. But it is rather a lumber, isn't it, with Sir Hale coming into bowl? I mean, he doesn't...
Not quite on his toes this morning,
He doesn't actually look the peak of fitness. I mean, I think
he might have a pound or two that perhaps he could get rid of, but that probably goes for most people.
I don't think he'd be winning much gold in Rio, do you? Coming the next few days if he was there. Here he is again, Sir Hale, in round the wicket outside the off stump. That one went away on pitching, and ended up very wide indeed, and was taken there by Sarfraz in front of first slip.
He might be a good wrestler. Bit of Greco wrestling.
Have you a wrestling enthusiast?
Not really, no. But he's got that sort of...
I always remember Mick McManus. Do you remember him?
Yes, World of Sport, Dickie Davis.
Yes, Mick McManus. He used to, and it was wrestling then was all rather a put-up job, wasn't it?
Yes.
Way back in those days.
Big Daddy.
Here comes Sir Hale again. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls, Cook's forward, running that nicely away to Yasir Shah at backward point. And Shah picks up, shies the ball back to the wicketkeeper. And Sarfraz still standing back. Wicketkeepers never come belting up to the stumps like they used to in the old days. And it's one of the ways the game has changed, hasn't it?
Too much running about.
But they did, didn't they? When you first played, I think wicketkeepers came...
had to, sort of to set the tone.
Who was your first Middlesex keeper? JT? John Murray?
No. Wow. I know I've had a hard life, blows.
And it's Sir Hale again to Cook. Cook is forward, running that down to mid-on, and there is no run there. It's fielded by Rahat. And I've compressed my ears a bit.
You might have done. Crikey.
JT, what a great man he was.
He was. He was lurking about the dressing room and everything, yes, but he'd long gone. Paul Downton.
Paul Downton, yes. Tough as I thought you were more of a grey beard than you are. You see, that was the trouble. Dear, oh dear. Who was the left-arm spinner in those days? Colin Driver, I should think.
Who?
There we are again. Captain Oxford played for Middlesex. And here is Sir Hale again into Cook. Cook's forward. A good-looking defensive stroke. Straight down to Rahat again at mid-on. And...
Sorry, Blows. J.T. Murray's last test was in 1967.
Well, all right. You want to make a fool of me, Thomas?
Not at all.
But you've never heard of Colin Driver either.
No. Philip Edmonds was my left arm.
I suppose he was. Yes. 126 for no wicket at the end of the over. Cook has got 66. Mars has got 54. We're going down some improbable byways this morning, aren't we already, Thomas?
I think I need to get a bit of moisturiser on the old face. Perhaps a facelift.
Towers, yes, I thought that was down to a late night. I didn't realise it was your age.
Yeah.
And Mohamed Amir now starting in another over. He's there, he bows to Hales outside the off stump, going further away, shaping towards the slips of fraction. And Hales politely lets it go by. And Andrew, a very good morning to you, I think.
Good morning, Henry.
And you managed to survive your 4th drive to the ground in my car.
We've done well, haven't we? I think we've got it nailed now.
You haven't jumped out of the window yet?
No, you'll do it. You'll do it in your sleep tomorrow. John Murray was still playing for Middlesex up till 1975. Though.
Oh, right.
Tough as was 9 then.
Sorry, Duffers.
It's perfectly all right, old boy.
And here comes Mohamed Amir in, and Hales is forward, and the bowler just feels the ball and just looks a little bit. He looks lingeringly, Mohamed Amir, at the batsman when he feels the ball. I don't think there's any sort of malice of forethought. I think it's probably just the way he does. He just wants to have a look at him.
Have you been slightly disappointed with Mohamed Amir?
He
hasn't quite set fire. He hasn't quite sort of sparked into life this trip.
He hasn't come on as he might have done, but he did have a bit of an interruption, didn't he?
Of course.
Yes. Here is Mohamed Amir again, up to the wicket, left arm over, bowls outside the off stump. Again, no stroke there from Hales, and through it goes.
I saw him take 2 wickets against Somerset or something early on in the tour. Big hooping in swingers, and thought, oh, he's back. But he hasn't quite, I think, hasn't quite sort of set
Tuffers, I'm just looking on the television screen. There's a chap there with a lovely sort of Chinese hat on his head.
Yes.
I don't know what they call those.
Bit of a parasol,
it's
isn't it?
It's the sort of hat that Noel Coward thought about when he wrote Mad Dogs and Englishmen, didn't he?
I'd quite like Graham to eat that, actually.
And here comes Amir again, and Hales on the back foot, pushes into the covers, and there is no run. No ball is called up there by umpire Wilson, so the scoreboard goes on by 1 to 127, although the scoreboard, I don't think has noticed the no ball. It was a no ball, wasn't it? You don't think it was? I saw the umpire had his hand out there.
Not sure he was signalling no ball. TV hasn't added the run either.
Oh, well, no, obviously he was just stretching.
Counting the balls in the over, the clicker.
Which he wouldn't put his hand out sideways. You don't count the balls in the over in a no-ball position, do you? Here comes Mohamed Amir again, in outside the off-stump. And, well, left by the studious Hales. And it is 126 for no wicket. No, that was the no ball that wasn't.
Well, that hat, I think, is to keep the sun off, because it's very, very warm out there. Beautiful day.
But I was casting back a year again. It was amazing, wasn't it? Those first few overs at
It was a
Trent Bridge.
privilege to be in the commentary box.
Well, weren't we lucky to do it?
were.
Because there was going to be nothing, I think, ever again, especially my age, because I am almost as old as J.T. Murray. And here comes Mohamed Amir outside the off stump, and through it goes again.
No, it was something a bit special.
And it is the end of the over, 126 for no wicket. Alistair Cook has 66, and Hales has 54.
Is that in your top? That's in your top 5 easy, then, is it, right?
Oh, I also took the last wicket of that amazing Test match at Headingley in 1981, when Bob Willis rearranged Ray Bright's stumps.
Oh, what in the both?
But that was just that wasn't quite such a dramatic occasion, I didn't think.
No.
Because England were going to win then. We pretty well thought, well, at least I don't know. I just felt that morning at Trent Bridge was really the tops. And here is Sir Hale again into Cook. Cook comes forward, drives, nice. And he's gone there. He's been caught brilliantly, diving to his left there by Yasser Shah.
Wow.
Cook played a fraction early. It was a low catch. It was a brilliant catch by Yasser. He's standing square with the wicket at cover. He threw himself to his left and hung on as his elbows hit the ground. That's always the danger, that it's going to fly out when your arms go thumping into the ground. So Cook's splendid innings has come to an unfortunate demise for him, because he would have really fancied his chances of going on to make a big one today. And Pakistan have just begun to force a crack in the English door. The score 126 for 1. Cook out for 66. Clickety-click time for him. A very important wicket for Pakistan.
Yeah, get rid of the glue, Alistair Cook. He'll be disappointed with that. It was a nothing delivery, wasn't it? It was full and wide, and he just poked at it, got his weight a little bit back in the drive, and it just sort of spooned up to square cover where, athletic Yasir Shah, diving full length, managed to get his hands under it. Great catch, and just what Pakistan needed, because they would have gone in yesterday evening a little bit deflated at that sort of 100 lead just being wiped out in a blink of an eye, and as you say, they've got themselves slightly back into it now.
Yes, I'm sure, having heard Mickey Arthur, their coach, talking to Henry Moran before the start, Mickey Arthur will probably, he's born a South African, he coached Australia for some years. I think he'll now be doing press-ups on the pavilion floor.
Good catch.
To celebrate that. It was a fine catch.
Yes, and that's what sometimes...
And he's a very compelling cricketer, this little Yasser, isn't he? He's always wanting to be in it. And The Misbah now is having a word with his bowler, Sohail, who, as I say, we'd rather pulled his leg. He hasn't looked an absolute picture of fitness, but
it was a nothing ball, though, Blowers, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it wasn't something that was. It was a soft dismissal, as we call it.
Cook had only himself to blame, though, didn't he?
Yeah.
I wondered if he played a fraction too soon.
Yeah.
I think he would just found himself, therefore, getting into position and reaching for it. Because he runs in furiously. The ball's not coming out of his hand that quickly today. He's now bowling over the wicket. He's in. He bowls out of Root. Root lets it go through outside the off stump. And the pressure is on Root now. He didn't play much of a part in the first innings. And so that he made, how many did he make there? He made just 3 in the first innings. Of course, 254 and 71 not out, I think it was, in the second innings at Old Trafford. So he's nothing wrong with his form.
I think that delivery from Sohail to Cook, it was that full and that wide. I think it might have just hit a bowler's follow through, which just made it sort of jump at Cook a bit.
And here is Sohail again, short outside the off stump. Oh, and that one took on. And Sohail is running backwards to the other end, appealing. And Root got out of the way at the end. It lifted, and in taking his bat out of the way, do the Pakistanis think he'd hit Root's bat? It was a delayed appeal, and suddenly Sohail was running backwards towards his wicketkeeper, appealing.
He fancied it,
He did, didn't he?
Yes.
But no one else did. No. And he got down the other end, and he stated his case, but Misbah and the others didn't send it upstairs.
Ooh.
It was a bouncer which Root got out of the way of right at the last moment, didn't he? It was...
Absolutely.
I think actually he played at it, you know.
Yeah,
didn't he?
Without a shadow of a doubt.
He did.
It's taken off. It's just taken off from short of a length and gone past him sort of throat high.
I think Root thought when he first saw that, here we are, get off the mark with this.
First bit of indifferent bounce popping in.
Indeed. And here is Sohail again. He's up to the wicket now. He's there. He bowls outside the off stump. Root has nothing to do with that. Lets it go through there to Sarfraz. Well, we've been perhaps a little bit unkind to Sohail, questioning his fitness. He's very nearly had 2 wickets for Pakistan this morning. He's got Cook. And you think that just pitched in the rough, do you?
It's Cook's one, I think.
Yes.
I think it was so wide and so full. I've just seen it on replay, and as it's pitched, it's just sort of popped a bit and got him higher on the bat than he thought he did. But I think you're right. I think he played a bit early, and his weight was just back on the back foot. And it wasn't a great shot. He was not. He wasn't trying to smash it or defend it. It was a bit of a, half-hearted
a sort of push.
Yeah.
It was, wasn't it? Sohail again in now, both to Root outside the off stump. Root has nothing to do with that, and through it goes again to Sarfraz. And Sohail, I can see being the answer to one of those awkward cricketing catch questions in about 15 years' time.
Go on.
Who was the Pakistani opening bowler who, in only his 3rd Test match, having not played Test cricket for 5 years, took 10 wickets in the Test at Edgbaston? I know.
You're giving him a few, are you, today?
Well, I mean, I'm just making up the catch question. And,
he's loosened up a bit, that's for sure.
Yes, he has. He's up to the wicket now. He's there. He bowls, and Root again shoulders arms one outside the off stump. It's the end of an extremely good over, one that got the wicket of Cook and had Root in some trouble. And England at the end of it, 126 for 1. Root is not yet off the mark. Hales is 54, and they confer, and Andrew.
Alistair Cook out for 66 off 103 balls with 7 fours, 167 minutes. He's made a habit of doing very well in 3rd innings when England have had a deficit. He's got 7 centuries in this kind of match situation before, so I was kind of expecting him to go on to another one. His average in 3rd innings where England have had a deficit is 64.4, 1610 runs in 27 innings.
Decent.
It is amazing how he comes up with these things, isn't it?
When the chips are down, that's a sign of a true skipper leading from the front, isn't it? I'll get it done.
Mohamed Amir now in, bowls outside the off stump, and Hales has nothing to do with that. Through it goes there to Sarfraz.
Not soft runs, those, are they? They're not
They're
soft.
not. They aren't. Certainly not.
Pressurised runs.
Yes, and they say a great deal about a batsman.
Yeah, they do. They do. And England will be disappointed with that. It was going along smoothly, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And Pakistan, on the other hand, will be jubilant.
They will.
And somehow it's in keeping with the way this test is going, isn't it? And it is Mohamed Amir again. He's up to the wicket. He bowls outside the off stump. History repeating itself. And we've seen an awful lot of wide of the off stump this morning. And Hales plays a sort of a square cut in just rehearsing it, and then walks away to square leg. He takes about 6-7 paces away just to kill a bit of time while Mohamed Amir walks back. And Mohamed Amir being advised by Sohail Khan, who's there beside him at mid-on. And I wonder what he said to him. And of course, at mid-off, we've got his captain, Misbah. At the other side of him, here is Mohamed Amir. It's in the air, it's caught. He's gone, he's been caught there by Yunus Khan to his right at second slip. And all the nice things we've said about Hales, he undone it then. He followed one, there was no need for it. It raced away low to Yunus Khan's right. He got both hands to it, held on very surely, and Hales' innings has come to an end. England lost 2 wickets at 126, 126 for 2. Hales gone, caught Yunus Khan, bowled Mohamed Amir, and he made 54. Well, goodness me, how this game again has had an extraordinary transformation.
It does indeed.
It is amazing. It's a game that never stands still.
It does indeed, and a great delivery by Amir, just running across, had to play at that. Hales, he said he's been so disciplined, so patient outside the off stump, watching most of them just go past. Had a little poke at that one, just because it was a bit straighter, probably, would have clipped the top of off stump and just moved away from him. But I think he said beautifully caught by Yunus Khan, low down to his right-hand side. That was travelling a little bit, so we'll be delighted with that. And England just in a little bit of trouble.
Tough as last year we took 4 wickets for 8 runs. This year we've taken 2 wickets for 6 runs.
We're good
in this same spell. Isn't that extraordinary?
Good bowling. Good bowlers.
I know, but isn't it extraordinary? And Andrew?
I was wondering on Adam's wisdom in putting you on in the first session a year ago to the day, but anyway.
Do you think Adam he's the controller, isn't he? He's the equivalent, I think, of Ernst Stavro Blofeld, a Spectre.
Yes.
Hales is 54 off 131 balls with 10 fours, 175 minutes.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And now...
Oh, Vince as well. Precious on Vince.
And another slip. We've got 3 slips now in the gully. And Vince will be all too aware, I hope, of how Hales perished.
Lead by 23. 2 fellas on naught. 2 fellas position. On naught. How funny it turns round.
Isn't it? And here is Mohamed Amir in bowls outside the off stump, and Vince plays no stroke, and the whole ground, the English element in the ground, have a collective sigh of relief. Well, isn't this unbelievable cricket, isn't it, really? Toughers. I mean, aren't we lucky? I mean, you couldn't believe it. You really couldn't write this one in a novel. No one would believe it, would they?
England walking out this morning in control, 10 wickets in the hutch, 20-odd lead, and then all of a sudden turned around by some good Pakistan bowling, some good catching as well. That's what you need on flat pitches.
I'm going to have to go at the end of this over. They're going to have to haul me away, I think. It's so exciting. Here comes Mohamed Amir again. He's in now outside the off-stump. Vince plays no stroke there. And even neither Tuffers nor I would ever have considered a stroke at that. It was so wide. And Sarfraz took almost in front of Hafiz there at first slip.
What must be going through his mind? He must be thinking, well, do I stick? He's in that sort of, do I stick or do a twist sort of mode, Vince? Because every time he seems to play an off-drive, he nicks it. What do I play at? Do I look to play my shots? Do I look to leave everything? He'll probably get one that swings back in and he'll leave it and he's off stump.
And here he comes. Oh, no, he doesn't. He started in Mohamed Amir, but then he realised that the batsman wasn't quite ready and the umpire stuck his hand out. Umpire Wilson at the far end from Trinidad had a quick word with Richie Richardson, an old friend of mine, who was the match referee from Antigua before the start. And here he is, Mohamed Amir, in outside the alternate. Well left there by Vince. That really shows that he's been working on it. He did it well then. The end of a wicket maiden.
Well, bowl blowers.
And it's the end of me. England will be relieved at that. 126 for 2. And both batsmen, Root and Vince, are not yet off the mark. And after another word from you, Tuffers, it's going to be a very bright, checked-shirted Dan Norcross to take over.
Yeah, England just getting in a bit of a pickle at the start of this 4th day. Looking so comfortable. Then a couple of good deliveries, couple of great catches.
Good grief.
And these two, morning, these boys have got to do a bit of patch-up work, Dad.
Aren't they? Aren't they? I'm breathless. Absolutely breathless. Sahil Khan, he's got 2 slips, gully, backward point, extra, mid-off, mid-odd, mid-wicket and a long leg. It's not a massively aggressive field. He's in now to bowl to the upright Root, who punches off the back foot beautifully. That's going to go back with a square on the offside, down to the backward point boundary for 4. He got on top of that and played it with an angled bat between the point and the gully. And a much needed boundary for England, because what a start. I suppose you'd say, though, wouldn't you, Tuffers, that both shots, the batsmen are going to be very disappointed with themselves.
Yes,
or furious.
I think Hales was a decent-ish ball. He's been leaving so well, hasn't he? But that was just a little bit straighter and going across. I mean, it's just angles, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, perhaps could have left it, but might have just clipped the top of off stump, who knows. But, yeah, Cookies will be mildly disappointed.
He beat
Spoony. It's a bit spoony, wasn't it, into the covers?
He beat his bat on his pad with frustration as he went off and just smacked into the ground.
Yeah.
Sahil Khan, well, already Misbah's put a man out there on the point boundary after that shot. He's into Root. It's fullish outside off stump. He goes so quite low to the keeper. There's no run.
And yet again, I've got it wrong. I thought that was... I still think there is. I still think there's loads of runs in that pitch.
Yeah. Well, it's been a baffling game, hasn't it?
It has.
Every day we've turned up, we've not expected things to happen that did. I mean, Misbah won the toss and bowled, which a lot of people in the box didn't expect. And then England didn't manage to bat out the day, which a lot of people were surprised at. And then Pakistan didn't fold on day 2, scored a load of runs. And then they didn't kick on and get 450 yesterday. And then this morning, England haven't cemented their lead. So it's just the opposite all the time. Sahil Khan bowls outside the offside. Bit of shape there, bit of movement away. Shouldering arms his Root. And there's no run. So, yeah, what a start to the day. And sadly, the crowd has not yet arrived in the numbers.
In Birmingham.
Yes, I think Friday night must have been quite heavy in Birmingham. So I'm looking away to my left. This is the West Stand. The top tier's got hardly anybody in it at all. I don't know if tickets are available. Hopefully I can find out. But there's a lot of empty seats at the moment.
Perhaps coming down after lunch.
There are plenty of tickets available, so get down here.
Once the old Alka-Seltzers kicked in.
Yes, just before lunch. Sahil Khan is in. That's full, driven through extra cover. That's 4. It was overpitched, too overpitched, and Root latched onto it and then gets the customary strange noise of acclaim from the crowd.
Oh, he looks in good nick, doesn't he? 2 absolute cracking shots there. One off the back foot, up on his toes, what's he's renowned for, isn't he? Sort of getting on top of the bounce and punching it through the offside, and a classic off drive there.
He's looked in good nick for about 2 years, hasn't he? He's been in it's a long, rich vein of form he's been in. Doesn't always, obviously, we don't convert.
Yeah, it looks in sparkling nick. In the first innings, if anything, 2 sparkling. I know it sounds a bit strange, but hit 3 straight to the fielders, right out the middle of the bat, and then just nicked off, almost overconfident.
You got him out then as well, didn't you?
Oh dear.
Yes. Sahil is in, 3 slips into Root, and again too short and pushed off the back foot. I'll only get 1, maybe 2 for it. No, you only get the 1 because Sahil Khan was very tactically positioned in his follow through. So when Root looked to turn for that second run, he found the enormous presence of the large Sahil Khan in his way, barring his route to the other end. Anyway, he picks up a single, he moves to 9, 135 for 2. England's lead 32, and now with 2 wickets down, you know, before we weren't even really sort of thinking about that lead, where we were just sort of thinking, well, at the end of the day, if England, when England bat through the day, they'll have a lead of around about 300. Now we're looking at this thinking, well, how long will England need to bat to take this into a 5th day?
Yeah, well...
You're still confident, are you?
I'm still pretty confident.
I tend to be of a more gloomy mien, it has to be said, but that's just, I don't know why, that's just me. Sahil Khan is in to Vince, who's not tempted by a foolish ball outside the off-stump. Again, it goes through low to the keeper. Completes the over from Sahil. He's gone for 51 in 11 overs, but he made the breakthrough in his previous over. England 135 for 2. Root has 9. Vince yet to score. We've got some very light, dapperly clouds. We're expecting to have full-on sunshine from 1 o'clock. You know, on those weather apps, and it's just a beautiful sort of egg yolk.
Yes.
With lots of things coming off the
side. Is that a technical term, is it? Full-on sunshine.
Full-on, yeah.
Scotcho.
I don't know. We'd need Thomas Schaffenacker or someone to let us know what the technical term is. Yes, Scotcho.
Full-on.
Well, that's due at 1, so all the more reason to get down here with a bit of sun cream and and you know, fill your boots, because I think whatever happens today, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? I mean, it can't fail to be interesting.
It's beautifully teed up, and this is what 5-day Test matches are all about.
And one might argue why one might need a 5th day
yes,
to make Test matches really work.
Yeah,
I mean, otherwise England here could be thinking to themselves, well,
Game
no way
over.
we can force a win,
Game
so we're just
over.
going to block. And
Yeah.
it would be tedious, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose the argument is you get more overs, but yesterday we only had 81 overs in the day.
Short-changed.
A tenth of the day went missing. 3 slips, gully, and a deep backward point to Mohamed Amir. He bowls to Root, gets a wideish one outside the off stump, and he lets it go.
When that happens, you should, you know, there should be a couple of quid at the gate for you.
Yeah, just sort of wait. Take quite a while, wouldn't it? Take quite a while to siphon 24,000 people off with £2. You know? But I think I like the idea.
I do. Perhaps it could go back into their account or something.
Well, that is, you know that these days where people don't have cash anymore.
No.
Actually, and a lot of them will have just bought it by card. That could be done.
There you go.
You're making the authorities very nervous with this suggestion, Tuffers. Amir is in again, and that's cut off the back foot. It's going to go back to the square on the offside. Will be fielded by Yasir Shah, who runs round from the deep point boundary to collect it at a more conventional third man position and flings the throw in. Root moves into double figures. He has 11, 137.
I love his tempo, Joe Root. It's just everything's a scoring opportunity, isn't it? Well, I left that one just outside off stump, but just sort of...
It is.
Oh, everything just seems to be, right, I can put one there, I can do that. Oh, that's half volley, boom, 4.
Have you seen an England batsman like him in your life, really? I mean, who would you compare him to if you could?
Very good shout.
Because he seems to me,
So
in my
bubbly.
lifetime, unique for an England batsman. A lot of England batsmen have scored runs quickly, but he's nothing like, say, KP, who's renowned for being a quick scorer, is he? I mean,
No, that was a bit
KP's
more
boundaries,
belligerent. Yes.
And he would go periods of inertia, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Whereas Root never seems to be inert.
Just like a tick-tock, tick-tock, tick, like, what is it? Not a metronome.
A metronome, it is
It is
metronome.
metronome,
Yeah, it's a metronome, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, well
yes.
done.
A small statue who uses the tube.
You set me up then, terribly, yeah? Very good. Very good. I've never heard that one before. I might use that repeatedly.
Graham will know. Graham will know someone who Joe Root's tempo reminds him of.
He's going to come on now, is he? So I leave Tuffers with a bad pun, and I'm going to be joined by Graham Swan, who's not averse to a bit of punning himself. 3 slips, gully, deep backward point, shortish extra, mid-off, mid-on, and a long leg. He's almost encroaching to deep backward square territory as Mohamed Amir comes into Root, drives out to the offside, bottom of the bat, squirts out, very square of the wicket. He picks up a single, moves to 12. We're just talking, Graham Swan, about Joe Root and the tempo at which he bats. I can't think of anybody like
He threw me a lovely little hospital pass there, didn't he?
Didn't he? Yeah. Can you think of one?
No, I can't.
He feels unique to me.
He reminds me very much of the sort of tempo I used to try and bat at.
Yeah, so he does, yeah.
Try and score, run a ball.
Yeah, but
I did it in a much different manner. I tried to hit everything in the air through cover.
You did, and
I tell you what, he's like your Ultra Keno at the under-11s who always impresses the coach by running hard between the wickets and backing up a long way. That's Joe when he bats.
Amir bowls to Vince, who lets one go through to the keeper. And as they run, it's seldom caught at mid-off as well, is he?
No, just watch, when they're running between the wickets, there's always one when you're growing up, the teacher's pet, who desperately tries to get a tick in the box every week by sprinting. Like then when he touches down, even if there's no running, he turns around and sprints back. What about Dean Jones? That's sort of... Yeah.
That's not a bad call.
That's come to me from nowhere. Thank you, Phil Tufnell, for writing that down. I think that's a very good one, Dean Jones, yeah.
That's a very good call. Amir into Vince, right, Vince drives at one very well through extra cover. I think that's going to make it all the way to the boundary. And well, it was pushed out there outside the off stump. Had he got a nick on it, we'd all have been clasping our hands to our heads, but he didn't. He got
Had we got a nick on it, he's come straight off the middle of the...
He screamed it.
You could say that about every single ball ever bowled. Had he got out to that, we'd have said disappointing. But it's the shot of the game, without a doubt. This is absolutely glorious.
Better than Finn's pull.
Better than Finn's pull wasn't even the best shot of his innings. That is absolutely... It's a check drive from Vince outside the off stump. Little foot movement. Beautiful high elbow. It's as good a drive as Michael Vaughan ever dared play for England. That was absolutely glorious from James Vince.
He was. He moves to 4. He's off the mark. 142 for 2. The lead 39. He faces up to Amir again, and he lets that one go through outside the off stump through to the keeper. It was wide of him. It completes the over. 1 for 39, Amir has in 15, 142 for 2, Root 12, Vince 4. I've been sent a piece of information, which I think is quite good.
Excellent, go for it. What is it?
I'm going to go for it. England versus Pakistan. Alex Hales refunds fan £4.10p after slow over rates on day 3. England, we were just talking about that. You know, they 9 overs were unbowled, and Tough has suggested they should all pick up a couple of quid at the gate. England opener Alex Hales has refunded a fan 10% of his ticket price after only 81 overs were bowled on day 3 of the third test against Pakistan at Edgbaston. Alexis Fuller tweeted members of the England team asking for the refund. He could have got a lot then, couldn't he? If all 11 had done it, he could have made a profit out of it. Hales obliged.
I doubt it. 45 quid on how much tickets these days? About 90 quid, aren't they?
Don't know. But I mean, what's £4.10? Presumably £4.10 was what he thought was 10% of the ticket price. I'm imagining. It was £41 he paid, so he could have made a profit if all 11 had paid.
Could have got a free bus ride home,
yeah. Was that was Bullseye, wasn't it? Bus fare home. Do you remember? BFH. Sohail Khan is into Root. He stands waiting for him. A wide ball outside the off stump is not going to tempt him. Goes hit the keeper, no run. Hales obliged. Alexis Fuller, this is. Hales obliged him, asking Fuller for his bank details, and the fan posted a picture showing a transfer of £4.10. Michael Vaughan earlier described slow over rates as madness and called for action to prevent it. Mr. Fuller later posted a tweet showing he had donated the money to the Lord's Taverners charity, which works to involve young people in cricket. So that is a good news story, Graham.
It is a good news story. Well done,
round.
Alex Hales. What I'll say is the difference there between Hales and the rest of the team, obviously ignored it, is the fact that Alex Hales plays for Nottinghamshire.
Oh, I see. Sohail Khan is into Root, who just defends a ball at fullish length, but from the crease, and it bounces down off the bottom of his bat, dribbles backward towards the umpire, no run.
No, it is a nice gesture. I mean, slow over rates are infuriating, and what they tend to do is really annoy people on the outside of the game far more than they do on the inside. That's possibly the biggest problem. I know as a player, Aggers gets so wound up about it, and I used to just think, listen to old cantankerous old Aggers again. Stop moaning, for goodness sake. So, yeah, there is a definite difference between the players' view on it and the fans. So good on Alex Hales for connecting to the people.
Sohail Khan to Root, and he always gets a no ball, which he doesn't play at. Goes through to the keeper, who drops it, and there's no run. We've got a treat, by the way, at lunchtime. Well, you'll know about this, Swanee. Well, I hope you do. If you don't, you're about to find out. Because our spin twins, Graham Swan.
Oh, yes.
And Phil Tufnell are going to be answering your questions. Email those questions to tms@bbc.co.uk. That's tms@bbc.co.uk. And tweet using the hashtag, so go hashtag AskSpinTwins. Or you'll be able to ask questions on Facebook Live as it goes on. That sounds like a treat. Sohail Khan runs away from us from the pavilion end, bowls to Root, who gets another wideish ball outside the off stump. The keeper, no run. How many no balls now has Sohail Khan been criminally responsible for, Andrew Sansom?
3 in this innings, and I think it was 4 in the first innings.
So 7, we think. Are those the only no balls that have been bowled by Pakistan in this match?
They are, yes.
They are. 143 for 2.
I don't know where I've heard this. Actually, I heard it next door. There's rumours that Mickey Arthur wasn't too happy with Sohail last night.
Really?
Gave him a bit of a serve. I'm trying to find out what exactly it's about. There's rumours abound that he's had a bit of a dressing down for some reason.
The way he batted, which was quite eccentric.
You can't have a go in for that. That was marvellous.
You loved it, didn't you? Khan bowls again short, and it's cut by Root, but with some control, hits it straight into the ground, and it goes down to deep backward point, so they'll pick up a single. Root moves to 13. 144 for 2. It brings Vince on strike. You loved his performance with the bat.
I like anyone who's got a bit of maverick flair with the bat, especially batting 8 downwards. That's where you should.
Do you see a lot of yourself in him?
There should be a bit of fun about batting from 8 downwards. I genuinely don't like how serious tailenders have to take batting these days.
So you're not really an Ashley Giles number 8 fan?
No,
because he was very dogged,
not at all.
Dogged and determined.
Like the old West Indies players. Courtney Walsh, the greatest spectacle in the West. I mean, it was a bit of entertainment. I love that.
So you love Rahat Ali as well, I should imagine. Sohail Khan is into Vince, who comes forward in defence. It goes off the inside half of the bat into acres of space on the leg side. They can trot through easily for a single. 145 for 2. You must have been in absolute conniptions of delight, weren't you, when he came out to be night watchman and flung his bat at a couple and then chopped on.
I just think, especially people who are just going to hang around and get naught, whatever, might as well go out there and try and do something. If I was captain of a team, I'd certainly pick people who'd entertain me down the bottom rather than get me wickets. Probably why I was never selected as captain.
I was going to say we need to make that happen somehow.
Yeah. I'll captain the TMS team next time we're on tour.
Why don't you compile your favourite 8 to 11 of all time? Now, Sahel Khan with 2 slips in, bowls to Root, who pushes it one outside off stump and again angles it down to third man, or deep backward point really. For a single, he'll keep the strike at the end of the over. 146 for 2. Root has 14. Vince has 5. And England's lead is now 43. You're still, are you, very confident that the pitch is doing very little and that England bat deep enough for them, in the words of Simon Mann, not to be in trouble at the moment? Or
no, the pitch is starting to break it quite nicely, as a day 4 pitch should. I mean, Joe Root got one that flew through the top order. I thought there was a little tickle on it, actually, but
I did, but they
didn't review it. Snicker said there was a little noise, but Sahel was absolutely convinced that there was. But
the keeper was a bit as well.
No, the keeper
was just not convinced enough.
The keeper was on who said no.
Is he?
To Misbah Hack when he asked whether they should review it. So the wicket's starting to go up and down a bit. It will turn. What I worry about the England middle order when Yasir Shah's bowling.
Right.
Now, Alistair Cook negates him beautifully because he just plays straight, and I think Joe Root will do that as well, but I worry about the middle order if Yasir Shah gets in amongst them.
Mohammed Amir from the Birmingham end bowls to Root, who gets a full ball on off stump, which he plays down a backward point.
So they're not in trouble, but the game is precariously placed at the minute.
Exactly,
this is going to be a cracking test match either way. Start of day 4, England effectively 30 or 40 for 2. It's a one in his game over 2 days. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Have you been out to the pitch? Have you had a look at it?
Yes, I have, and I would rub my hands if I was a spinner.
Would you?
It's gorgeous to bowl. It's dry. It's still going to be quite slow, but it's going to turn, I think, fairly accessibly over the next 2 days.
So you think Yasir is going to be a big problem this afternoon?
Yes, I do.
After lunch sort of thing, possibly. Mohammed Amir is into Root, who defends a full ball on off stump to backward point again.
So I don't think the seamers are going to be as effective. I think England need a decent lead because Moeen Ali's short on confidence, short on form.
Define that decency. How much do you think that is?
280, 300.
280, yeah.
But Mo, at the minute, I think he needs that sort of cushion.
That's a long way away, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It's a full day's batting. Yeah. So England would need to bat all day, maybe half an hour into tomorrow. Because the 4 seamers are going to struggle once the new ball wears off, if it doesn't swing, because the sun's come out, the moisture's gone.
Amir's into Root, who lets one go through outside off stump through to the keeper. I've been told that there are tickets available, £31 for adults, £6 for under 16s.
That's good.
That's fantastic.
That is good.
Really good. 14,000 tickets were sold in advance. So, I mean, the ground takes 24,000, doesn't it? 24 and a bit. So, in theory, I don't know how many of those 10,000 will be left, because some people may have rocked up today. But looking around me, there are a lot of empty seats, and it's a Saturday, and it's a beautiful sunny Saturday.
I'd say there's no better place to be today than Edgbaston.
Absolutely no better. You can
get
forget
your shorts on.
Forget Rio de Janeiro for the day. Next ball outside the off stump through to the keeper. No, did you watch any of the opening ceremony, by the way?
Of the Chemist Convention in Brazil.
I couldn't possibly comment.
I tell you what, I've never been as underwhelmed as I am for this Olympics. So but I suppose
once it gets started,
I was a bit excited for London. I think we all were. But do you remember the opening ceremony for London?
Yeah, I do. I loved it.
But it started off and it was awful, wasn't it? You thought, this is a global embarrassment. What is David Ball doing here? Oh my God! I've never felt more uncomfortable. 10 minutes later, I've never been more fiercely patriotic. It didn't quite touch that last night.
Mohammed Amir bowls again. That's been cut down to third man. He'll pick up a single for it. And no more. 147 for 2. Dave Bolsover's tweeted. He says Tino Best must be in your all-time 8 to 11, Swanee.
No, he's not.
No,
he's not.
Have you got it? Have you?
He should have been. Well, I've got my 9, 10, 11 at the minute. Tino Best may go 8.
Wow, that's quite an elevation for Tino.
I only played Tino once, and to be honest, there was that one knock here that was hilarious at Edgbaston when he commentated the whole innings. It was brilliant. Don't scare me. You boys don't scare me. Tino gonna drive you through the covers. Tino gonna drive you. Great shot, Tino. Talked to himself for the whole knock.
Brilliant.
It was incredible.
Carlisle Best used to do that, didn't he, I believe?
Yeah.
Mohammed Amir is in to complete his over. And he bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Vince. 147 for 2. Vince has 5. Root will have strike. He has 15. After these words from Andrew Sampson and then Graham Swan's 9, 10 and 11, it will be Simon Mann.
With that single, Joe Root's got up to 400 runs for the series already.
Well done, Joe.
Averaging 100.
That's not a bad return, is it?
That's pretty good. 453 is the record for England against Pakistan in a series.
What's his strike rate in this series, please, Andrew?
I'll tell you now.
Hello, Simon.
Good morning, Graham.
How are you? You're looking very well today. You in for a jog?
I'm feeling wonderful. Sun's out, great test match.
How are we, you and I? We had a tough day yesterday, didn't we?
I think we're fine.
We had a tough day.
I think we're fine.
A lot of time to think about it.
44 ahead. Root on strike. Sohail Khan bowls to him, wide of off stump, swinging away. Root offers cursory pad. And lets it go by to Sarfraz.
68 is his strike rate for the series.
So I asked that because we were talking about how busy he looks as a batsman earlier. Dean Jones, someone said he reminds me of. That was what Phil Tufnell wrote down. I think that's not a bad analogy, actually. Dean was very sort of aggressive in his running between the wickets, very sort of up and at him, looked to score. I think that's a pretty good shout.
Such an important innings this from Root. If England are to get into a winning position in the game, Khan goes in, bowls to him, and Root opens the face, runs this away on the offside, down into the gully. Stopped there by Shafiq, and there's no run. He was looking down towards that third man area. There is a man down there at deep backward point. Almost having a bob each way, really. To left and right for the run down and the firmer shot that goes square with the wicket.
It's very much sort of de-rigor for captains these days, isn't it? Third and fourth minute, a deep point. I can't think of anything worse as a bowler. Just give them an easy run every time, rather than try and make them hit you through the gap, which is when you get an edge. It's nonsensical.
Off goes Sohail Khan, past the umpire, up to the stumps, bowls to Root. Another away swinger, but it started wide, so Root only needed to offer the pad again, and taken by the wicketkeeper. I suppose there's that feeling, especially in a game like this, where you don't want the game to get away from you. You don't want Root ticking the board over with boundaries. And it's probably frustrating for someone like Root, who's hit a good shot and then he gets one for it. That may be the thing.
Yes, but you've got to temper that. You're 40 for 2.
Yeah.
If someone wants to just rotate the strike and negate the swing and get you tired as a bowler where you're 40 for 2, you're crazy as a captain. This is when you should be attack. Try and get 40 for 5, for goodness sake.
Root on 15, waits back raised. Sohail Khan bowls to him. Root goes back and nudges that away down through the vacant gully area. There is a man at fourth slip who went to his right-hand side. It's picked up at deep backward point, and there's one more run. Root to 16.
Yeah.
England to 148 for 2. Cook out for 66 this morning. Good catch by Yasir Shah, diving away to his left-hand side. And then Alex Hales, he played so well yesterday. I can just imagine Jeffrey pulling out that one hair in his head. Hales' shot today.
There was a graphic up on the screens here of the ball that actually got him out, and it actually reflects very well on Mohamed Amir, because he stuck to his plan. He must have bowled 20 balls all within 6 inches of each other where they passed Alex Hales off stump, and this ball was in exactly the same place, and he just chose to play out of nowhere.
Caught at slip by Yunus Khan. Sohail Khan bowls, no ball to Vince outside the off stump. Vince leaning forward, allowed it to go through to Sarfraz Ahmed. 149 for 2. Every run vital.
Yes, it is. My reasoning behind this deep point, I do apologise for those at home who are pulling the hair out of me, because I get irate about it all the time. If you're a batsman and you've got someone bowling seam, you want the guy, especially on a slow wicket, to go at the ball and try and hit you through the offside. If he allows the ball to come onto the bat and opens a face and runs a single, it's a safe shot. There's no possible way of getting him out. I would much rather risk getting hit for some runs but have a genuine chance of getting a wicket. Well, deep point completely takes the chance of getting the wicket out for me. Caught behind.
It's the same feel for Vince. Sohail Khan bowls to Vince, and Vince comes forward, and they're just checking the shot there. One of those that he might have been tempted to unfurl the drive against, but just coming forward and checking it, defending it into the offside, and there's no run.
As a seam bowler, I mean, Sohail's bowling nice away swing here. To Vince, I'd have deep point up, saving the one. If I was going to leave a gap, I'd leave extra cover. I'd say drive me through extra cover, and I'm going to bowl slightly wider off stump, try and drag him outside the off stump so he then leans and reaches to drive you. You've got 3 slips then. That's when you're going to nick it behind. But letting the ball come onto you and open the face and running a single to point, you might as well have no slips.
Khan goes in to complete the over, bowling to Vince, and away swinger that does go actually, but it started wide again, so Vince was able to leave it. He took that between first and second slips. Yeah. Wicketkeeper Sarfraz Ahmed.
End of shape.
End of Sohail's over. 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 57. 149 for 2 on this very pleasant Saturday morning. Nice buzz in the crowd. Not full by any means. It was a riveting game, this. It really is worth being here today if you can get down. The hottest stand is quite full, away to our right-hand side. We were asking for favourite tail enders. John in Hornsey has come up with an 11. Ashton Agar.
No, it shouldn't count as a tail ender though, because he's batting number 4 or 5 in state cricket now in Australia. He was just miscast. Someone picked him as a bowler by mistake.
Yeah. Shane Warne.
No.
Daniel Vittori.
No.
Brett Lee.
He's missed the whole thing. Yeah, go on. Carry on.
Graham Swan.
Yeah, excellent choice.
Chris Tremlett. Mackay Intini. Glenn McGrath, Devon Malcolm, Monty Panesar and Chris Martin.
You see, well, this is picked guys who bat down the order, who are fairly effective. This has missed my criteria. I'm going for people who make me laugh, make me smile, get a bit of je ne sais quoi to the crowd. So I've got Courtney Walsh, Phil Tufnell, Merv Hughes and Peter Such. Because or Tino Best actually could take Such away. Because they walk in, they're almost that bad, they're brilliant. And Courtney Walsh, do you remember his flamboyant leaves outside the off stump? He used to turn it into an art form. Yasir Shah's on.
Yeah. First bowl of the morning at 10 to 12, 149 for 2. He's bowled 11 overs, 0 for 28. He's going to be bowling to Root with a slip and a short leg. First ball of the day is very full, dug out by Root into the offside to Misbah at extra cover, and there's no run. So we've got the slip and the short leg, and there are 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the on, deep back with square leg, and there's that sweeper on the cover boundary. Is that okay to have the sweeper on the cover boundary?
I wouldn't have it personally, but it's there for a bad ball.
Yeah. 149 for 2. Shah bowls to Root, back into his stumps. He was playing French cricket there, keeping it out. And the ball rolls back down the pitch. It's picked up by Yasser. That's buoyed by his catch this morning. Very good effort. He is an effervescent cricketer, sort of smiling, jaunty. You feel he's got a big part to play today for Pakistan if they're to get into a winning position in the game. England 46 ahead. He goes in, bowls it to Root. It's a low full toss, which is driven. It's a bad ball, and the fielder is out there. Root only gets a single. And the 150 is up for England. Root to 17.
See, the reason this deep cover isn't as bad a position, because Yasir Shah's bowling big leg spin. He's trying to get the guy to hit him through the covers, go at the ball more, because he's a leggy. He has a slip-in position and a short extra cover for the miss-hit drive. So there's wicket-taking options if he tries to hit it out to the deep. So it's not as bad in this situation. However, as a bowler, I'd say that should have been a dot ball. Even though it was a full toss, had the man been up, it would have been no run.
Vince comes forward, inside edge onto the pad there. The ball rolls away on the offside. And there's no run. John in East Lothian. One of my favourites has to be Devon Malcolm. He knew how. He did Devon, didn't he? It was wonderful watching him bat.
It was almost comical when he walked out to bat, wasn't it?
He knew how to swing the bat and on occasions connect with the ball. When he did, new ball time. Here's Shah bowling. Vince comes carefully forward, running that away towards backward point.
I saw Big Dev this morning. He's here at Edgbaston today. The dude, honestly, he doesn't look a day older than 35. He looks exactly the same. He's in great nick. He's working for the ECB here, doing the 12th man hub, it's called, at the ground.
He's an exciting cricketer to watch, whether he's batting or bowling.
He loved Dev to pieces.
Shah goes in and bowls, and forward goes Vince, blocking that. Rolls out to Misbah. End of the over, 150 for 2. England are 47 runs ahead, I should say, with Root 17 and Vince 5. Cook 66 and Hales 54, the man out today.
One thing that people don't know about Devon Malcolm, and I didn't realise it until I played with him, he was at Northamptonshire when I first started playing professional cricket. He could swing a cricket ball away magnificently. The old white balls we used to use, they weren't Kookaburra balls, they were Duke's balls. They were like rocks, these things. They would destroy your cricket bat, but they were amazing to bowl with. They swung round corners. Devon Malcolm would regularly nick off 2 or 3 players the first 3 overs, like hooping it round corners, but on big away swing. And then if it stopped swinging, he'd just then run 5 yards further and bowl absolute rockets. He was great.
He was sharp, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Would you have faced him in the nets much at Northampton?
Yeah. Dev was too nice. He was too nice to bowl bounce in the nets. He's a lovely man. I love him to bits. Yeah, I was sat next to him this morning having my bacon brioche here at Edgbaston. Bacon brioche.
Very fancy.
Bacon brioche, mate. A cup of tea. Yeah, very Remain, as we talked about yesterday. Ed Smith described a very Remain camp, isn't it? Nice brioche.
Do you want to explain that? Here's Sohail Khan bowling, and back goes Root and running this into that gap that we talked about in the previous over towards backward point, deep backward point. And there's one more run to the total. Root to 18, and England's lead to 48. 151 for 2.
I'm not sure what I'm going to do after this week without the thought of a brioche in the morning. Honestly,
do they not have
food
them in
here? I've never been at a cricket ground anywhere. It's in my non-playing days that it's looked after quite as well as here at Edgbaston. It's been incredible this week.
No, we're very lucky, and we've got a wonderful view as well.
Hats off to the Bears.
Yeah, in this new pavilion. It's a huge new pavilion at Edgbaston. Sohail Khan bowls an away swinger to Vince, and Vince lets it go. He's on the prowl, Vince, towards square leg.
It's a good plan that Pakistan have got here to Vince. They know he's susceptible to nick it, but they know it's also his strength. He's already played the shot of the Test match. A glorious cover drive today. So Sohail is swinging it. He's bowling very close to the stump, so his line allows him to start it outside of stump and go further away. So it's not actually swinging that much. It just looks like it is because of the angle. It's just tempting Vince. He's got a short cover and a deep point. He's saying, come on then, mate, hit me for 4. I don't care.
Khan bowls, and forward goes Vince. Head right over a defensive shot. Back towards extra cover. There's a lot of booing going on the Hollis stand for some reason. All sorts of fancy dress there this morning. I can see some.
I can only imagine a beach ball's been confiscated or a beer snake's been had its life cut short. It's all directed at one of the tabard-wearing stewards.
It's very early in the day for it to get lively out there, but inside the first hour. You can see some guardsmen, some Mexicans wearing green and sombreros. Row in yellow away to our right as well. It's hard to pick out quite what they come as.
Had a picture with Homer Simpson and Bart Simpson outside this morning.
This is Sohail bowling to Vince. Vince is squared up by that thick edge down into the gully, and it's stopped by Shafiq after a fashion, diving away and then gets to his feet. And Vince thought of a single. I thought of pinching one there, but it was just a bit too close to the fielder running round from short extra cover. And there's no run.
There's some guys over there dressed in orange. Are they cones? They come as traffic cones.
Yeah, I think they have. Yeah, they have. You know, you pointed it out.
Yes, there's 6 traffic cones.
Well, why wouldn't you?
You pick some up off the M6 on the way in.
Well, plenty outside the ground as well.
They shut the exit last night. I couldn't find the hotel on the way back from my charity game.
Well, that's normal, isn't it? The motorway is about 10 o'clock. Sohail Khan bowl. That's clipped away nicely through mid-wicket. It's got a bit straight there, Sohail Khan. It's going out towards the boundary. It's one of those touch-and-go ones. The fielder running round. Doesn't quite get there. Dived away to his left and arrived at the same time as the ball was hitting the rope. There's a nice clip from Vince. It was taken off, well, probably off stump. But everything previously to Vince had been just outside that off stump.
That's right.
Just a bit straighter, that one.
It was just the angle allowed Vince to clip it off his legs. Honestly, his last 2 scoring shots, James Vince, he's only scored 9 runs, but they've been absolute eye porn. It's been gorgeous. The cover drive was incredible. This was so majestic, like Ed Smith in his pomp.
Yeah. Yes, Ed liked that mid-wicket area, didn't he?
Honestly, I'm getting angry at people questioning whether Vince should be playing or not. I want him in just for how good he looks.
Well, he's 9 not out. It's 155 for 2. England's lead is 52. Sohail Khan goes in again, bowls to Vince, and normal service resumed outside the off stump, foot outside or so, and Vince allowed that to go, and it didn't carry that much through to the keeper. We saw one Banks this morning against Root early on, and there was a half an appeal. It was one of those when they put the snicker on it. There seemed to be.
I'm sure there was a little tickle.
There seemed to be something there, but I haven't seen any sort of hotspot or anything like that since.
The fact that they stopped showing the replays really quickly, English television suggested there definitely was something.
Edwin Barnett on tail enders. From my childhood, I always remember a sense of excitement when Fred Truman came into bat, expecting him to hit a 6 in recent times. Liam Plunkett gives me the same sense of expectancy, he says.
Liam Plunkett's a genuine player. He's not a tail ender, he's sort of a lower middle order. That's what I used to like to class myself. I wasn't a tail ender, I was a lower middle order player.
Well, you were.
Or an upper middle order if you play county cricket.
Well, you probably could have made more of your batting, couldn't you?
It was a bit too much like hard work, I thought, if I'm perfectly honest with you. Focused on my bowling and enjoyed sleeping in the changing room.
155 for 2. Yasir Shah begins a new over, bowls to Root, who's forward, guiding that to Misbah at short extra cover, and there's no run.
But just going back to James Vince, I was being slightly flippant when I said I'm getting annoyed, but people are questioning whether this is his last test, penultimate test or whatever, whether he should be in the team.
Vince on 9. There's Root, who's on strike on 18. Yasir Shah bowls to him, and that's guided away by Root into that gap. Easy single. Graham getting a bit frustrated with Misbah here, with the man back on the deep cover boundary.
Oh, I forever will. But my point is about Vince. yes, he's not got a big score, he's not got a lot of runs. However, he always gets starts. He always looks very comfortable until it goes. And that, for me, tells me that he definitely has the temperament to make runs at Test cricket. Just needs to iron out a small technical deficiency.
He faces Shah. Forward he goes, playing that towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
If he was forever sort of getting single-figure scores and looking out of his depth, I would say, get rid. But I think he looks like a Test-class batsman. He looks the real deal. And I think, given time, he will blossom into one.
156 for 2. Shah bowls, and forward goes Vince, and there's no run. Mick Smith says, what about Bob Willis? Did I imagine it, or did he once set off the wicket having forgotten his bat? That is true. He also did a wonderful thing as well. He got out when Jeffrey was 99 not out in a Test match. So I would take my hat off to Bob every time for his batting. He's not in the back of the box, I can say that. Mind you, Rachel might be listening. Hello, Rachel. Jeffrey's wife. 156 for 2. Shah bowls, and forward goes Vince, playing that up the offside of the pitch. And Shah picks up, and there's no run.
Remember my mate Darren Cousins at Northampton. Toby Bailey, our wicket-keeper, had scored the most magnificent 99 against Worcester. Glenn McGrath, Worcestershire.
There's Shah bouncing in, bowls to Vince. Vince is forward, playing that carefully to mid-wicket this time. That's the end of another Shah over. No real spin, no real threat from Shah. I mean, he's a very tidy bowler. What he is good at as a leg spinner is he doesn't give a huge amount away. He doesn't bowl a lot of filth. Some leg spinners do, don't they? You know, one ball every
Long
12.
Up and over, yeah. No, he's got good control. So this would have been Toby Bailey's first-class 100, and I'm not sure if he even went on to get one in the end. The players are taking drinks, by the way.
At 156 for 2. Ed's coming in just a second. England lead by 53.
And so we're at New Road and we're playing. Actually, Ed's a good man to take over because he'll have played with Toby Bailey. So Darren Cousins batting number 11. I mean, it was a low-scoring fixture. Glenn McGrath, as you would expect, was running through the Northants players. Toby Bailey scored this magnificent counter-attacking 99. Darren Cousins had batted for a good 40 minutes, just holding one end up brilliant. Out of nowhere, charged down the wicket to a spinner, tried to hack him out of New Road and skied it in the air. And it was only when he was walking off that he looked at the board and realised what he'd done. Left Toby high and dry 99. He was mortified. I remember his little face. And he said, oh, Toby, what have I done? I don't believe it. Just reminds me of that. As Mr. Boycott walks in the box, so I'm going to leg it before he does you in. Good afternoon.
Hi and bye, Graham. Afternoon, everyone. A reminder, we have a treat at lunchtime because our spin twins, Graham Swan and Phil Tufnell, are going to be answering your questions. Emails, as usual, to tms@bbc.co.uk or tweet using Ask Spin Twins. Or we'll be able to ask questions on Facebook Live. As it goes on, the players are having a drink out of the Ming. And a good time to go to the shipping forecast for our long wave listeners. Jeffrey's just joined me. Good afternoon, Jeffrey. 2 for 36 the session so far. The match beautifully poised. England had obviously the wrong end of the first hour. What did you make of that, Jeffrey?
One poor shot, one not so good shot. Everything yesterday, both openers played fantastic. The judgment, I thought Alex Hales, I said last night in the podcast, was the best innings I've seen him play for England. Not the most runs or anything, but in this pressure situation, England 100 behind. If you lose early wickets, you're in real trouble. His footwork was exemplary to the pitch of the ball. His judgment of what to leave, didn't go after things, I thought was absolutely 10 out of 10. And then as what happens this morning, he gets one going across him and he pushes at it firm, which has been trying not to do what I've been talking about not doing early on. This is not one day, and he pushed at it firm, catch it slip. And Alistair Cook, who's, well, he's very experienced in all these situations, such a wonderful player. They set a 7-2 field, which I've advocated so often, ball wide of him and full and make him drive. He doesn't want to drive early on because he's brilliant off his legs, off his hip, and he cuts the ball that's short. Stop him scoring on those. He bowled it wide and he went after it, 1.5 wide, and spooned it to backwards point and made a diving nice catch. But really, there's no reason to get out unless you miss a straight one, because it's as flat as any pitch you've ever seen in England. And it's a gorgeous sunny day. which we don't get always in England. So it's perfect for batting, and again, you don't always get that in England. A flat pitch and a sunny day, the ball's not doing anything, and just bat.
England lead by 53, so effectively they're 53 for 2. Rahat Ali's going to come into the attack. And just a word on tickets, because there are still some tickets left available. This could be a classic test match. If you're in the Edgbaston area, do come in. £31 for adults, 6 for kids, and this could be one of the most memorable test matches.
How many have they sold today? There's a lot of empty seats.
Recent years, I hope we can fill the ground, because yesterday 14,000 before play started have been sold.
Today?
Yep, today.
They must all be at church then.
Holly stand is filling up. Rahat Ali in now, wide of the off stump. Root leaves alone. Jeffrey's pointing the other way. It's true, there are banks of white seats available. But yeah, I think this morning, just the feeling out on the pitch was, I spoke to everyone, both camps, and atmosphere, this could be a really exciting match. All 3 results, not only possible, but evenly split. You'd say it was very hard to say who was the most likely side to win.
Why is he not bowling the leg spinner at the pavilion end?
I don't know the answer to that, Jeffrey.
Could you just slip down to the Pakistan dressing room and ask him? Eh? Go on, Henry, you're just the man.
Ali in, tempter. Root leaves alone, wide, swinging half volley.
He'll see Henry come in and just go and ask him. Down there, Henry. Pale yellow trousers, a deeper mustard yellow shirt, a red jacket and a flat cap on. You only need the greyhound. Henry, just nip down. I mean, why is he not bowling this end? Even I can see from here there looks to be more footholds to bowl into. I'm not saying it will, but just to try.
Welcome back to our long wave listeners as Rahat Ali's in, left arm over bowls, and Root whips it nicely off his hip, and fine legs very square. He's got a chase on his hand. Slide is on now, and not good enough, you hear from the crowd. It is a very concentrated and well-supported corner, and they enjoyed that boundary. Not very good bowling. He's bowling to a 7-2, and he banged it in outside the leg stump on Root's hip, and it was the easiest, softest boundary, really. Jeffrey, do you agree with that?
I think there's more brains in a pork pie to bowl that. I mean, when you set a field as a captain, 7-2, and they do that, I mean, it just makes you look stupid as a captain, doesn't it? I mean, it just does. I mean, you know, if you get hit outside off stump where he wants you to bowl, fine, that's what he wants you to bowl.
Rahat Ali in again, bowls wide of the off stump. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
Tempt Root into a drive. There's protection for that with a third man in the deep point. 2 slips there, waiting to grab the chance. 160 for 2 England. The lead is 57.
You seen the pitch?
I was out there for...
Here's a question for you then.
Yes, Jeffrey.
That's me. This pitch, which is flat now with the sun out, if you were to start on a pitch like this, do you think in 3 days' time it might turn? 4 days, 3 to 4 days.
Yes, I do. Rahat Ali in now, wide of the offside. I think Root might have played at that. He ended up tucking the bat inside his front pad. I think he had a little flirt with that one.
So my next comment is what I mentioned to Colin Graves some time back and his chief executive. If you want to encourage spinners back into the game,
start on day 3.
Make sure you have somebody go to the groundsman of all our grounds and say, I want the pitch ready 3-4 days before the start of the match, and I don't want any water on it. I want it to be dry and good, but I want it to turn. You will force teams to pick spinners, and there'll be match winners.
Ali in, wide of the off stump, Root leaves alone.
In the second innings, just finished it, obviously, but that's the thing why teams going back into... A lot of older people listening like me will tell you about the 50s, 60s, and so forth. Teams played 2 spinners because the first innings it was the batsman got a chance and the seamers, new ball, and then the spinners came into it, the Wardles, the Lakers, the Locks, the Appleyards, the great bowlers, and even after that you had Titmus, you had Underwood. Nowadays we've got a batsman who bowls a bit for England, and that's not a criticism, I know why, because of the pitches and that, and it's not his fault, but there just is a dearth of them around the world, not just English cricket. And if you just made the pitches, you force teams to play spinners because they become a big factor. Second innings.
Yasir Shah from the City end in now. Ooh, was the straighter, quicker ball.
Does that not sense?
It is. I think my answer would be, Jeffrey, I think that there should be
a variety of pitches. See, what I think is that there's room in county cricket for some pitches that turn sharply. At the moment, there are very few, and I'll come back to that in a second as Yasir Shah's in now, wide of the off stump. Handsome off drive by Vince. Goes out towards deep point, scuttling around to his right-hand side, and that allows Vince to come back for 2. So, you know, when I played, Northampton often turned a lot. I think there was an instance where Northampton might have been docked points, and that sort of therefore scares them.
Not right.
I just think there should be some pitches that seem a bit more, some that turn a bit more, so you get people playing first-class games on all different types of pitches.
Yeah. No, we used to have that with uncovered pitches, but they stopped uncovered pitches.
Yeah. Shah in again, and Vince defends, and just trying to sneak in and hit the pad here. Yasir Shah. I think this is it's a strange pitch because there's scarcely. I was speaking to Trevor Bayliss before playing. He said there's scarcely a mark on it on the actual playing surface. It will turn eventually, but whether it's within the first 5 days of its life, I don't know.
We don't have 10-day test matches anymore.
Shah in again, and Vince once more just pushes this to mid-wicket.
This is what's happening with the drainage better, the covering better, and so forth. And groundsmen and authorities wanting to make sure test matches last, they're frightened of it spinning, so they put a little grass on, or they leave a little moisture the first day, and trying to make sure it binds together and lasts.
Shah in again, nice off drive from Vince, and thinks about 1. Joe Root was backing up a long way. The other thing, just to pick up on your point, Jeffrey, is that there's 2 challenges in cricket as a batsman that I never really felt resented, even if they got you out. One is playing spin and one is swing. I think that's cricket at its best, when the ball swings, and it's I've never seen a dull game of cricket when the ball's spun.
Yeah, and swing's the same. Swing is a great craft. It's craftsmanship, and that's swing in the air. That's not off the pitch. When Massey bowled us out at Lords, it swung in the air. It was a lovely sunny day and
72
flat pitch.
That.
Yeah, it was beautiful pitch, beautiful day. Nothing wrong with it. It swung, and he defeated us by skill.
Shah in again, big off drive, and just rolled his hands over it a bit like a tennis forehand, James Vince, and didn't time it, went to extra cover. 162 for 2 at the end of Yasir Shah's over. He has none for 32 from 14 overs.
But the game is run by businessmen, money men. They're not interested in cricketers' views. They don't want to know. And if you tell them anything, they just listen and then walk away and think he's an idiot. Take no notice. So I don't know what you do. You know, when you love cricket and you want to help, what do? You try to tell them what you think are good cricket, sensible things, and they politely listen because you have a background of, you know, international cricket, you know, a reputation of being good, so they're not going to tell you know nothing, but then they just take no notice.
Rahat Ali continues, bowling to a 7-2, full and wide, exactly what he's trying to do. Just push it across Joe Root, and Root realised that was a threat, left it alone.
It doesn't reverse swung, that's the problem. You know, people telling me because the pitch is dry, but the outfield is very grassy. So you've got to get the ball quite abrasive on one side. It hasn't reversed at all like we saw at Lords. Did at Lords the first test. Didn't at Old Trafford, hasn't here.
Rahat Ali in now, wide of the off stump again, swinging away. And Joe Root just signalling to James Vince, just signalling there's a way shape there, and they're going to come down and have a little chat. I always prefer it when batsmen actually pass on messages a bit closer than from 22 yards, saying, hey, he's bowling the away swinger, just in case it's the in swinger next ball and you look stupid.
Why didn't he work it out for himself? You know, he's watching.
Jeffrey, do you know that there was a time in first class cricket when the non-striker thought he could tell which way the bowler was holding it for reverse swing, where he'd put his bat in that hand if it was going to be
I never
it's
had
true.
it like that.
Yeah, we used to do that in Middlesex. Rahat Ali in now.
You used
wide
to
of the
do
off stump.
that?
Well, I never got involved in it at the non-strikers end, but Ed Joyce, Owais Shah, people like that reckon they could tell, and if they've trusted each other, they would hold with the bat, so you're backing up at the non-strikers end. And if they thought they could tell in the bowler's run up,
right,
whether it was the, if you like, reversing in or reversing out, they'd change the bat.
This is Ed Joyce.
Ed Joyce and Owais Shah and other people. I mean,
Owais Shah. How many times did they play for England? Didn't know that much good.
This is in county cricket, though.
No, I mean, sorry, I think if you can't work it out yourself for watching the bowler and watching his action, sorry,
Rahat Ali in now and left alone. I think it was certainly Oasis. There's someone else too. It was happening in some international games too, Jeffrey. Was it?
Really? No, it didn't happen to me. If that's
Didn't happen to you.
Nobody.
Did you call it reverse swing, Jeffrey, when you were playing? When did that phrase?
I don't know.
Imran, wasn't it?
I don't know. We knew about reverse swing.
Yeah.
When Imran first started doing it, that we didn't know about it. Imran was a fine bowler in his pomp. Let me tell you, he was quick, and aggressive, and nasty, and good.
Rahat Ali in now, good line and length, but Vince plays outside the line, and that means he'll get at least one as the throw comes in. Thought they were going to overthrows for a minute, but backing up is good by the 42-year-old elder statesman Misbah.
Bowled me out at Oxford, and only when it was first class.
When he was an undergraduate.
When I didn't get 100. Look that up, 80 odd. Oh, I reminded him that many times. I've seen him. I'm good friends with him. Been to his cancer hospital and various things, but reminded him he bowled me out wide of the crease, firing it in. He was a good bowler.
Going a record of 22 per wicket as an all-rounder. 35 with the bat, 22 with the ball. Incredible. Rahat Ali in now, and Root pushes into the offside. There's a misfield at cover, and that means there's a chase on for third man. He picks up now, but not before Root has touched down and returned for a second. Root into his work nicely as 25 off 44, finding that natural tempo as he has done all summer.
He wasn't always fast, you know.
He was slow it down and swing it, yeah.
He was fast medium, lively. Yeah, he's lively. I was playing for Waverley in Australia when Pakistan played Australia, 76, 77. And Mushi and Asif were there, who played county cricket and that, and talked to me. I said he should bend his back. And really, he had a wonderful physique, didn't he? And he started to bowl sharp, and he actually won the Sydney Test match. He bowled non-stop for about 4 hours with lunch in between.
Yeah.
Bowled Australia out. He bowled, whoa, fantastic. Strong he was.
Yeah, I got, just from watching obviously, but got the impression that Imran was someone who was able to bowl, cog down and swing the ball and bowl with control, or he could bowl fast, so he could have a two-handed role.
Strong mentally as well, not just body. He was a mentally strong individual.
Well, it's a test for Vince's mental strength. He's 12 not out, and he's waiting for Yasir Shah, who's bounding in, and Vince is forward in defence. And Yasir feels still very little turn for the leg spinner, and mainly just zipping in towards the right hand.
If I was a leg spinner and captain, I would want to bowl very straight at Vince. He's obviously a guy, what bit I've seen of him in the few innings he's played, he likes the offside, the off-drive.
Shah in again. There it is, wide of the off stump. Vince thinks about driving and decides against.
So with it not turning, which he hasn't, I wouldn't give him that. I'd keep it very straight, and I want to see what other things he's got in his locker. He may have other good things, he may have on drive and so forth, but I'd want to find out. I wouldn't give him his off drive, his favourite.
Shah in now, and Vince is he on the pad, very close, could be out and turned down. And they think about a review. I think Sarfraz's left foot is guiltily positioned to his left-hand side as though he was going down leg. And Misbah's just having a chat to Yasir Shah. It did feel as though it was sliding, but very little turn. It was quicker and straighter. Vince went to whip it.
It's his running ball, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's his running ball. If you watch his wrist, it runs at you. Just so it runs onto you a bit quicker. It's not leggy.
Yasir Shah in, and Vince is right forward defensively. It's a good test, this.
Bowl straight. Yeah, it's missing leg still. We've seen it.
166 for 2.
See, they're coming out top of the hands. It comes side.
Yasir in as another straight ball. Bowled lots of those today. Which way is the breeze coming from? It's actually pushing it into the right-hander. It's actually slightly behind him, if anything.
I don't like him at that end. I think he has to try the other end. Just try it.
That been given out, it would have stayed out, by the way. It's hitting sort of half of leg stump, so that's too close for comfort from a batsman point of view.
Umpire don't see all those replays we get, though, does he? So I think it's right.
Fair enough, yeah. Yasir Shah in now. Another quicker, straighter ball, and Vince more watchful this time.
You and I would be cross as a batsman
Yeah,
if every 50-50 they gave out, we wouldn't have made too many runs.
True. Well,
Will be a lot of times we were pretty cross in that dressing room, let me tell you.
very true. End of the over, 166 for 2. Andrew Sampson.
Imran Khan got you out 3 times in first class cricket. 89 and 1974 for Oxford, isn't it?
70?
74.
74.
At 89. And he got you at Middlesbrough in 1980 for 3. And then Hove in 1985 for 43 LBW.
Oh, he's a good bowler.
So was that your penultimate year, 85, Jeffrey? When did you stop?
Penultimate, 86.
86. That was the year I saw you, 85, at Canterbury. 166 for 2 after 52 overs.
I never played the festival there. There was a test match on. Never had the pleasure of the Yorkshire versus Kent, and our patroness, Katie Worsley, the Duchess of Kent, with her husband coming down for the festival. Everybody told me about it, but I was always a blinking test match on. Missed out. When the tree
Great
was still
feature of
there.
the county game, those festivals. I loved them.
Everybody said they were fantastic. I was at Scarborough, it was wonderful. And
my favourite
ground.
ground.
They're lovely. I mean, they were just, look
what's going on here? I don't understand this. So,
how many more?
Root's getting a drink.
He hasn't been out there an hour and he has to have a drink. Why do you think we managed before?
Play? I think he might be having a painkiller or something. I don't know whether there's a break in play. The 12th man's going to... I think there was actually some medical assistance as well, because it's not just the 12th man, it's also the physio or trainers out there as well.
Simon says he's hurt his side or something.
I think he has, yeah. He's just...
Well, so what? Take the tablets before you go in. We were stoppages yesterday. How many overs were we short? It's ridiculous, 9 short. I mean, they pay a lot of money, the public. We're not selling the game well, but, I'll not go there anymore. It's just, look at it, took him ages, put his gloves on, took 2 tablets, could have bowled another over.
Anyway, Joe's ready now. Joe Root is ready, and so is Rahat Ali, persisting with the 7-2. The match is going through a slightly quiet period. England not finding runs easy to come by. Pakistan trying to be patient. Ali in, full and wide, and another tempter. Root not suckered into it. Root skipping around on his toes. He's trying to get his body moving again. Obviously, slight ailment. We'll find out more at lunch, I expect.
Well, if you only play cricket or any sport when you were 100%, you not play too many times. You've got an ache or something somewhere.
Particularly bowlers rather than batsmen. Rahat Ali in now, again wide of the off stump. And the ball's just died there. He's gone. Sarfraz has hurt his right hand. The ball's bounced 2 or 3 times on the way through to the keeper. This pitch, all the life and zip's gone out of it, hasn't it, Jeffrey?
That's why I've said my bit how it start. But listen, Closer used to walk into our dressing room in the 60s. 12 people only. We didn't pay for any more, the club. Right, anybody not fit? You got half your wages in match fees, so nobody spoke up. You had to be really injured not to say, look, I'm not fit, Captain. You got a bruised finger or what?
Ali in again, wide of the off stump, left alone by Joe Root.
Concentrates your mind very well when half your wages, you got half salary and then a lot in match fee and win bonus. So when he actually said, you know, and you got a badly bruised finger, you've been hit the match before, and it was up there, and you got a slight crack that was painful, you taped it up, and as long as you could play, you played.
Ahead of their time, Yorkshire, with their not quite a 0 hours contract. It was a 50% contract, so the rest of it you had to pay by performance, Jeffrey.
Yeah, well.
1960s Yorkshire ahead of the time. Rahat Ali in now. Again, this is, to be honest with you, it's pretty dull cricket. He's bowling very wide, almost wide, so half volley length with a 7-2 offside field. And it's pretty bleak to watch because it's just daring Joe Root to take on a wide half volley. Root's resisted the temptation so far.
I think the idea is right, it's just too wide. Maybe he's not good enough to bowl it in the areas that sucks Joe into playing the shot. I mean, they did this very well at Lord's, the first test. But they made it reverse a bit, so you had to play.
Rahat Ali again, that's a better line, just outside off stump. And Root actually did almost an impression of Steve Waugh in that back defence. He was right over his front leg, knee bent, not getting past that. Jeffrey would have enjoyed that defensive shot. 166 for 2.
I don't like to see him bowling too wide and just making it a stalemate, then, like you've mentioned, but I think the play is good to get them to drive through the offside. That's a fair, you know, game plan. And he's got to get it in the right area. What's happening now?
There's something on a length, I don't know. Could be an insect, I think, by the way that Joe Root's been quite ginger and cautious about how he moves it away. If it was a piece of dirt, I think he'd have whacked it by now. Yeah. Maybe he's a Jain. The Jain religion's based on harmlessness, isn't it? Don't harm a living thing. I don't think so. We'll find out.
Oh, I don't read like you, Wordsmith. I don't know about that one.
Rahat Ali in now. Nice off drive by Joe Root. Well fielded with extra cover. And at the end of it, can only be described as a very long and not terribly interesting over. It's 166 for 2. More thoughts from you, Jeffrey, and then it's time for Henry Blofeld.
Yeah, it's a bit puzzling why neither side have made it reverse swing. And before we even knew about reverse swing, and I was playing for many years, I used to get odd people who were real supporters and lovers of the game. Some people were professors and all sorts of things would write to you or stop you and tell you why it swung and when it swung and overcast. And I've never really believed it. I think some days it just swings and some it doesn't. I don't understand why. I've seen it swing on sunny days. I don't think it swings just because it's overcast. And I don't know why it reverse swings and why it doesn't.
And it is the leg spinner in again, and forward there comes Vince, just pushing it back to the bowler.
Keep it straight to him. Don't give him that cover drive that he loves, and make him do something different.
Yes, there it is. Hoists that right shirt sleeve, and now here he is again, up to the wicket, yet bowls. Vince is forward, pushing out on the onside, and the fielder coming in there from mid-wicket picks up. We've got Azhar Ali, who's a very, very, very close silly point now. I mean, he really is almost on the main bit of the pitch. And if he leant forward, he could touch Vince, just about. We got Azhar there, and also a slip. And here comes Azhar Bowles, and that's driven by Vince nicely down there to Mohammed Amir in his sun hat at mid-off. And there's no run. He's quite deep at mid-off, but Vince hit that one too hard for them to consider a single. And it's Yasser again, up to the wicket, overcomes his arm. Vince is forward, running that between the two short fielders on the offside to backward point, and there's no run there. People are still wandering in. A chap in a green shirt there in the terracing away to our left is finding his seat. And the crowd has swollen quite a lot since the start of play, but there are plenty of empty seats. And it's surprising that the ground isn't fuller with a match in this situation. Yasser bowls, and that's played away nicely off his pads to mid-wicket, and there is no run there. Yes, you would think that the cricket lovers of Birmingham have rather missed out today, because it is a fascinatingly poised game of cricket, and really all roads, one feels, should lead to Edgbaston. Yasser is in again. He's up to the wicket. He bowls. Vince it forward, just dropping that down in front of him. Azhar Ali picks up. It is the end of the over. 166 for 2. Root has got 25. Vince has got 12. And when Yasser's bowling, you always feel something might be happening, which is rather more than you could say when Rahat Ali was bowling the over before.
Well, I thought that was a good over. He bowled everything very straight. He didn't give him that offside ball where he likes to get. He looks to me as he's an offside player. There was one ball only that he tried to get inside out and drive it, and it went to mid-off quite quickly. And that's what I say. I've watched him back, the little bit he spent in the middle. He hasn't spent enough, to be honest. But I want to see something else from him. And I think if they keep him under pressure, don't give him the offside, something will happen.
Rahat is into Root. Root is forward, but that one beat the outside edge. It was the angle of delivery that went past the outside edge. The ball didn't shape away towards the slips, but that was a moral victory at any rate for the bowler. And in the previous over, Rahat had been trying to do that, but he'd been letting the ball go too wide of the stumps, and Root never considered playing at 3 or 4 of them. But he was drawn into a stroke then, and the edge might easily have come.
And he's batting on off stump, even outside. He's got right over again like he did at Old Trafford.
He is indeed. You can see it very well from where we're sitting. And here comes Rahat into bowl him again. And Root goes back and tries to force that one away, the offside, and finds Shafiq there at a scrab of the wicket at old-fashioned point, really. And talking about players being injured and not wanting to, to put themselves on the injured list, I remember talking to George Duckworth when I first started broadcasting. George Duckworth did some scoring for us, and he said he remembered playing through most of a season with a chipped finger.
Had to, Henry. You got quite good match fees.
And Rahat Ali again in bowls that Root. Root go back. He blew it and he felt for that one. That was not a good stroke. And Root looking a little bit bemused there. The second time in the over, Rahat has got one past the outside edge. And it was a good ball.
Yeah, it's a good ball. He's got a good line on Root.
Wolverine's claws.
Oh, are they indestructible? Right. Handy. So Yasir Shah bowls to Vince, who clips the ball to mid-wicket, straight to the cricket. There's no run. Score rate's 220 for 2.
If you are a merchant of doom,
yeah.
How do you sell your doom?
Icy cold. A dark halo around it. Yasir Shah bowls a tossed-up ball, bowling round the wicket, don't forget, to Vince, who comes forward in defence and plays it gently back to the bowler. My doom sort of presents itself in seeing perils that aren't necessarily there.
Are you like this in the dressing room?
Oh, all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Well, actually, less so when captain, actually. I was more gung-ho as captain. It's Yasir bowls, that's down the leg side, turned into the onside. Root wanted to there was a mix-up, but in the end, Root decides to go back. That was a very yes, no, after you. What do you think?
Yeah.
In the end, no great danger.
Probably was one there if you both got the nod and got on your bike.
The teams I played for tended to be so bad that I actually saw quite benefits in losing draws. I wouldn't mind that. 240 plays 85 for 9. I came out of there feeling really quite pumped up. So, but it's when I want other things to happen, like the England football team to beat Iceland. I predicted that loss. Yasir bowls. That's turned again gently into the onside of the front foot. The wicket-keeper can field. as he only moved about 3 feet away from Vince. There's no run. Vince on 27 from 91 balls. It's been slow progress for Vince. He's under a lot of pressure.
It's his dangerous time, 20 to 30 odd.
Yasir Shah bowls, and that's tickled round a corner. Short, fine leg, no run. This is most extraordinary. It's rare, isn't it, that you find in the commentary box that the window cleaners are in. I don't see that very often.
Looks like Harry Worth.
Only Mohammed 74 gone, 6 more to the new ball. Vince kept strike with that single. He has 28. Root 62, the lead 118. Now, they're persisting. Oh no, hang on. Is this Rahat Ali who's coming into the attack? Now, this is confusing me now, Phil, because Sohail Khan will have had a spell leading up to the new ball. Then Rahat Ali would have had a spell leading up to the new ball. Only Mohammed Amir will be fresh. They will take the new ball, won't they?
I should imagine so. I mean, when things aren't happening on a pretty docile pitch, usually a new ball is what you're after. Something, usually the odd one swings, the odd one nips or something.
This is where they're really missing Mohammed Hafiz's bowling, isn't it? Because he presumably would have got through 5 or 6 at least in the
That turns them into a 5-man attack, doesn't it?
Yes.
Which is what you're always after as a test playing side. You want 5 decent bowlers.
Yeah.
4 decent bowlers is all right if they're on song, but if you get on top of them on a flat pitch, it becomes quite tricky to keep rotating them.
And this is the awkwardness that Misbah has got, which is presumably why Rahat's into the attack. I still think that maybe a couple of overs from Azhar Ali would have done not too much harm. I mean, the lead's only 118. It would have asked a question of the England batsman, but they've not decided to go with that. Instead, Vince faces up to Rahat. It's shortish outside the off stump, left alone, swaying away is Vince.
I know why.
Oh.
Well, James Vince has nicked off to the lefties more, hasn't he? He's looked to get that booming cover drive out the left-hander.
Don't you want the new, try him out with a new ball with that? I mean, he's been out there for 50 minutes since lunch, so he's probably feeling relatively in. It's been
we shall see.
Yeah. Yes, well,
I'll be surprised
a wicket will fall this ball now.
Yes, I'm surprised if they don't take the new ball, but as I said, I've got most things wrong this test match, so they'll probably keep ploughing on with the old one.
You and me both. Rahat, left arm over the wicket to Vince, who gets up on his toes and pushes the back of a length ball into the covers. Yasir Shah does the fielding, and there's no run. 221 for 2. The thing is, the lead of 118, in a sense, Misbah can afford, can't he? I mean, let's say that Azhar bowled 3 overs and they went for 20 or something. And that, I mean, that'd be a lot, and it would be undesirable. But you've got Yasir Shah bowling at the other end.
You're going for the strangle, aren't you? You're going for a bit of a strangle, really, with men on the boundary, just to save your seam bowlers. But
yeah. Well, here is Rahat, running away from us, slightly listing run. It's one of the pads that Vince looks to turn into the onside, and instead the ball cannons off him and goes out into the offside. And there's no run. Score remains 221 for 2. 5.5 overs to go till the new ball. The sun is properly out. It's best conditions we've had of the entire game. The flags, well, I was going to say limp and lifeless. As the moment I said that, one of them came bursting into life ever so slightly. So there's a sort of gentle zephyr, just moving from left to right across the ground from where we're sitting at the pavilion end. And Rahat Ali is in again. And it's wide outside the off stump. There's no run. Rahat, as he runs in, just slightly tilted like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, slightly to his right as he comes in, as if he's sort of looking slyly around a door to see who's waiting for him at the other end. And it's James Vince at the other end. He's got 2 slips, a third man, cover point extra mid-off, a deep extra cover. Who's that doing warm-ups here at mid-on? Is that Sohail? Or is it Mohammed Amir? Sohail has... in comes Rahat again, bowls a full ball, which is nicely driven, but not too much timing up to mid-off. Once more, Misbah does the fielding and rubs the ball on his trousers.
Well, I mean, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Gorgeous. You can see for miles. There was sun glinting off the windows at one point of many of those tower block buildings, and There was a piercing light that was shining back into my eyes.
I mean, there's a lot of fancy dress here. What would your sort of choice of fancy dress be on a hot day?
My choice of fancy dress on a Tarzan, probably. As Ryan Hatley comes into bowl and pushed out to the offside, and there's no run.
Yep, sorry, we're just having a little malfunction.
A mild technical hitch there. Yeah. Thank you, Phil. I'm now in a rather curious position. As the end of the over has arrived, 221 for 2.
We could deal with it.
Could you? Route 62, Vince 28. Be delicate with me, won't you? Shall I take them off and you chat?
OK, well, very good. Yes, new ball, I think, will be crucial. But you're right, I don't know quite why they're expending the energy of the seam. We shall see. Anyway, are you sorted yourself out?
Not yet.
It's chaos in here. We've got wires. Something's happened with the earphones, but it's nothing that can't be rectified. Hold on, there you go, mate. There you go, we're in.
Thank you.
Well
now my glasses are in an unusual position. Anyway, everything's back to normal. Yazir Shah is waiting to bowl.
Oh, I got a bit scared. I was a bit scared.
That was all very dramatic, wasn't it?
Everything's fine.
Route 62, Vince 28. Route is going to be on strike. There's a slip in, man on the 45, backward point, deep backward point. So shortish backward point and a deep backward point. There's an extra cover, mid off, mid on. Yazir Shah bowls to Route, who's
out. He's got him, he has got him. He's swept at it, he's got a thick edge on that, and Root can hardly believe it. His head gazes down into the ground. He's not yet moved. And now he finally drags his disconsolate and weary body away from the crease. He can't believe what he's done. Yazir Shah bowling around the wicket into the rough, and he's gone for the sweep. He's got a thick top edge, and it has ballooned in a gentle parabola into the hands of the fielder at short, fine leg.
Exactly.
And England have lost their third wicket. Exactly why Michael Vaughan said he should bowl round the wicket.
Yeah, it's a tempter, isn't it? It's like the game will go nowhere if you just want to keep padding me off. If you want to attack, which is Root's first inclination to put bat on the ball and to score runs, well, you're going to be taking a risk because there is a bit of rough out there. Bounced a little bit on him, got the top edge. Easy catch at the man on 45. So slightly done there by his own anxiety to get on with the game, if you know what I mean.
Good bit of bowling from Yazir Shah. Caught in the end by Mohammad Hafiz. It was the simplest of catches to the man. Stand there on 45.
And then Gary Ballance now coming in, so that door now again, we were saying, if they get another couple of wickets, now you've got the left-hander with the leggy bowling into the rough, could just open it up again.
118 the lead, and the new ball due in just under 5 overs time. So, spot on. The game is being set up again nicely. There's no point, really, at which this game has gone into a sort of moribund phase for more than about half an hour before the tension rebuilds, and it's done so here again right now as England have lost Root. Cook is already out, and Misbah-ul Haq has made an enormous deal about how England's two main batsmen, once you've got rid of them, there's huge pressure on the rest of the England order, and there really is, because whilst Johnny Bairstow has been in good form, hasn't necessarily piled on the runs in the last few Test matches.
And the old cliche of Boyks, 100, always had two wickets, you had another two, all of a sudden 118 lead, 4-5, and it's a tricky place to be.
Well, look, drinks are being taken because we're halfway through the session, and I think it makes sense for me to take my leave and leave you with Henry Blofeld to discuss just what Pakistan can do now to now they've prized the door open to barge their way through.
Yes, go and have a lie down after your microphone malfunction. That was quite exciting.
Tuffers, how marvellous. I think the feature of this afternoon's cricket, really, until Root was out then, was your selective memory, which I thought was delicious.
Well, there's a few.
Are you suddenly going to come up with some hundreds you scored?
Yes.
You've forgotten about.
Yes, a very fine one. Yes.
All these batsmen hitting you for 2 sixes and over. Did you ever hit anyone for 1 6 and over?
In Test match cricket? Yes. Might not have done.
You might not. You hit 1 or 2 in county cricket.
Oh, yeah. Oh, all the time.
I mean, Slogger Tuffers.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Over the toppers. Well, was a big blow for England, that. And it's very much game on. And this is the sort of test match where nothing can be taken for granted. These things are going to happen. I'm sure we're going to have many more twists and turns before this game is finished sometime tomorrow.
Would you say that was, for me, a poor shot selection by Joe
I thought
Root?
so.
That's
I thought
exactly the trap that he was looking to do.
It was. Well, that was the point.
Yeah.
And it was just the same as when Rahat Ali was drawing him into strokes before lunch outside the off stump.
Yeah.
He was doing then exactly what he shouldn't have been doing. And anyhow, Gary Ballance has come in. He's leaping around like a sort of a stag on a hill at the moment, loosening himself up, bending down, squatting, kicking up his legs behind him, doing the sort of exercises that I do every morning in my bathroom, and which we were talking about the other day, weren't we, Tuffers?
The mind boggles, bro.
I know, it certainly does. And with 3 men round the back, we got a forward short leg, a backward short leg, a slip, and also Misbah there at short mid-wicket. And Yasser is going to bowl round the wicket to the left hand. The Ballance taking a long time to look round the field. 3 men on the offside and 6 on the leg, and here is Yasser round the wicket, bowls, and Ballance lunges forward. That one goes out there defensively into the covers, and there is no run. And I think everyone in the ground now is on the edge of their seats. I think the Pakistani contingent, rather more so perhaps than the English supporters, because Pakistan really can sniff victory, I think, now. And here comes Yasser into Ballance. Ballance waits for that, plays it off the pitch, into the ground, and then into the hands of Azhar Ali there at forward short leg. And there is no run. We got on the offside a mid-off cover and a slip. On the leg side, 2 short legs, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-wicket saving 1, and deep backward square. And Yasser again, round the wicket in, both round. Ballance sweeps, and it's going to get a run down to deep backward square. And it's Sami Aslam, the fielder there. The throw comes in. So, Ballance is off the mark. And it's double Nelsons, 2-2-2 for 3. And Andrews wants to say something.
Joe Root, 62 of 123 balls with 8 fours. Yazir Shah, 89 wickets now in his 15th test, which equals the record for the most in the first 15 tests of a career. George Lohman.
George Lohman. Gosh, we're going back to the 18-somethings, aren't we?
Yep, 1890s. George Lohman holds the record for fastest to 100 tests in 100 wickets in 16 tests.
George Lohman, the brother of Loch Lomond.
Not quite.
No. And it's Yasser Shah. He's going to bowl now to James Vince. And he bowls. Vince comes forward, hits that on the full, not 4 runs. He played that into the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. And it is Sohail who goes running back in that rather thumping way of his to fetch the ball. That was a gimme, and he hit it extremely well, taking the score to 226 for 3, and Vince goes to 32. Well, Yasser gave him a chance, and he accepted it in both hands.
Yeah, a bit of a freebie there, but wasn't it?
It was
full toss, low full toss round the ankle.
But you've always got to be prepared to take them, haven't you? And here is Yasser again in, and very sensibly Vince just puts out a front leg. The ball hits it about a foot wide of the leg stump, and it trickles away to Hafiz at short fine leg. And it is the end of the over. 226 for 3 England, which means they are now 123 runs ahead. And it's 32 to Vince and 1 to Ballance.
And leggies do seem to have that, don't they? They have that ability to bowl an absolute half tracker or full toss, and you manage to pick a fielder out in the deep or anything, so got to be careful of that.
Well, you can't. Leg spinners get wickets with full tosses, don't they?
Oh, I've seen so many.
Batsmen's ears go back, woof, and it goes straight down someone's throat. And it's going to be Rahat again. And while Ballance is taking guard of the ground field, I want to say thank you very much indeed to Jim Davis, who was the Stone Town mayor. And he says, thanking us for 50 years of pleasure listening to TMS. He bought some lovely pork pies yesterday.
Oh, nice.
The Stone Town in Staffordshire. They were absolutely delicious, so thank you, Jim. And here comes Rahat in, both Ballance. Ballance tried to get around the corner, and it's a diving half-stop by Sarfraz, and the ball goes away, leg by, came off Balance's pad, and a good stop that, actually, by Sarfraz. He stopped 3 runs. Hafiz went back from slip and picked it up, and they got just the single. So to go 227 for 3. And I've got another list of thank you coming on after this next delivery. Yes, I have.
What are they, pork pies or cakes?
And they're photographs.
Oh.
Pictures, photographs. We got the most lovely photographs all around this studio commentary box. And it is Rahat in, outside the off stump, no stroke there from Vince, through to the keeper. No, there are lots of photographs here, and I was... there are two of them, actually. One of me interviewing Viv Richards.
Yes.
And Neil Snowball, the chief executive of Warwickshire, has had another one framed and given to me. And I said how much I like the one of the 6 of us commentators here in 1978, CMJ, Brian Johnston, Trevor Bailey, Don Mosey, and me. And he's given me one of those too. So isn't that lovely? Framed as well.
Yeah.
So I'm a lucky boy. Very generous of Warwickshire. And here comes Rahat in, it's short, and Vince got up on his toes, plays that down to short extra cover, and there is no run.
Have you got a spot earmarked for on blowers already in the household?
I think I can go more than that. I've got a couple of spots. Spotters, yes, absolutely. And
above the bed, perhaps?
No, I would need wifely permission, that, wouldn't it? I've got an assortment of nice pictures in the room. One of a cricket match at Lord's in 1890. And here is Rahat again in bowls, and that's attempt by Vince to turn that round the corner. He doesn't succeed, hits him on the pad, bounces out in the offside. He played a similar stroke in Rahat's last over, actually. And he was pitching outside the leg stump. There was no problem of LBW there. But he was trying to tickle it round the corner. I'm not sure it didn't bounce a little bit low, that one, from the way he played it. Just sight signed up as a very bounce.
Odd bit.
Isn't there?
One leapt at Joe Root very early, but if anything, it might just start going underground because it's been a hot day, or lack of bounce, but we shall see tomorrow. There might be more movement tomorrow.
Rahat it is into Vince. They're outside the off stump. Vince impeccably leaves that alone. It won't have anything to do with it. He's had one or two flirts outside the off stump since lunch, but he has got away with it. Tuffers is disappearing, and I don't know who is emerging behind. Oh, it's my my futuristic stage partner, Graham Swan. Swanee, very good to see you.
Hello, Henry. How are you? I'm still reeling, Henry, from that dismissal of Joe Root. What was he thinking?
I know, he fell into the trap, didn't he? Oh, Swanee.
Dear God.
These things happen. I don't know he can do anything about it. Here comes Rahat again in outside the off stump, and Vince just lets it go by. No, not tempted to flirt with that. And now, of course, with Root's departure, the responsibility on Vince's shoulders increases enormously.
It does. He's playing very nice, though, playing very straight. I've been very impressed. Just going back to it, for so long in this innings, I mean, since Lord's, Yasir Shah has been nullified completely by England. They've played him so sensibly, played him very straight. They've made him desperate, and he's not bowled very well. He's not spun the ball very much on this pitch. And so in desperation, he went round the wicket, set the trap like deep square leg or short sweep, short fine leg. And when the ball's landing in the rough, the worst possible shot is the sweep. It's an absolute lottery.
Well, the bounce,
because you cannot control the bounce.
Of course you can't.
And he went straight for it and nicked it off. And to be fair, Joe knows how horrific a dismissal it was. It took him 20 minutes to get off the field. I've never seen a longer, slower walk.
Well, we needed a sort of forklift truck.
Oh, dear Lord.
227 for 3. Balance has 1. He's facing Yasir Shah now. And at the other end, Vince has 32. There's a lot of general shuffle houses going on in the field. And when it's all sorted itself out, Misbah is standing there at short mid-wicket like a tic-tac man. And we've got now, it's the same sort of component mixture, 3 on the offside, 6 on the leg side. And Yasir hitches up that right shirt sleeve, and now here he comes, licks his finger in, bowls to balances forward, pushing out in the offside, and Yasir goes after it. Twinkling footwork of his. We got on the leg side 2 short legs, 1 forward, 1 back, short mid-wicket, mid-wicket saving 1, and deep-ish backward square, about 2/3 the way back to the fence. Yasir's in, bowls, and Balance thrusts forward as he did for such a long time when making that excellent 70 in the first innings.
Yeah.
And it's Azhar Ali, short leg, there, who picks up and stands almost square with the wicket, hands behind his back. Now they come forward, he claps, squats down, and Yasser is in, bowls, thrust forward by Balance, and Azhar goes down his right knee and picks that one up. The ground is by no means full, but there are a great many more people here than there were at the start today. But lots of empty seats, if any of you are within earshot, and a terrific game of cricket going on in front of us. And Yasser it is, round the wicket, in, bowls to Balance, Balance plays no stroke, and pads up. That was well wide of the off-stump, seemed to go straight on, and he went off his pad to Yunus Khan at slip. A row of people over there in the Eric Hollis stand, dressed in fancy dress as traffic cones. I don't think I'd ever think of putting on, becoming a traffic cone if I wanted to be fancy dressified. And here's Balance driving, and he's getting round, sliding off the face of the bat, going away towards the square third-man boundary, chased voluminously by the massive Sohail, and they come back for 3 runs. So that takes Balance to 4, and the total now goes up to 230 for 3. I must say, when Sohail Khan runs after the ball, you can sort of almost hear it's a bit like a Centurion tank going through the gears, isn't he?
Just see trees crashing down on either side of him.
Well, I know. He's a big lad, and he doesn't, I think, have synchro mesh. You know, he hasn't got an automatic gearbox.
Well, apparently he, to prepare his body for fast bowling, he hurls rocks down hills.
Oh my dear old thing. Here comes Yasser, round the wicket now, in, bowls to Vince. Vince comes forward, drives, fielded by Misbah at short mid-wicket, went straight to him. And it is the end of the over. 230 for 3, 4 to Balance, and 32 to Vince.
Well, one thing I hope Alistair Cook's doing at the moment, I hope he's paying attention to this test match, because the fields that Misbah-ul-Haq and Yasir Shah are setting for the spinner are excellent. Every fielder is in the position to either take a catch or convince the batsman to hit it somewhere else. Their deep fielders are 2/3 of the way out for mishits that will then become chances. There was a very astute field set for Joe Root. They played with his ego and said, you know, we'll set this field, you wouldn't dare sweep, and of course he swept and got out. So it's a very intelligent field. All the angles are covered. They're not messing around with deep points and things like that, even though England are 130 ahead. And sometimes you have to do that as a spinner or as a captain. Look at other people, look at what they're doing. They know their game, and they're doing it better than we are, so how can we copy them?
Yeah, it's a very good point you make. And it is Rahat Ali now coming into the left-handed Balance. 2 slips, they go down. Rahat's in, bowls. Balance drives nicely, and that's going away through the extra cover. He hit that very well indeed. And so 4 more to Balance. He goes along to 8. It's 234 for 3, and Graham Swan holds his hand up to me as though he's directing traffic. I don't know if he was.
No, I do. I pressed your button by accident trying to turn mine off. I do apologise, Henry.
No one's pressed my button for years.
His first runs, Rahat's conceded in 43 balls. He bowled 5 overs maidens in a row at the end of his previous spell and 2 in a row at the start of this one.
Well, to be fair, of those 43 balls, 42 of them were 3 foot wide of off stump. So
41.
Well, Rahat it is, bowling again to Balance. Balance is looking in good form. Rahat's up to the wicket now. He's there, he bowls, Balances forward. Bat and pad really locked together in a sort of thou shalt not pass sort of way, and indeed the ball doesn't pass. It goes out gently to short extra cover, and there is no run. Misbah was the man who picked it up. A few bits of paper, balls of paper being thrown around in the open terracing on the way there to our left, and I still get fascinated by those fancy dresses people as traffic cones. And
I think they're celebrating the closure of Junction 6 of the M6 that I encountered last night at 11:30. Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness, here comes Rahat again in outside the off stump, no stroke there, falling take by Sarfraz. Yes, when I go back onto a road and see a traffic cone, I just look twice to make sure it's not you.
Yeah, I was on the way, but I played a charity cricket game with my good friend Chris Reed last night in Nottingham.
Oh, did you?
It was all very good, but I came back after the game exhausted. And at 11:30, realised Spaghetti Junction was closed, and my diversion took me in Birmingham the other direction. I realised I don't know Birmingham very well, Henry, and I got horrifically lost. and my sat-nav was about as useful as a chocolate fire guard.
You can tell us after this ball how many wickets you got. And Rahat is in. He's up to the wicket. He bowls now to bounce, turning around the corner, misses, and overbounces across the offside, and it's taken there by Sarfraz, member of the ground staff, in a reddish shirt and shorts, walks past the mechanised covers over there. He's a man in search of something. Do you get any wickets?
None for. I did have a 13-year-old lad run past an arm ball, but the keeper didn't take the bails off. Let him have another go.
Oh, very generous. It's Brian Johnston once said when he took a stumping, someone said to him, how very generous of you to give him every chance of getting back. And here is Rahat outside the off stump, no stroke from balance. Through it goes to Sarfraz, passes it sideways to the rather rakishly sun-hatted figure of Yunus Khan, who got his name quite nobly on the scorecard this morning. Took a very good catch wide to his right at second slip to send back Hales. It was the second wicket that fell in the opening 20-minute spell this morning. And it was an extraordinary start today. England had made such a measured 120 yesterday, these two, Cook and Hales, and yet both were out very soon after the start today. And here is Rahat again, balances forward, little bit uncertainly, playing it back down the pitch to the bowler, who picks it up, throws it there to Yasser, who was alongside him on the onside. And Yasser takes off his sweater and is going to bowl. The score is 234 for 3. It is 8 to balance and 32 to Vince.
It was good fun last night. A lot of the Nottinghamshire lads came out to play to support the charity.
You score any runs?
I was caught deep square leg second ball for 1.
For 1?
Yeah. Which is an improvement on last year where I was caught first ball for 0, obviously. Against a radio presenter playing his first ever game of cricket, who I was genuinely trying to hit for 6, a friend of mine, Sam Pinkham. So it was all good. But we had a couple of good umpires in the game, Peter Moores and Andy Pick.
Oh, well,
high-profile umpires.
Yeah. Pickers, oh, yes, goodness me. And now here comes Yasser, starting a new over from the Birmingham end. In bowls to Vince. Vince turns it round the corner. That pitch well wide of the leg stump. And he just turned it down there to Mohammed Hafiz at short fine leg. And there is no run. A lot of chanting going on. The crowd really has woken up, and this cricket has been tremendously exciting all through this match. And here is Yasser again. Oh, and he comes forward. Vince gets the edge. It's being chased away down to third man by Yunus Khan. They come back for a second run. Bye is being signalled. Well. I thought for a moment that it had come off the edge of the bat. I think it may actually have come off the wicketkeeper's pad.
Yeah, this was big spin out of the rough outside the leg stump.
It was, wasn't it? It turned a long way.
Yasser Shah still bowling round the wicket. Vince just propped forward. Huge turn from outside leg. Went straight past the bat. And as you say, Henry, hit the keeper's pads.
And here comes Yasser again in, and Vince is forward, playing that to short mid-wicket, and Misbah goes to his right and fields, and there's no run.
It seems like the Holly stand has just woken up.
The traffic cones are chanting. Look at them all there. I shall always look at traffic cones in another light after this. What a thing to come in fancy dress. And here is Yasser again. Forward there goes Vince, and Yasser himself walks across in front of his captain at short mid-wicket and picks up. And I dare say if you're a bowler and you want to continue bowling, you want to save your captain from bending if you can. And Yasser did his duty then, all right. Here he is again, round the wicket, in, outside the leg. So sweep there by Vince. It's going for 4 runs. Was that bat? Is it by? I think it was bat, yes. Under edge, 4 runs. And effective. It was a long way outside the leg stump, but pitching in the rough, a dangerous stroke nonetheless.
A horrible shot. I just can't understand how James Vince, after watching Joe Root play this shot, attempt to play the shot and get out, could possibly think this is the way to play it. By playing with a straight bat a few balls ago, when it did spin extravagantly, he just missed it and he was not dismissed. It's fraught with danger playing that shot, and Mark Ramprakash, I hope, is remonstrating badly on the balconies, telling his batsmen, for goodness sake, don't fall into that trap.
240 for 3 then, and here is Yasser again into Vince. Vince just puts his left leg forward outside the line of the leg stump, lets the ball hit it, and that is the end of the over. 240 for 3. Balance has got 8, and Vince has 36.
Yeah, the way that James Vince played that last delivery of the over was much better. It was pitched in the same place that Joe Root's sweep shot, top edge ball pitch, but he just kicked it. It's pitched outside leg stump. He cannot be LBW. He cannot be out any way in the world if he just puts his legs down, keeps the hands and the bat out of the way.
Say something else quietly, because I'm going to pass over now to Ed Smith.
Thank you, Henry. So it's definitely the way to play, to sweep. I mean, he got away with that sweep shot and it went fine for 4. It is fraught with danger. There's a short fine leg and a deep square leg for either a short top edge or a heavy top edge. And if another England batsman gets out like that, surely it is a good enough reason to bring back hanging. Ed Smith. Sorry, Ed's just putting on a pair of earmuffs. Ed Smith.
Afternoon, Graham. Afternoon, everyone. I was thrown a little bit of a dumpy by Henry, who gestured that only one microphone was working, but I think we're all right. Rahat Ali in now, balanced back and across, and left alone. Now, Graham, you're a very positive cricketer. How should England be approaching this? Are they going the right way at the moment?
They are going the right way, aside from these silly sweep shots against the leg spin from outside the rough. I mean, they're 140 ahead. Gary Ballance, I've been impressed with him in this game. He doesn't seem perturbed by anything outside of his little bubble. I know that's a bit of a cliche at the minute, but he seems to be just batting happily now. His feet are moving. He played a lovely cover drive. They just need to accumulate 250 runs today. And then tomorrow morning they can think, right, how are we going to win this game? We're going to get 300 ahead, pull out. If they get more runs tonight, great, but they need those wickets in hand.
Ballance right across his stumps and is beaten by a good one by Rahat Ali. Starts just outside leg stump Ballance and then triggers right across, ends up on off stump. It's a big movement.
Yeah, my issue with suddenly thinking, right, Yasir Shah, we've got to start sweeping him, it's nonsensical. It's such stupid cricket. Joe Root tried it once out. James Vince has just tried it, despite being the batsman at the other end when it happened. You could argue if Vince gets out doing it, he is more culpable than Root. He should be held to account more. So messages either need to be run to the middle. Like if you do get out sweeping, walk the other way. Do not come to this dressing room.
You'd have been a tough captain, Graham. Rahat Ali in, left arm over bowls. And Ballance works it into the onside. Andrew.
New ball was due at the beginning of this over, but they haven't taken it yet.
Andrew, is there a certain way of finding out on your computer how quickly a trap has worked for a batsman, or a stupidity index for how quickly someone's fallen into a trap?
No, but there probably should be.
It'd be like the David Gower at Adelaide just before the ball before lunch being caught at deep mid-wicket or deepish mid-wicket. Joe Root's today, for me, would rate fairly highly on the Brosnan scale.
We'll leave that last illusion unexamined.
Sorry, that was very harsh on poor Tim. Sorry, mate.
2 slips, wait for Rahat Ali. He's in now, bowls a bouncer and Ballance ducks. Or sways, rather. Beautiful sunny day here at Edgbaston. It's been a lovely day for cricket. Warm and sunny. And the test match is slowed in pace, having rattled along in the first day, being an all-out just under 300, and then the pitch has got flatter and deader. Both sides have been not happy to slightly retreat into a more defensive mindset. England grinding away. Pakistan have bowled a lot of balls wide of off stump. Here's Rahat Ali again, and there is exactly one of those.
He has hidden the ball, hasn't he, Rahat Ali?
Yeah.
I think it's quite a good tactic, actually. I mean, I chastised him not long ago. So he's bowled 5 mains, yeah, but they've all been hidden. But it's a definite tactic. Try and starve England from one end of runs, leading them to play silly shots at the other, which is exactly what they did. Poor old Joe Root, not poor old Joe, daft old Joe Root to Yasir Shah. So I'm not going to be able to let that go. No. Throwing your wicket away to the opposition spinner, that's...
Spinners have a thing about soft wickets against spin. I think it's partly a jealousy issue, to be honest, Graham.
Absolutely.
I think it's like one of the other fraternity getting freebies. No, it's Ali in now, another good one. He's beaten Ballance twice this over.
Yeah, it's why don't their batsmen do that to me? Yeah. You can't always say that against Pakistan, because they used to get a few freebies thrown your way as well. I used to imagine the opposition spinner in there having a go at their batsmen, but still, there we go.
Attendance today, 15,785. A good portion of those are in the Holly stand, so still quite a few seats to the left of our media stand here. But it's been a really good event, this test match. Yesterday was the pick of the days in terms of atmosphere, full house and excellent days playing them, forcing their way back into it. Still could
could possibly be an absolutely classic match.
It's all set up, isn't it? It's perfectly poised. They just have to be wary. Each time they lose a wicket, men will swarm around the bat. Yasir Shah will run with a bit more fervour, a bit more energy. Really got to make sure that partnerships are so vital. James Vince and Gary Ballance here have to take it upon themselves. So, right, we want to lead by 300. We'll get us to 300. We're not going to let anyone else do it.
Yasir Shah's going to continue. He's coming over the wicket. Vince, tall right-hander, waits and lets this one go outside the off stump. What have you made of Vince today, Graham? Particularly sort of technically against spin. What are your...
It's been solid, been very solid. Apart from one mistake.
Let that sweep shot
go.
I'm
going to let it go. I'm not even going to mention it.
Yeah.
It's been very solid.
Shah again, and Vince pushes off the back foot, and we'll get an easy single out to deep point. Moves to 37. England 241 for 3.
But this, I was saying this earlier. James Vince looks like a real Test batsman to me. He looks like the real deal. He always gets in. He gets to around this point actually, 30 odd. He always faces nearly 100 balls, and then tends to nick off, so he needs to just knock that out. But I think he's a very, very fine player. I mean, he's aesthetically pleasing, but technically he's very, very correct as well. I do like him. I think he's got a future.
Balance now is readying himself, and Yasir Shah's going to bowl round the wicket into that rough. Very difficult for left-handers when they come in. Here's Shah, and Balance gets a sharply bouncing, turning ball, and the danger there is you just middle it onto the batting crease and it spins back towards the stumps. Gets away with this one. I remember Rahul Dravid explaining to me how to avoid that happening on a bouncy wicket playing Anil Kumble, but it involved a level of riskiness and finesse that most of us are sitting there going, yeah, whatever, hope for the best. Yasir Shah in now, and Balance gets a single out to deep backward square leg. Yeah, I think a couple of us have played on. There was a lot of underspin and it was sort of rolling back. And then I think Rahul was trying to explain that if you just rolled your hands over it and went to square leg, played against the spin, you never played on. We just went, yeah, okay. Give me 5 or 7 years in Bangalore and there will be a chance. Balance has got off strike. 242 for 3. Vince with a slip and a silly point in front of him pushes forward. Another one of those straighter balls from Yasir Shah. Been bowling for LBW's you sense a lot today. The main sort of progress in terms of probability today has been the growth of the draws. Now CricViz is saying it's nearly 60%. Pakistan 15%, England 25%. Shah in again, and Vince is right forward. And that's how it feels. At the start of play, all three results were roughly even.
I still think they are. I think the draw is probably 20% for me now. I think a win for either team is looking strong.
40-40-20 is what I feel.
Well, we're going all around the world, Ed. Got a message here from a naked Greg James on the beach. He says, hello, my dear old things. Worth the day to be able to listen to Blowers and Swanee. I'm sure you as well, Ed. From France, what a brilliant test match so far. And I think I'll reiterate that. This is a brilliant test match. Put some clothes on, Greg, for goodness sake.
We were just chatting before about in the days before listening online.
I'm doing that because he wants stuff me out of sight. He was on BBC Three with a band or someone on, and I sent him a message, said, oh, this is brilliant, great to see. Sent him a text message and he immediately came through. We've had text through, Graham's naked in his hotel room listening to whoever it was. Stuffed me out of sight.
I hope Greg's enjoying the coverage. Ali continues, Balance back and across in his crease, short ball and ducks underneath it. Balance wearing a big chest pad, you can see underneath his shirt, even from here. Yeah, the point we were chatting about earlier on is that in the days when it was long wave only,
yes,
if you were abroad but you were sort of relatively close in Europe, you could sort of still get the cricket for a phone. It was actually 2009.
It's about 250 miles from London, wasn't it?
Something like that,
yeah.
Exactly. And 2009, actually, I wasn't working on the test match at the Oval when you secured the Ashes by getting Mike Hussey caught at bat pad by Alistair Cook. And I was just driving in France, listening on my long wave radio, and it was just cutting out. I think I stopped by the roadside, some service station. Rahat Ali in now, and Balance shovels it on the onside, nicely timed. It could run all the way for 4. Really good shot, wasn't that bad a ball, and runs into the boundary foam now.
So annoying for bowlers. Just strayed a little bit on line, but Ballance latched onto it and whipped it away for 4.
So an innocuous turn to the leg side, just ran away for 4. So tell us more about your trip. Loire Valley,
exactly. And I don't think my newly married wife wasn't exactly what she was looking for. A trip around.
Tell me you didn't marry a woman who wasn't au fait with TMS.
Yeah. I said, before we go to the castles of Loire, can we just sit here in this dusty motorway service station and listen to TMS?
If you don't want me to listen to TMS, you succinctly describe the LBW law.
Yeah, exactly. Rahat Ali in now. Bowls. Oh, edged by Ballance. He's just squaring up a little bit, Gary Ballance. A couple of times he's played and missed, where he's ended up with his both feet facing straight down the pitch and his hips very square on. And that one there, a little bit of a away swing, but he just bat almost sort of coming towards the leg side rather than kind of coming down on the.
Tell you what I remember the most about the old long wave radio, medium wave, and this must still happen, I'm sure. I mean, I've unashamedly gone digital these days.
I still have a long
But when you're listening, and you used to get it on the football commentary a lot when we were driving in the winter, and you'd be going along like the A roads, and every time you went under power lines,
it crackles.
Yeah, and you'd miss out.
That's absolutely right.
And you'd flick between. It used to be for me like 909 and 693. Flick between the two to see which had the best reception at any time.
New ball has been taken. Pakistan, who persisted with the old one for 2.5 overs, have said no, we want that. The hard, shiny one. Rahat Ali's going to over the wicket. Good ball swung straight away. Nicely played by James Vince. That was a really good ball first up.
Great ball. I mean, there's been a few dismissals with the new ball. Stuart Broad was out very first ball with the second new ball in the first innings. This was a belter. So there's going to be swing. What were the other radio stations? I think Radio 1 was 10:53 or 10:89.
Atlantic Radio was on.
I used to listen to the charts, take the charts off the radio. I think I'm safe now. It's piracy
The
laws.
interesting thing about listening to long wave is there's obviously an element of nostalgia about it now.
Absolutely.
Rahat Ali, another good length ball, Vince's right forward. And even though obviously we all know digital radio and so on is much clearer and better quality, but there's still that, it's a connection with your childhood, probably listening to blowers and
it blows in the West Indies
and all those things when you get it on long wave.
I used to hide under my duvet when I was sent to bed and have it TMS from the West Indies 1990, Aggers and blowers and Johners, and I think Vic, that may have been before Vic's time, was it 1990?
And those Ashes tours, there's a way of having the radio set at a volume that a wicket wakes you up, but nothing else. Rahat Ali in now, bowls to James Vince, who sort of pulls this fantastic shot, somewhere between a back drive and a pull shot, just raced away square of the wicket, and 2 boundaries in the over. And that's the thing with the new ball, of course, that although it invites new wicket-taking opportunities, it does ping off the bat quicker. 250 up, 251 for 3, probably the best shot Vince plays today. He's 41. Yeah, I think on those Ashes tours, you'd sort of listen to the first bit fully awake as a kid, and then you'd have the radio set, so if there was a collapse, you'd wake up and then nod off again if things settled down. And it's going to be Sohail Khan, honest right arm seamer. He's going to bowl from the city end.
I'm trying to think what else used to make the reception cut out power. It was definitely the power station at Gotham in Nottingham on the A453 as you went in. That was havoc for about half a mile either side. And interestingly, you still can't get mobile phone reception around there either. I think there's some sort of defence shield put up there in case of cyber attack or something.
That's where we should go, is it? That's where we should. That's the safe haven, you think?
Well, no. If you could stay as far away from there as possible, it's near my house. No, I'm thinking if the missiles start flying, fewer people around my house, the less of a target it becomes. If that's okay. Everyone to yours. We'll camp out on the Sussex Downs or wherever you are.
North Downs. Sohail Khan is ready. 2 slips in place. 4 men saving 1. 3 men on the boundary, 3rd man deep backward square leg and a fine leg. Sohail Khan in and Ballance watchful in defence. Graham's disappeared, isn't it? Very good afternoon, Ramiz Raja.
Afternoon, Ed. How are we?
Very well. absorbing day's play, isn't it? What do you think is the most likely result? I mean, I always like to start with a difficult question.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. You see, 100-run lead is a heavy advantage. It's a big advantage for Pakistan. So, I mean, they're always 2 wickets away from making it interesting.
Sohail Khan in balance just off his hip. You can see the gold mark on the ball as it runs out to deep backward square leg.
And with England's middle order a bit uncertain at times, I think Pakistan would be hoping that a wicket or two falls with the second new ball. But having said that, Vince has been extremely good because he's concentrated hard, he's left a lot of deliveries outside the off stump, he's negated, nullified the advantage that Pakistan had against him with the left arm angle at Lord's, for example. And so it's been a hard grind, but he's challenging himself and playing one for the side. So it's a good innings from Vince. Balance, we know, knows how to construct a test knock. So let's see whether Pakistan can involve Yasir Shah with the new ball. I'd be interested really to throw. Yeah, absolutely, because he'll get more bite out of the rough area, especially against balance with the new ball.
Khan wide of the off stump, and that ball just died. Poor old Sarfraz. I think he took a blow there. It bounced about 3 yards in front of him. Some spinners, though, don't like bowling with the new ball, but as you say, what they'll get more is bounce. May not be turn, but they'll get bounce. And with lots of rough to play with, that could be really difficult for the left-hander.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, something different for the batsman, really, to think about. And also for bowler, I mean, every bowler, ask him, any spinner, in fact, wants the ball to be a little hard so that he can get some purchase from it off the stumps, off the pitch.
Gully in place for Vince, who's still, as he waits for Khan, and then nicely played off his hip down to fine leg. Starting to find a bit more rhythm and confidence now, James Vince. He had to work really hard for his first 30 or so.
This may be, in fact, an easier period for Vince. Second new ball, batsman well set like him. You know, he'd want the ball to come to him, so there'll be opportunities for him.
I agree.
And he's got to look at it like that. Not worry about the movement or what can happen, just be positive.
It's a good move as well, I think, from Sohail Khan. He's going to come round the wicket to balance. You try and bowl more balls that end up hitting the stumps, bring more modes of dismissal in. When the wicket's going up and down, bowling channel, it reduces the run flow, but it's very hard to get wickets. If the batsman does edge it, he doesn't carry. You've talked about this before in terms of Pakistan. Khan in now, nicely bowled on a length, running towards the off stump. Sometimes you have to maybe set more of a split field and attack the stumps, as the reverse swing exponents do so well.
That's right. Yeah, I think one area where Pakistan lacked a bit of penetration was the way they bowl in a way they bowl wide, and that meant less pressure on the batsman. With the second new ball, they could be a little straighter. Let's see if the pitch has got some variation to offer. One may just keep low. Batsman can play across the line, loses balance, and all that kind of stuff.
Sohail Khan once again round the wicket, bowls, balance cuts, lovely shot, 4. Guided, really good shot, wasn't that wide. Strong bottom hand, played it really late. Picked the gap between backward point and third man, terrific timing.
Yeah, I mean, Sohail Khan has been low on energy and obviously a little stiff. I mean, from where he was in the first innings to where he's been in the second, I mean, there's been a marked difference. That ball set up very nicely and balanced with a classical cut shot. Really was a good shot.
Well, exactly as you were saying, Ramiz, the new balls brought boundaries straight away. England 154 ahead, 7 wickets in hand.
Good spell here from Mohammad Amir, and then, you know, get Yasir Shah from the other end, create some pressure and doubt in the mind of the batsman, despair.
Did something this morning, Mohammad Amir, that I've never seen before in a warm-up. He wore a floppy hat with a broad rim. I thought it's probably pretty hard to bowl with a high action, technically correctly, with a huge brim on your hat, but he seemed to do it quite easily. Here he is, close to the stumps, bowls now. Edges caught! And that, I'm afraid, is a trademark dismissal for James Vince. First ball, he stands there in disbelief. Well, he may have to get used to it because that's been the feature of his Test career and that's what's holding him back. 122 balls, he's worked hard, but ultimately he's hung the bat outside, a limp shot, and he's edged it straight to second slip, and Vince's vigil comes to an end. He's gone for 42.
Yeah, I mean, he's tried extremely hard to avoid that angle, and he's been good in this innings until he played that one. You know, it was just a very ginger movement of the feet and not convincing at all whether to play at it or leave it, but that angle once again getting the better of Vince, and as has generally been the case in this series, is look for a 30-40 odd and then just thrown it all away. And Pakistan with that wicket once again are back in this. The lead, England lead 154, and now 4 wickets down, so interesting, very interesting.
The beauty of this test match is as Johnny Bairstow bristles and strides out to the middle, his usual competitive presence. But I think the beauty of this test match has been that just when one side's got sort of almost too far ahead, they've made a mistake or the opposition's come back into it and the balance has been restored.
See, that's the advantage of that lead we're talking about. 102, I think, 103 run lead. Yeah. And so that means that every time a wicket goes down, there's pressure on England straight away. You know, they won't read this as 257 for 4. They read that at 154 for 4.
Word from you, Ramis, and then take you through the beginning of Johnny Bairstow's innings. Simon Man.
Yeah, so second new ball, creating an opportunity for Pakistan. Catch has been taken. The catching generally has been very good from Pakistan. Just for that drop from Hafiz, which was a difficult one, the rest have been so sure in the slips and behind the stumps. Sarfraz has had a good test match as a keeper. And Mohammad Ahmed providing Pakistan with a bit of a breather with that nice angle to get rid of Vince. Hello, Simon.
Good afternoon, Ramis. What's going on here? We need some more attention.
More compacting?
Yeah, to the crease where the bowler front foot lands. So that implement that they use for banging down the turf has been brought on by 2 of the ground staff wearing shorts and t-shirts out there. 257 for 4. It's tantalisingly placed. I mean, it feels as though, I don't know if you feel it, Ramis, that the draw is perhaps a slight favourite at the moment.
Every time we're thinking about a draw, a wicket goes down and it becomes more interesting once again, you know.
Andrew.
Well, James Vince equalled his highest score in Tests with the 42 he got at Lords. He's got out 4 times now between 35 and 42.
Yeah, that's been a problem with him. He's looked good actually, but somehow it just loses concentration, battle with himself. You know, he was challenging himself today by leaving those deliveries outside the off stump and was nullifying the angle, the left arm angle until that shot.
How many balls did he face for his 42?
123. Check the top 4 in this innings of remarkably similar figures. All 4 have been out between 42 and 66. All 4 have faced between 103 and 131 balls. And they've all hit between 7 and 10 fours.
He had to work really hard today, Vince. And I mean, huge amount of trouble. But then the new ball, it normally gets 1, 257 for 4. Amir's looking for another one. Ball's full to Bairstow, swinging in. And it's dug out into the onside. Up towards mid-on. That's not a bad one to get first up from Amir, swinging into the right-hander. It definitely went. And
he played really well. Actually, he's ready for it and had time to spare. Played it to mid-on, so the bat came down at a good angle, well negotiated.
Just what you don't want, actually, as a batsman, isn't it? To come in straight away against the new ball. It normally accounts for 1, the new ball. Off goes Amir, past the umpire now. Into bowl to Bairstow, just fractionally coming into the right-hander. He plays that defensively towards mid-off and there's no run. Pakistan not attacking Bairstow particularly. They've got a deep square leg, fine leg and a third man in. There's only 2 slips, no gully. And then 3 saving 1 on the offside. What about this field?
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is typical Misbah way of handling things. You know, this is how he leads them into action. He feels that the edge is the way to go here. 2 slips are enough.
Amir bowls and nudged into the onside by Bairstow for his first run. Amir has to run across to pick it up towards the square leg umpire. So Bairstow is away. The lead is 155. What do you think is within Pakistan's range in the second innings? You know, realistically,
I mean, they'd be happy with a 250 target, I think.
250.
Yeah, 250, you know, because there's a pressure also of day 5. You know, England will be out there looking to win this test match also. So, you know, it could be an exciting finish to day 5, but Pakistan wouldn't want more than 250.
No. I mean, England would feel that they might get to defend 250 as well.
Yeah.
But it does make it intriguing, that sort of chase. 230, 240, 250, something like that. It's 155 at the moment. I think they would love to push that lead up around 300 if they could. Here's Amir to bowl to balance with 3 slips in, very wide of off stump, swinging away from the left-hander. It's left alone. It's taken between first and second slips. Of course, in a strange way, the loss of wickets, as long as they don't come in a rush for England, it's almost to their benefit as well, because you get into that situation if you have to think about a declaration. Often a captain's quite conservative in a declaration. If you get bowled out, of course, you've got no choice. You have to get out there and bowl. Balance on 19, looks up to see Amir into bowl to him now, and Balance comes forward and runs this down towards third man off a thickish edge, soft hands, and not much bounce in the pitch there. Balance, who's squared up, gets a single and takes the bowling at the end of the over. So 156 the lead. 4 men have got in and got out for England. Cook 66, Hales 54, Root 62 and Vince 42. It's funny what those last day chases or battles to survive can do to a batting team. And we've seen teams fold on the final day. I mean, one thing that seems to have gone out of cricket, especially Test cricket, is that ability to bat out the final day for a draw.
I think players don't really play for draw. There's, you know, it requires a different kind of mentality.
Mind you, Pakistan showed that sort of application in the first innings.
400 in the first innings. Massive achievement by this batting lineup.
Sohail Khan round the wicket to bowl to Balance outside the off stump. Balance stretches forward and lets it go through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, must not waste this new ball. Sohail Khan somehow got to make the batsman play more at his deliveries. He's been rather wide.
2 wickets for Amir, 1 for Sohail Khan and 1 for Yasir Shah today. Pakistan clinging on to England. They've not allowed them to get away. It's been quite a slow scoring day. That's the nature of the pitch has allowed that. Sohail Khan bowls. He strikes him on the pad. There's a no ball. Ball goes away on the offside. I don't know whether there was any bat in that, whether Sohail Khan was just about to launch a huge shout for LBW. And he's bowling round the wickets. He's got to straighten it up a bit or pin Balance right back. Anyway, it's taken out by the new ball. I just seen the replay. Was it? I think it was a really tight one, wasn't it? It was one of those, actually, if he'd got a wicket off that ball, actually just seeing the replay, it struck him high on the back thigh pad. If he got a wicket on that ball and the umpire said, well, I just want to check the no ball, he might just have got away with it because it's so tight.
Yes.
They tend to give the bowlers a big benefit of the doubt in a situation like that. 260 for 4, the lead 157. Sohail Khan bowls very wide of off stump. Balance stretches forward and ignores it. What a lovely day it is today at Edgbaston. Barely a cloud in the sky now. Sun beaming down.
10 no balls in the match for Sohail Khan now. 4 in the first innings, 6 in this one.
Yeah,
and not good. And fortunately, it hasn't really hit him. That he's picked up a wicket and it's been no ball, but it can happen. He's coming close to it.
You never know how vital those 10 runs are going to be as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Balance on 20. Sohail Khan bowls outside the off, a bit closer this time, but Balance is able to lift the bat, get the hands out of the way, and through to the wicket keeper. How many overs have we got left in the day's play? 40 up there. It might be another day when we don't get them all in. England were guilty yesterday. We were 9 short. And if Pakistan are 8-9 down tomorrow at 6 o'clock or 6:30, whenever it finishes, then England will only have themselves to blame. That's quite a big chunk of cricket that sort of tossed away. Even with slow over 8s these days, you don't often see 9 overs frittered away with a slow over 8 during a day's play. Hollis standing, good voice. Here's Sohail Khan bowling to Balance, who turns that away to a balanced shot. Not much back lift. pushing at it, nudging it into the onside for a single towards square leg. 261 for 4. The lead 158. And the pitch suggests that it's going to be not easy to winkle a side out if you did have 320 on the board, something like that. Or do you think Pakistan would try to, if they were set 320, 330? Do you think they would go for it, or do you think they would say no, that's it, that's too many, we will have to
No,
play
I don't
out for a
think
draw?
so. I have no idea, but this is not how they should think. I think they need to play as regularly as possible, as conventionally as possible, not look for a win or a draw, just go out there and bat. And then take it from there.
Sohail Khan over the wicket, past the umpire, up to the stumps now, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow tries to force. There's absolutely no timing in that shot at all. He looks at the toe of his bat. It felt like one of those. It really did not time at all. Dribbled out towards extra cover. There's no run. So 10 minutes to go until the tea interval. England today, they managed today 141 runs. I mean, these days you expect by tea, don't you? Expect sort of 180 runs in a day, sometimes even 200 the way the game goes. But it's been a hard-working day. Sohail Khan bowls. Bairstow tucked up by a ball that comes back into him. He can't manoeuvre it into a gap. Goes back up the onside of the pitch, and there's no run picked up by Sohail Khan. It's the end of his 20th over, 1 for 79. And England are 261 for 4 with a lead of 158.
I'd be inclined to give Yasir an over before tea from Sohail Khan's end, just to see whether he can get anything out of this pitch with the new ball, but I don't know whether that'll happen or not. Bairstow is looking to hit the ball hard. I think he's just walking. That's how he plays, actually. But on a pitch where there's a bit of variation now creeping in, he's got to be careful where he doesn't get ball off an inside edge or make it uneasy for himself. You've got to just be a little bit more careful when you've arrived at the crease to get used to the pace of this one.
New over from Amir, bowls to Bairstow, full of a wide, swinging away. Balance. Did I say Bairstow? Balance lets that go by, taken by the wicket-keeper.
How many times we've seen this to happen? Pakistan, I think as a script, as a team, wanted to bowl a little wide to avoid England, the freedom to hit the ball hard and the fence and to keep things quiet. And when now Amir wants to bowl a straighter line, he's not been able to maintain that channel because he's bowled so many wides today that he's just not getting the bearings right.
Well, he hustled into bowl there and then stopped. Whether he got some grit in his eyes as he was about to bowl, or he was pointing to his nose, so perhaps some dust went up his nose and put him off. I don't think he was looking for a man-cad, was he, or anything? he did look back, but I think he looked back at the footmarks as if to say, well, where did that dust come from?
Oh, there's the bee.
Was it a bee?
Almost in his nose. Yeah, got stuck in his nostril.
So it did. Here he is now, going into bowl to Balance, swinging away from the left-hander. Balance lets it go by. Taken by the wicket-keeper. Well, that could have been much worse.
B for tea.
Yeah. You don't want one of those up your nose. How do you feel Amir's bowled and has come back to Test cricket throughout the series?
He's been okay. He hasn't had a great spell so far, but he's been fine.
Bowls to Balance, closer to off stump, lets it go by.
In England, we were expecting him to pick at least one fifer. He hasn't done that. But he's generally bowled a good channel and he's been a threat. Every now and then he's provided Pakistan with a breakthrough. And clearly a go-to bowler with the new ball from Misbah.
10 wickets at 33.7 so far in the series.
Yeah, steady, but not spectacular. 2 for 48 in the 23rd over, and he goes. Bowls to Balance, again, swinging away. Balance lets it go. It's closer to off stump, but in that channel where you can just about leave the ball. I mean, the problem comes, of course, if it just goes on rather than swings away a bit and it hits the top of off stump. He is getting the ball to swing. With that new ball, he to threaten the outside edge of Balance's bat, just get the line over fractionally. Balance weights, tapping at the crease. Amir bowls to him, and again it's a bit wide, isn't it? Rami's full and wide and swinging away.
Yeah, he's got to make him drive or do something different, because this has become rather predictable. He's just not getting it to shape away from within the stumps. I think he's bowling a little wide. The ball is shaping around. It's bowled lovely outswingers. It's just that he's not getting the batsman interested in playing at that line.
Balance has a quick look over his right shoulder there for some reason, checking on the fine leg fielder. Last ball of the over coming up. Amir bowls to Balance again. It's full and swinging away, and it's wide. And well, I just feel when you've got the new ball, that's when you've got to look to pick up the wickets. Not quite getting it right in that over. Amir 23 overs, 2 for 48, 261 for 4. We have got 5 minutes to go until the tea interval. Are we going to see Yasir Shah? I don't think we are. I think it's going to be Sohail Khan to continue from that far Birmingham end in the warm Saturday afternoon sunshine. It's almost getting to that stage of the day when if you're sitting in the crowd you might be looking for a bit of shade. It's been that warm and sunny today. Bairstow takes a fresh guard from umpire Joel Wilson. There's a little breeze. You can see the trees being ruffled in the distance behind the scoreboard. Bairstow has a look round the field. And Sohail Khan, could be the last over before tea, this. Charging in. Big man, muscly, goes in and bowls to Bairstow. He's also stocky in a slightly different way. Shorter, plays that defensively out towards cover, and there's no run. You've got to go, Ramzi.
Yes, yeah, for tea show downstairs. See you later.
See you later. 261 for 4. Bairstow and Balance have a quick chat in mid-pitch. Where's Vince at now with his 42 today, Test career runs and average and that sort of thing? Andrew, here's Sohail Khan bowling to Bairstow, drives nicely. That's an excellent looking shot from Bairstow. He hit it straight at cover, and there's no run.
211 runs in his 9 innings, average of 23.44.
Well, he's threatened in this game. Scores of 39 and 42. The next test match, the final test match of the summer, starts at the Oval on Thursday. So only a short break. I mean, you'd think that England would stick with him. Just feel he was close to that breakthrough score today. Man's gone back towards the deep square leg boundary. Sohail Khan goes in and bowls to Bairstow. Plays an extraordinary looking shot with plenty of bottom hand and was scooping that into the onside towards mid-on, and there's no run. Well, Bairstow will look to score, and that's the way he plays. And if England are to get a decent lead by the close of play tonight, you feel that he'll need to play a major hand after the break. Balance will continuing his normal way of accumulation. He's 21 not out. Bairstow there on 1. Sohail Khan past the umpire now to the stumps and bowls, and very wide for Bairstow, allows it to go through, and it's taken by Sarfraz Ahmed. And there is that thought that England will bowl tomorrow. What's that? The Sunday, and then the Test match starts on Thursday. But there's enough time to recover. Sometimes you have a Test match where you're bowling for a long time in the 4th innings, trying to force a result. You might be bowled for 5 sessions. That's tough when the turnaround comes, the back-to-back games. Sohail Khan charging in, bowls to Bairstow, short, clubbed away by Bairstow off the back foot, down to deep backward point. Pakistan had that covered off. The throw comes in, and they're through for a single. So Bairstow will be not out at the tea interval. He's 2 not out. And England 262 for 4. We've got a very special guest at tea. Malala Yousafzai, the youngest ever Nobel Prize winner, is joining us. She's at the ground today, a keen cricket fan. We'll talk about her story in a few moments' time. It's 1 ball to go. And then we'll have tea. 262 for 4. Last ball, the afternoon session coming up. And here is Sohail Khan bowling round the wicket to Balance, close to off stump, but not close enough for Balance to be tempted to play. He lets it go. Now we're going to have one more over. We might have time for one more over. The clock on the top of the scoreboard says 20-4. My clock says 39, 54, 55, 56. So it might be that we have one more over. There we go. Yeah. Actually, when the television camera focuses very closely on the clock on the scoreboard, you can see there are just a few seconds to go. From the distance, it looks 20-4 to me. Anyway, they'll delay the tea interval slightly. We'll come back out a bit later after tea. So another over to go before tea. And it's going to be Mohammad Amir to bowl it. And they've tightened up that gap on the offside. There is a gully in now. Bairstow on strike. And Amir moves in and bowls to Bairstow. It's full. It's outside the off stump. Bairstow comes forward and allows it to go through to the wicket keeper. Amir's into his 24th over. He's been steady. I think Pakistan were hoping, Pakistan supporters hoping in this series that he would just be to get the hustle on we saw last time on the tour of 2010. And he made such an impact. Well, for the wrong reasons as well, towards the end of the tour. He's bowling short outside the off stump. There's no stroke there from Bairstow. And it's through to Sarfraz again. England today, Cook 66, Hales 54, Root 62, and Vince out for 42. Vince's place, I mean, I credit him with coming in at a difficult time today and then holding Pakistan up and showing real determination and grit this afternoon. Stand of 95 with Root. That's again outside the off stump from Mohammad Amir. And Bairstow lets it go by. It's almost the phony war this over. Bairstow doesn't want to play. So waiting for the tea interval. We'll have, how many overs after tea? 36 overs after tea. So, it's possible we'll get them all in. It's beer snake time in the Hollies stand. No doubt there'll be a steward wading in there to get rid of it soon. Back with Mohammad Amir, bowling from the pavilion end. Into bowl to Bairstow. It's full and wide of off stump. Sort of delivery that if Bairstow was 50 not out, he may have been tempted to really have a go out and crash that through the offside. But not with the game at this delicate stage and with tea imminent. England's lead 159. If they were honest, they might prefer to be just a bit further ahead at this stage of the day if the day had gone better for them. Not that it's gone badly because they've still got those runs in the bank with power to add. Now changing the field, the gully's come out. Got a mid-wicket now. And Amir goes into bowl to Bairstow. Bairstow thinks about playing. That was a good delivery from Amir, just getting it right. Hasn't done that very much with the new ball. It's close to off stump. Bairstow shaped to play and then just thought better of it. It was thrown out and then it nipped back in. That started a couple of inches closer to off stump than Bairstow might have been embarrassed there. So we have arrived finally at the last ball of the afternoon session. Amir sets off to bowl to Bairstow, and Bairstow plays and clip drives that nicely, but straight to mid-on. And there's no run. A rather predictable maiden over there, bowled by Amir. Sarfraz Ahmed knocks off the bails so that the umpire at square leg, Joel Wilson, doesn't have to do so. And that's the end of the afternoon session. Pakistan is holding on to England here. They're not letting them get away. The lead is 159. England are 262 for 4. So 26 overs in that afternoon session, 79 runs for 2 wickets. A few more runs than in the morning session, but Pakistan have clung on well. Balance 21, Bairstow has 2. The men out in the afternoon, Root for 62 and Vince for 42. So tea here at Edgbaston on the 4th day of this 3rd Investec Test match. We're welcoming our very special guest, Nobel Prize winning Malala Yousafzai, in just a moment. But let's check on today's other cricket. Charles Dagnall is at Lords and he has details of today's action in the Specsavers County Championship.
Yes, thank you, Simon. A glorious day here at Lords as well as it is at Edgbaston. The sun beating down and we've got a really good game in prospect. Middlesex, top of the County Championship table, have got themselves back in it against Surrey despite conceding a 122-run first innings lead. Now at lunchtime, Surrey were carefully 17 without loss in their second innings. They've added another 96 runs. Having said that, they've lost 6 wickets, an inspired spell of 3 wickets, getting rid of Rory Burns, Zafar Ansari and Aaron Finch, the latter two for ducks from Toby Rowland-Jones bowling at the pavilion end, and then a couple of wickets for the off-spin of Ollie Rayner means that Surrey are currently at 114 for 6. They lead Middlesex by 235 runs on a pitch which is wearing. There's a little bit of variable bounce and some noticeable turn, but Middlesex, if they can wrap up Surrey's innings for less than another 50 runs, they will genuinely feel there's an opportunity to manage to snatch a victory from this game and keep themselves top of the table. And that being said, Somerset today, they wrapped up victory in just 22 balls against Durham. Durham required another 45 runs to win. Somerset 5 wickets, and 17 minutes into the day's play, Somerset, thanks to the spin of Jack Leach and Roller van der Merwe, bowled Durham out for 136, winning by 39 runs. So Somerset leap to second in the table, knocking Durham down to third. A good game in prospect at Headingley as well, as Warwickshire trail Yorkshire by 138 runs. That's what they need to win. Do Warwickshire with 7 second innings wickets remaining. They're 90 for 3. They didn't get off to a very good start at all. Andrew Umeed going for a duck, and then Ian Bell was also out for a duck. LBW to Jack Brooks and Varun Chopra for 4. But Jonathan Trott is not out on 50. Tim Ambrose not out 30. And Yorkshire will need to make a breakthrough if they have any hopes of continuing their county championship surge. Into the final game in the First Division, meanwhile, it seems like there's going to be just a bonus point draw available here for both Hampshire and Lancashire. Hampshire 548 for 6 declared, and Lancashire are 229 for 3, and that's in and around tea on the third day. Couple of victories in the County Championship in Division 2. Northamptonshire have beaten Glamorgan by 251 runs. Ben Sanderson picking up 7 for 22 after Glamorgan were bowled out at Swansea for just 95 in their second innings. And Kent have beaten Worcestershire by 10 wickets. Chris Jordan's century, 131 he made, as Sussex made 448 in their first innings. In the second innings, Essex are 47 for 2. They trail Sussex by 43 runs with 8 second innings wickets remaining. And finally, at Grace Road, Leicestershire struggling on 30 for 3 after Derbyshire were bowled out for 362 runs. It was a deficit of 18 runs, so Leicestershire lead Derbyshire by 48 runs with 7 second innings wickets remaining.
Thanks, Charles. England 262 for 4 at tea. Now we're taking our traditional Saturday view from the boundary at tea today for a very special reason. We're speaking to a remarkable young woman. Malala Yousafzai is the youngest ever Nobel Prize winner. She first came to public attention through a diary published by BBC Urdu in which she chronicled her desire for girls to remain in education in Pakistan. In 2012, she was shot in the head by a Taliban gunman. She was treated at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital here in Birmingham, and she lives in the UK now. It's a real pleasure to welcome you to the Test Match Special Box and to Edgbaston. Good afternoon to you. Are you a big cricket fan?
First of all, thank you, Simon, and I'm really proud to be here and to see the match between Pakistan and England, and it's a very special day.
Tell us about your interest in cricket.
Well, I have been a fan of cricket for my whole life, and this is something that every Pakistani young person will be passionate about. So I was passionate about cricket right from a very early age, and I have been following it, and it's really nice to see it here as well and to see it with your own eyes. I have seen it on TV, but to see it in the field, it makes it more special.
The first time you've been to a test match live or any cricket match live?
So it's the first test match that I'm seeing live. I have seen one day, it was in Sharjah, and it was Sri Lanka versus Pakistan. Pakistan won that, so I hope they win this one as well.
But what do you think about the state of the game?
It's going well right now, and I think a few more wickets are needed, and then Pakistan will win, definitely. If not win, then I hope for a draw. But if Pakistan lose, then I wouldn't be as sad, because England is also a good team, and the country has welcomed me as like a sister, and I have always been grateful for the support that I have received and the treatment and the good education that I'm getting here. So I would still be sad, but not too much.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you watch cricket have you watched cricket here, or did you watch cricket in Pakistan when you were growing up?
I watched cricket in Pakistan. We played cricket in the streets and with my brothers, and always like they would tell me like I'm cheating in cricket. I said no, I'm always been the best, and they don't accept it. So yes, just as a normal Pakistani girl, I have played cricket in the streets of my city, and I still love it, and I follow it, and I believe that this is a game that can bring countries together, cultures together, and different nationalities together. So we need to celebrate it and enjoy it.
What sort of cricketer are you? Batsman, bowler?
I think I'm good at everything, but my brothers think I'm good at nothing.
Well, what about your brothers? I mean, are they any good?
They are good batting, bowling. They are very good. They consider themselves all-rounders. I don't accept that at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So did you play here? I mean, have you looked to play here?
We do try to play in our garden, and I also played at school. But unfortunately, the weather is not always nice, so don't get a chance to play. It's always raining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Well, it's fine. I forgive you for that.
What about the players? While you were growing up, you're still very young, but who are your sort of heroes in the Pakistan side, or perhaps other sides as well?
Well, I have loved cricket, and I love all cricket players, but in Pakistan, especially Shahid Afridi, everyone is Shahid Afridi's fan. But seeing Misbah, Yunus, like our top players, and also the bowlers like Amir, and so it's really great, like seeing Yasir playing and doing really well. But also I have loved many players like Shane Watson, Shane Warne, and in England, Cook did really well. And so all the players, like I love cricket and I love all cricket players, so I wouldn't be biased, but obviously Pakistani players I think are the best.
Have you met any players, any Pakistan players, or any players from any other countries?
I met Brian Lara once, and I was so excited that I have never been so excited before, like meeting presidents and prime ministers. Not that excited, but when I see a cricket player, like it's just the best moment.
Yeah. What is it Shahid Afridi has that other people don't?
I think when he hits the ball, it just feels like it's the real cricket. That's what you want to see, and he is very passionate as well, very energetic. But then when he gets out, then we all lose hope. Yeah.
Let's talk about other aspects of your life. You're living in the UK now. Are you going to stay here? This is where you're going to make your home now?
So I have been in the UK, in Birmingham, for more than 3.5 years. And this is where I got my treatment in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And I'm also getting my education right now. I finished my AS levels, and I have 1 year of A levels left. And I would be applying to university right now for next year. So I'm really excited, and I want to study here and get quality and good education. That's what I dream for, because that's what I stand up for as well, to ensure that every girl has the right to go to school. And that's what I have been campaigning for, whether it's girls in Nigeria or Pakistan or India. So that's my campaign. But I also want myself to get education as well. So I'm hoping to get quality education here.
Yeah, and then what? Once you've done your education, what after that?
Well, I'm hoping to continue the campaign, and our Malala Fund, our aim is to have advocacy and to also do work on the ground building schools. So I want to continue that work, and hopefully one day go back to Pakistan and make sure that we bring peace in the country, and we have amazing youth. I want the youth to be empowered and so they can get education, but also to have good relations in terms of like with other countries, and also to spread cricket around the world, and make sure we have many more test and cricket matches within Pakistan as well. So I'm hoping for peace in Pakistan.
Yeah, because Pakistan don't play at home. That's something you'd like to see. Do you think there's a possibility of that happening? That the Pakistan will play home matches again, home international matches?
Yes, that's what my dream is, that Pakistan gets the opportunity to have home matches, and but that is possible when peace comes. And I think for that, everyone has to contribute, the young generation of Pakistan, and also our leaders, they have to contribute to ensure that we stand together against terrorism, and we unite for education and for peace in the country.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to go back and live in Pakistan? Was that what you'd like to do in the future?
Yes, definitely. That's where I began my campaign. That's where I stood up for my right to go to school. So that's what I want to continue this mission, and I'm hoping that we all can change. We all can bring the change that we want to see. So for that, our contribution is needed. So I can't just wait and stand here and see my country good. I have to go there and contribute from my side. So I'm hoping to go back.
Tell us a bit more about the charity work you do. You know, the fundraising, the raising of awareness around child education, girls' education, not just in Pakistan but other countries in the world. You mentioned Nigeria,
Yes.
didn't you? And I think Syria as well as another country where
Yes.
you have a lot of interest. What are you doing? How does the campaigning work?
So actually we have three key things to do. First one is advocacy, second investment, and third amplify. So in advocacy we spread the message of 12 years of quality education for every child, which means primary and secondary. But also our goal is to make sure that the Syrian refugee children, they get education. So that's the message that I have been spreading among leaders, whether it's Barack Obama or the president of Nigeria or the president of Lebanon and Jordan, to speak out for refugee children, but also to do work on the ground, that is investment in the local projects. And we have done projects in Lebanon, such as building 2 schools in a refugee camp. We have done projects in Pakistan, in Swat Valley, which is my hometown. So that is building schools, giving scholarships. So we want to do something from our side and show the leaders that if we can build one school, like, why can't you? Why are you stepping back? And then the third one is to amplify the young girls' voices. So it's not just me speaking out, but I have girls from Syria, girls from Nigeria, girls from Pakistan having a voice and speaking out for themselves, so that they do not wait for someone else to come and speak for them, that they get their own voice and have a platform to speak out.
Do you see the rest of your life as a campaigner, or do you sort of get to a stage, you think you might get to a stage, I don't know, in 10 years' time when other people take over and you, for want of a better word, live a normal life, or different life, following a profession or something like that? Or do you think you'll be a campaigner for the rest of your life?
My campaign would continue for the rest of my life, and this is my new life. I've been through that incident where I was attacked, and when I survived, it was because of the prayers of people, and it was for a purpose that I believe. So this life is for the purpose of education, to serve humanity, but I do want to get my own education, to live a bit of a normal life, to get a job, and but I am normal. I'm quite normal. Like, I have 2 younger brothers. Fighting with them is very normal, and they keep annoying me, so that keeps me normal.
Yeah. I mean, it's a remarkable life you've had. I mean, you're 19, aren't you? Is that right?
Yes, I'm 19.
It's a remarkable life that you've had. The fact that what happened to you, the fact that you were shot, you recovered. And you mentioned there meeting presidents and prime ministers. It's opened a huge amount of doors, isn't it? I mean, it's such a bizarre thing to happen to someone.
Well, a lot happened in 19 years of my life, but to see people's support, that gives you strength each and every day. So I'm hoping that I will continue my education and mission, and that's something that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah. Shahriar Khan's here as well, who's from the PCB, the head man at the PCB. You were involved in Malala coming along today.
Very much so. We are greatly honoured and privileged to have her as our chief guest for the 4th day. She's been very, very gracious to come here. And one of the thrills of my life has been that she has given me a copy of her Nobel Prize, the
diploma
document. I really cherish that, and I would want to thank her for it and to say what a great pleasure it is to receive such a wonderful gift from her. She is, as you see, a wonderful person, very committed, very dedicated to education, and she continues her campaign despite the fact that she was shot in the head. She continues it. She's gone to Nigeria to rescue those poor girls that Boko Haram have had captured, kidnapped, been to Austria, been all over the world trying to help girls' education. It's a real inspiration to listen to her and to be with her, and it's a great, great honor for the team. Today, after close of play, the whole team will meet her, and I think she'll enjoy meeting them also.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that.
Yeah. Who do you want to meet in particular?
All of them, just to see them, and I am like a great fan of cricket and all the cricketers. I can't even explain.
Yeah, so you've met presidents and prime ministers, but it's the players you want to meet most, is
Yes.
it?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I'm very glad she said that,
In your future campaigning work, what will make success? What success look like?
I think education is taken for granted in many countries, like in the developed world, and it is not given enough attention. And I'm hoping that the world leaders, they give it enough attention and investment if we are thinking of a better world and better future, and if we want any advancement and improvement in technology. But we are forgetting that the future generation, they don't go to school, and they're not getting access to the tools that they need in their future. So how can we think of any success? And that is the key thing that is forgotten. So without education, we can't improve any country. We can't achieve peace. And especially in Pakistan, in India, in Afghanistan, in those countries, education it's important, but it's necessary. It's needed.
I understand that in Pakistan, it's the second largest number of girls not in school in the world.
Yes. So like the top one is Nigeria, and then Pakistan comes. So we don't want to see that. We want to see every child in Pakistan getting education. And sometimes people ask me that why is education important? And I think it doesn't even need an explanation. If you look at the leaders and the politicians, all of them have their daughters and sons admitted in schools. Their children go to university. They don't need any explanation of why children should go to school, because they know that for a child to have a bright future, it is important that we educate them. So why don't they think the same for the rest of the world's children?
What was it like being at school in the UK? Because I think you went to a girls' school, didn't you, in
Yes.
the UK? How did they interact with you? I mean, did you look at them and think you don't know how lucky you are?
In the beginning, I was a bit shy, and it was really hard for me to adjust because the culture was new and the way that you gossip was new. Everything was new to me. But I was grateful that it was quality education that I was getting. And then as time went on, I just got used to it. I made friends, and the teachers were very helpful. So I'm enjoying it, and it's good to have a new experience and learn more.
Yeah, well, you've done your GCSEs with,
Yes.
with great success, I understand.
Thank you.
That's right, though, isn't it? A's and A stars, I think.
Yes, yeah. Well, I had to work hard to prove that education is important.
Yeah, and then you're on to the next stage, and then off to university. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and hope that I get admission in the university, and I hope that they accept me.
What was it like for the other girls being at school with you? Do you think someone who is everybody in the world, so many people in the world knew about as well, a celebrity in their midst?
Actually, my school was really good because they kept me completely normal. So when I go to school, it just doesn't look like I'm anyone special. It just looks that I'm Malala, the student. That's it, nothing else. But I do participate in school, in debates, in clubs, and I stood up for the head girl role. There was election, and I couldn't win.
You didn't win?
You didn't, and yeah, I didn't win. So it just shows how normal it is. But I did get the deputy head girl role.
Right, okay. So,
Yeah.
so they had to vote for you, did they?
Yes, I had to deliver a speech, and I had to write application form. I had to go through interviews. So I would have done a lot of interviews, but I couldn't really win the school elections and those things. Yeah, that's hard. Life is hard. Yeah.
I was just thinking of the girl who won, actually. We'll have her on as our next view from the boundary. The players are out there. We've run out of time, Malala. It's great to see you, and Shahid Khan as well. Thank you very much for coming out. Good luck,
Thank you for
and
your time.
I hope you enjoy meeting the Pakistan players. I wonder how cheerful they're going to be when you see them a little bit later on. 262 for 4 at tea.
Well, good luck to both of the teams. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. It's great for you to great that you could come up and visit us here in the Test Match Special box. That's Malala Yousafzai. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say one of the most well-known teenagers in the world. Thank you very much indeed. So the players are out there after the tea interval. Balance is going to take strike, and it's going to be Sohail Khan to bowl the first over after tea. What can England produce here? The lead is 159. And there are 36 overs remaining in the day, and it's going to be Dan Norcross to pick up the commentary.
Indeed, Sohail Khan is in to the left-handed Gary Balance. He's got 2 slips in. He's coming round the wickets to him from the Birmingham end, goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. Well, what an extraordinary tea time that was. What an amazing articulation of the powers and fundamental importance of education from a quite remarkable young woman. Hello, Phil Tufnell.
Hello, yes.
From the Sublime.
Well, there you go. An inspiration.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Great.
Wonderful.
Great chat there.
An honour to have her in, I'd say. 262 for 4. Balance has 21. Bairstow has 2. Back to the perhaps more mundane matters of a test match as Sahel Khan is into balance, and he leaves a ball that's wide outside the off stump through to the keeper. No run. We're now in this evening session. It's just absolutely gorgeous here at Edgbaston. The sky is almost entirely blue. There are tiny wispy Simpsons credit style clouds over to my right.
Mare's tails, they're called.
Is that what they're called?
Yep.
What sort of mares? As in horses or the old Mayor of London?
No, horses.
Horses.
Mare's tails.
Right, I didn't know that.
No, I think there was a sign that there was a bit of a storm or something last night or something.
Oh, that's beautiful. I shall appropriate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sahel Khan to balance through to the keeper again, wide outside the off stump. No run. England lead by 159. Overs left in the day of 36. Would I be right?
36. Yeah.
36. So we might actually get them all for once, and Alex Hales might not be expected to pay £4.10p to an irate customer, which I'm sure he's delighted about, having got out early in the morning.
Yeah.
And with England with 6 wickets left standing, they'll want to be batting at the close of play, that's for sure.
Oh, yes.
They will not want to have been bowled out before the close of play.
Give them a tricky...
Sahel Khan in again, and that's a fall and on-off stump, and Bairstow wanted a run. He always does want a run, but it certainly wasn't there. Balance wasn't remotely interested. He jabbed down on the ball, and it sort of spilt out into the offside.
Well, he was looking for whether it was going to run onto his stumps, didn't he? So he didn't see Bairstow herring towards him, and I think he might have done himself a bit of a mischief. In fact, I think he has.
Well, let that be a lesson to you. What has he done here?
All that running, let that be a lesson to you.
Yes, absolutely. If Simon Mann is listening, this is what happens.
I think he might have done a little knee or something. He doesn't look
good, does he?
Oh, he's hobbling. Oh, he might have scuppered himself.
Well, he's raised himself up and down. His calf, I wonder if there might be an issue with that. Sahel Khan bowls. Oh, that's short and wide outside the off stump, and Balance goes after it. He misses it. Went through very low to the keeper. Bairstow starting to move a little better. I wonder what it was that he did. I'd like to see a replay of it. But, yes, now we're having a look at that replay. He advances about 5 steps down. Then has to stop abruptly and then sashay backwards. And I can't see the obvious problem there, but...
A tweak.
A tweak. Yeah. You don't want to do one of them. Not straight after tea.
No.
So we've got 2 slips. I'll tell you the field. We've got 2 slips and a third man, backward point, cover, or extra cover really, and a mid-on, deep square leg and a long leg. So right arm Sahel Khan bustles in and bowls full ball outside the off stump, shouldering arms his balance. That completes a maiden over. 262 for 4, 90 overs have gone. The new ball, 10 overs old. Tuffers, this is a moment for Pakistan. If they can quickly get a couple of wickets, they could really put pressure on England's lower order.
Yeah.
Broad coming in at 7. The tail's a bit longer, isn't it, with Stokes not playing? So, for England, it's going to be a matter of, I suppose, hanging in, isn't it, for half an hour or so?
For sure. I mean, what I'm sort of seeing in my crystal ball is that England might be sort of looking at, 70 overs at Pakistan tomorrow?
Okay. So that would give them another 56 overs to bat.
Yeah.
And if they go at sort of 3 and over, that would give them another 168 runs.
So that's sort of
lead of
300 on. Yeah, it's plenty. Even a bit more then, all right. I might go 75 overs.
Oh, okay. all right. And maybe they might have had the odd flurry somewhere along the way.
Yeah, but I mean, you want
330 and 75 might be the target they'll be looking at. But for Pakistan, a couple of quick wickets could make all of that academic.
Yeah, and it all shifts back again. Beauty of 5-day cricket.
Start of a new over, and first ball is pushed out into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single as that's just jabbed down on by Bairstow. Mohamed Amir is into the attack from the pavilion end.
The tweak's gone.
Bairstow moves to 3, and yes, he seems to run off that tweak.
Yeah,
as is the way. There's a very gentle, once more gentle zephyr. There are people coming back from tea, meandering around the ground. Day. It's a beautiful day, absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Sun glinting off windows, trees still. They're starting to get that slightly late summer dark green in them, haven't they? They've lost that early verdance.
Don't say late.
Oh,
summer.
I'm sorry, but it be the truth. Mohamed Amir is in, bowls full ball to Balance. He drives it up to mid-off. There's no run. I mean, you know, there are 5 counties out there who've got nothing left but 4 4-day championship games after this round. And that's cricket done for them.
Are you saying it's almost gone again?
I am. I mean, look, we've still got this riveting test
Yes,
match.
we have, and the Oval.
And we've got the Oval, and the forecast is apparently for fewer to scorcher, I heard today, which is tremendous news. And then we've got the thrills and spills of quarterfinals and the T20s and finals day and all manner of things. As Amir is into balance, and he lets one go outside the off stump. It's just about a fifth stump line through to the keeper, no run.
And then it's duffel coats and puffer jackets.
It's misery, isn't it?
It is a bit.
Yeah. Do you know, I frequently have a dream in May that it's September. And I wake up sort of crying with rage and fury. And then I go, at least it is actually May. But now I'm sort of waking up and it's August, isn't it? So it nearly is September. The nights are closing in. But let's not think about that on a beautiful, warm, sunny day, as Mohamed Amir is in, to the left-handed balance. That's an even better leave, one might say, just outside off stump. And there's no run. England's tactics here are going to be about consolidation, I imagine, aren't they, Phil, for the first 3/4 of an hour to an hour?
Yeah, don't give Pakistan a sniff to get the sort of dander up and get the spinners' fingers itching again and the ball swinging about again. Let's blunt it for half an hour, 3/4 of an hour, and then see where we are. And if Johnny Bairstow, he's going to look to score quickly, isn't he, perhaps? Gary Balance look to hang about a bit and then see where we are at the end of the evening. But I think England will be mindful to try and put Pakistan under pressure when they're batting.
Mohamed Amir bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run. Expert. Balance 21, Bairstow 3. The decisions that Misbah's going to have to make at some point is when he introduces Yasir, because after tea he'll have two relatively refreshed pace bowlers with a relatively new ball.
Hasn't threatened to me. Hasn't threatened for me. Yasir hasn't threatened. I'd look to keep ploughing away for a while.
With the seamers?
Try and get every ounce out of the new ball.
Amir in once more, down the leg side, clipped away nicely by Balance. That's going to run away for 4 because the long leg is so square, he's virtually a deep backward square. And as a result, Balance picks up a boundary. He'll move to 25, England 267 for 4. That lead now 164, which is exactly what Archie Jackson got on his debut. The ill-fated Archie Jackson.
What happened to Archie?
Well, they say he might have been as good as Bradman, don't they? But he died tragically young of tuberculosis.
Oh, right, OK.
I'm full of cheery thoughts, aren't I?
Yeah,
you
are. You're right.
So let's get a little bit more upbeat about this, shall we?
Yes.
Yes.
What are you doing this evening? Where are we going?
Oh, yes. I'm sticking in and watching the Olympics.
Yeah, that's kicked off, didn't it?
It has, yes. And I suppose because you have many sidelines, Phil, but in your question of sport hat, you have to keep an eye on all that.
Have to watch it. I like watching the rowing.
Yes. Sahel Khan runs towards us from the Birmingham end to the upright Bairstow, who lets a ball go very close to the off stump. Hands go to head. I don't think it was quite that close. It's gone through to the keeper, no run.
But it sort of worries me. I mean, obviously I want the men's 8 to win it for England, but that means I'm going to have to remember them all.
So you prefer the coxless pairs?
Yes. Lot easier to remember.
Can you answer me the point of... Because I used to have coxless pairs and coxed pairs, and I sort of thought, what's the cox doing there? Because it's just going in a straight line. It's just causing a dead weight. Couldn't you just get a sort of 6-month-old baby and stick it in the front? Because that would surely be the most efficient way of having the coxed pair. The Sahel Khan bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run. Do you know what I mean? Because they still
don't they straight line it?
Well, they do, but the coxless pairs don't need to, do they? So, do you remember there was that little chap Gary thingy?
Yeah, cried a lot.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Gary cried a lot.
Gary cried a lot.
Yeah. Hi, Gary Herbert. Thank you very much. Yeah, Gary Herbert. And it seemed to me that he was just going in a straight line. I mean, I can understand a cox in the boat race because you have to meander, don't you?
If anything, I don't want to be derogatory here or anything, but is that probably one of the easiest ways of winning a gold medal?
Sitting down and keeping the boat completely straight. I think it might be. Cue annoyed coxes.
Yeah.
Sahel Khan bowls to Bairstow, wide outside the off stump through to the keeper again, left alone, no run.
I'm not meaning to be rude, but I mean, sort of the marathon, I can imagine.
That's really quite hard work.
Quite hard work,
Yeah.
I know they have to get the stroke rate and everything, and
But without the cox, they're doing it anyway.
Yeah, that's right. It's a job that sort of...
You don't need. Like bus conductors, and many of them have gone on London buses.
You see?
And we still have the driver, of course.
Yeah. Umpires will be next.
Oh, well, part of their job has been phased out.
Just be hat stands there.
Yeah. So, come on. It involves the Bairstow, almost identical delivery outside. A little bit of shape off the pitch. The keeper, there's no run. So, yes. Sorry, Gary Herbert,
Can
if you're
someone
listening.
phone us in? Can someone phone us in? Can someone text us in or something and say, yeah,
Why is
why
it
have a chap in the front and why...
Yeah.
At
BBC TMS.
Thank you. Of course. Why? How did I get that wrong?
Yeah. Or BBC TMS at BBC.co.uk.
Yeah.
TMS at
You know where to
BBC.co.uk.
do it. You know, just go on to Twitter or something.
Yes. Tell us, explain this Cox business. Sahel Khan is in and bowls to Bairstow. Oh, that's very wide. That's hideously wide. A good diving stop by Sarfaraz Ahmed. Prevents any buys. I don't quite know why it has prevented a wide being called by the umpire, because that was prodigiously wide. It's extraordinarily wide. I've seen that again. It's swung a bit out of the hand. It's gone miles. Well, actually, it's mostly stopped by first slip now.
Apparently, I've just been told it's been very windy today, and they've been all swaying around on the boats. Is that correct? If that's correct.
So they might actually have wanted a Cox today.
Watching it now next door.
Are they?
Get the cricket on.
Sahel Khan is coming in to complete his 23rd over. Bowls to Bairstow. Oh, there's a no ball this time, and he pokes at this no ball. He clearly... He didn't hear that call until very late, and it's gone flying through to the keeper. Sarfaraz Ahmed has actually moved 15 yards in the last two balls. One to go to his right, Miles, and now one to go snaking back to his left.
Snuck along the ground, that one. Couple starting to happen. Just did sneak along the ground there. Johnny Bairstow on the back foot, that sort of, as it scuttles under the toe of the bat. Odd little one, just starting to misbehave a bit now in the fourth and three-quarters day.
Is this a portent of things to come?
Could be.
Sahel Khan comes in, right arm over to Bairstow, drives. That's gone through the offside. I think it's going to make it all the way to the boundary, is it? Oh, good bit of footwork. Fancy footwork on the boundary from Rahat Ali. Prevents the boundary, doesn't prevent them coming through for three. And that was a fine shot. He bludgeoned that out into the outfield. There's a very fancy piece of footwork out there. Big boot, big fast bowler's boot prevented the boundary.
Good skills.
And that is the end of the over. Andrew.
Well, Johnny Bairstow's now got 779 runs this calendar year, an average of 77.9, which is the most by an England wicketkeeper in a calendar year. Matt Pryor's held the record of 777 in 2012.
You have been sitting on that fact for half an hour, haven't you?
Well, probably since before the Test match started. He only made 12 in the first innings. He needed 17.
Well, it's brilliant. I mean, that is a very fine performance. I mean, when you think about the great England wicket-keepers there have been over the years, Alex Stewart, who scored runs, Alex Stewart, Les Ames.
Stewie didn't do that, did he?
No. In a calendar year, despite those 200s at Barbados in that game when Courtney Walsh smashed you all over the park. They abolished the Cox in all smaller boats in the early 90s as Mohammed Amir comes in outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there's no run. Originally, they rode on rivers and needed someone to steer. That's what I thought. Makes sense, doesn't it? Boat race normally. Now all international regattas are done on lakes, so the Cox is not necessary except in an 8.
Right.
So the 8's got one. I suppose that's Mark Plant who has emailed with that.
Well done, thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah. So I presume that is to try and set the stroke thing.
Yes, that's right.
And they go,
so it was to steer.
Row.
Yeah, well, Bango's your idea of putting a small child up the front then, perhaps.
Well, one that can go, Mohammed Amir, that's a short ball, punched off the back foot, the offside, there's no run. Yes, but all right, well, in the past, though, it would have worked, wouldn't it, when they allowed these Coxes? Because that's what Gary Herbert was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was effectively a short...
Rudder,
yes, it's a very, very, very thin, small rudder. But well done to him for that.
Very much. Wished I had a gold medal.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, it's an amazing thing, rowing, because it just seems to me to be so unbearably agonising. You always have to learn it at 5:30 in the morning, which I never understand. Well, I never saw why you couldn't row at sort of 11:15. Mohammed Amir is into Bairstow, drives a full-length ball up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Same with swimming.
Yes, that was exactly the same, wasn't it? Yes.
Hello, Sharon Davis. Well, I've been up since 4.
Yeah. Why?
Well, just get up at 10.
It's absolutely bizarre, isn't it? There's sort of something macho about it, I think. It's like when people came to sort out my kitchen, they always insisted on ringing on the doorbell at 7 in the morning and leaving at 3:30. Can you just come at 9, leave at 5:30? It'd be so much nicer for all concerned. Mohamed Amir to Bairstow. It's a full ball. He's driven that well past the extra cover. It's running away to the boundary. There's a chase on. It's slowing up, and it will just reach the boundary. There's a despairing dive. Is there any other? And 4 runs add to the total. Bairstow moves to 10, 275 for 4. Mike Vetch has got in touch, and he says one. The Cox has to be 50 kilograms. I don't suppose they can't be 51 kilograms, but they've got to be, I think, at least 50 kilograms. Different kind of racing, heavy slogging rather than nippy. Okay. 2, second point, in other words. Listen to Gary Herbert calling the race in 1992.
Yeah.
Famously at halfway. You're 2 lengths down and everything is going according to plan. With 250 metres to go, he says, if not now, when? If not you, who?
Oh, bit of a cheerleader.
So he's a kind of motivational speaker.
Yes.
So you need a small 50-kilogram motivational speaker. Mohamed Amir is into Bairstow, works this ball up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Do we know any?
Right, not in this box, no. Nobody's 50 kilograms here.
Yeah.
And I don't think they probably ever have been, looking at the photos that adorn our walls.
Yeah.
275 for 4.
What's an Olympic sport that you've got a chance of winning when you're sort of slightly chubby?
Greco-Roman wrestling.
Yes, not bad, yeah.
Yeah, I could put myself in for that.
Shot put.
Quite strong, yeah. I mean, Amir bowls a bouncer, and Bairstow ducks underneath it. Neil Adams says, come on, guys, the Cox is at the back as the only one looking forwards.
No, he's not, is he?
Yes, he's got to be, hasn't he? Because he's got to be at the back. No, because he's got to look forward, hasn't he? Or is he at the...
How does he steer? No, he's not. The Cox is at the front. Oh, he is at the back. No, he is at the back.
Yeah, depends what you mean by front or back, really. Yeah. Yes, no, he's right.
Yes,
he was right. Thank you very much.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, he's got to see what's going on, hasn't he?
Otherwise, he'd need wing mirrors.
Yes, I've overstayed my welcome. I'm so sorry. Someone should have shouted at me. Hopefully, Blowers is on hand, because a new over is about to begin, with England 275 for 4. So I shall hand over to Blowers
and that's a lead of 172, which is looking nice and comfortable at the moment for England on a docile pitch. Pakistan slightly tiring in the sun. Blowers, afternoon.
My dear old thing, I think you badly need a Cox, otherwise you'll hit the bank, Tuffers. Dear, oh dear, I can remember rowing and with a oar in both hands, looking over my shoulder to see where I was going. And here comes Sohail in, bowls. Balance plays that one away, backward a point. And Shafiq picks up in a bit of a flurry, but they don't go for a run.
Did you row?
Yes, I did row. Yeah. I rowed on the Norfolk Broads. A boat with 2 oars, and you kept looking over one shoulder to see where one was going. Then we also did another thing on the Norfolk Broads. You stood on the back of the boat, and you quanted with a sort of a punt pole, which was known as in Norfolk as a quant.
Okay.
And that you push the boat and you steer the boat. It's all quite complicated.
Yeah.
But it was great fun. Sometimes when you stick the quant pole really down deep into the mud, the boat goes round and you're left hanging on the pole, nowhere to go except into the water. It is Sohail again. He's in now to the left-handed Balance. Oh, Balance has a flirt with that one. That was a really nothing shot. I suppose if he'd hit that, he might have got 4 right over the top of the wicketkeeper. But it really wasn't a very sensible stroke, I think.
Just pulled out at the end, I think.
You think he did? Give him the benefit of that.
Yeah,
okay.
A bit wide and a bit high and shaped to hit it, and then don't fancy it.
Okay, give him the benefit of the doubt. Fair enough. 2 slips we got, a third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and then 2 men back in the deep. 1 5 yards in a deep square, and deep fine leg just down below us to our right. And the crowd in tremendous evening form, as you can hear. Sohail is in now, he's up to the wicket, Balance comes forward, a little bit bottom-handedly there, pushing that originally, I think, out towards extra cover, but in fact it ended up on the onside of the pitch going back to the bowler. And I look at the scorecard. And England today, Cook caught Yasser Shah, bowled Sohail Khan for 66. Hales caught Yunus Khan, bowled Mohammad Amir for 54. Root was caught Mohammad Hafiz, bowled Yasser Shah for 62. And Vince caught by Yunus Khan off the bowling of Mohammad Amir for 42. And here is Sohail again in outside the off stump and no stroke there. If you detected a certain hesitation in my reading of Andrew Samson's scorecard, it's only because his writing has definitely got worse between test matches 2 and 3.
Got worse? That's just a normal scribble, isn't it?
I wouldn't, my dear. I thought it was brilliant. I had to pull your leg somehow.
I managed to read it all right. So
well, I got there in the end, yes I did. I wasn't certain I didn't have to make it up as I went along, actually. And it's the enormous Sohail, who really is, I mean, if you had a tug-of-war team, you'd want Sohail as the back marker, wouldn't you? My goodness me. Here he is, he's in now, he bowls, balance just gets into line, ball on or around the off-stump, pushing it out into the covers, and there is no run there.
And some disappointed English batsmen there, isn't there? Because they've all got in, they've all got going, 50s and 60s, and then just sort of thrown it away a little bit. They'll be kicking themselves.
Yes, they all got themselves out, didn't they?
Almost, yeah.
Well, who would you say didn't? I mean, Cookie did, Hales did.
I'd say perhaps Hales, it was a decent-ish ball, wasn't it?
No need for him to have played that.
Well, perhaps, but sometimes, you might just...
Tough as you're getting very charitable in your old age.
I am.
Oh, dear, sainthood approaches. Here comes Sohail again in bowls. That's cut by ball, no ball called. So even if he got a nick and been caught behind, he wouldn't have been out. No ball called by umpire Joel Wilson at the far end. And the score goes on to 276 for 4.
Just polishing my halo.
Oh my God! I thought you were making a noise like a sort of like a duck on a bad day. Yes, I do see.
I don't think so.
No. Well, there we are. Polishing your gold medal. Did you?
Wow. Could you imagine? I think that must be up there, mustn't it?
Well, sitting in the back of a boat and pulling the right cord. Yes, I suppose that's a fairly easy way to win. I don't know. Here comes Sohail again in outside the off stump, and through it goes there to wicketkeeper Sarfraz. It is the end of the over, 276 for 4. Balance has got 25, and Bairstow has 10.
There you go. What would you? 100 at Lords against the Aussies, or gold medal, or winning the Grand National? What would you fancy, Blowers?
100 against the Australians at Lords
all day long,
wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean,
pretty much, I think. Or scoring the winner in the FA Cup, perhaps.
Or bowling Don Bradman for North.
Well,
what about that? This comes quite high on the agenda, doesn't it? Really.
Heavyweight champion of the world, perhaps?
Not really. I'm too much of a coward to get into a boxing ring. I'd be absolutely terrified. It's Mohammad Amir now. He's going to bowl to Johnny Bairstow, 276 I had a tincture with Johnny last night, and we told him a story about his father, David. And here comes Mohammad Amir outside the off stump, no stroke there from Bairstow through to the keeper. And he's awfully nice, isn't he? We had a splendid laugh.
Yeah.
And like most really good stories, there's not one I think I can really discuss on air. What are those? They've got all those sticks. Do you remember we saw them in the party stand at Headingley? They're waving them all together. They're sort of sticks in wrappers, aren't they? Strange sort of white things.
Are they whackers?
Well, I don't know. And here is Mohammad Amir again, and that's played away down by Bairstow, running it down into the gully. And he holds his bat up there to say, as he says no.
I think you sort of like whack them together, don't you? They're like blown up. And they sort of go bang, 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 bang.
What are they called, and what are they, actually?
I don't know, whackers.
There's rather a large gentleman in a green and white striped T-shirt who's walking back, but I don't think he's got them. Maybe...
Perhaps he's forgotten his whackers.
Forgotten. It is extraordinary, isn't it, what people do bring to the cricket these days. There are some rather good whackers down either side of the sight screen at the Birmingham end, too, I saw.
Oh, look, there's a lobster being chased by about 7 chefs.
And here comes Mohamed Amir, short, Bairstow goes back, plays it down the middle. A lobster being, yes indeed, I can see a lobster being chased by Simon Jones. That's absolutely remarkable. And two chefs have got rather left behind. They had to do the washing up, or they hadn't finished it in time. But it's, I mean, it's quite unbelievable. And they're now running up to the traffic cones. Isn't it splendid what they get up to? Who would have thought of that?
Well, last time I was here, a gorilla was chasing a load of bananas.
Hang on, Mohamed Amir's got in now outside the off stump. That bounced a second time before it got to Sarfraz, who didn't take it cleanly, but Yunus Khan quickly covers up. I wonder what makes these people think. Do you think during the long winter they thought, well, we'll go as 5 chefs and a lobster, and we'll get all the fancy dress, and they spent all summer working it out? Or do you think they just merely had one over the odds last night?
I think that takes.
And the hands. Who's going to be the lobster?
That takes a bit of. I think that might take a little bit of planning.
I know. And Mohamed Amir it is in to Bairstow. He's there. Bairstow's forward, driving down to mid-off. A little bit opposite of that. It bounced nicely for the fielder. And there is no run. That was the captain, in fact, Misbah, who fielded that. And the score stays on 276 for 4. It's not been a particularly glamorous day's cricket, but my goodness me, it's been interesting, hasn't it? Mm-hmm. And both these two sides jockeying for position, and who's to say what's going to happen tomorrow? I just feel instinctively that we're getting closer to a draw at the moment. And Mohamed Amir is in, it's short, Bairstow ducks underneath it, and through it goes there to Sarfraz, who catches it and then sprints down to this end in preparation for the next over. It was a maiden over. Wow. And 276 for 4. We've got Balance with 25, and Bairstow, his fellow Yorkshireman, on 10.
Well, I think, Blowers, that England has just got their noses in front now. 173 lead, 6 wickets to go. I think England have just now started to put the pressure back onto Pakistan. Can you survive 70, 75 overs to save the test match?
Well, my only sort of fear in this thing, if it comes to a declaration, I always think Cook is rather a fearful declarer. He often delays too long. And that, the fact England have not lost any more wickets, they're just 4 down.
Yeah.
And if they are still there tomorrow morning, I have an idea Cook will bat on too long.
Yeah, I do. I'd like a good chunk of that first session to try and get 2 or 3 wickets.
I think
really put the pressure.
England's best chance of winning this match would be if they were bowled out, and then there's no question of a declaration.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Anyway, it's going to be balanced with a slip and 2 short legs and a short mid-wicket facing Yasser Shah, who's coming in from the Birmingham end with the white sweatbands round both his wrists. He got to the wicket, a fine jump, but then he didn't let go of the ball. Well, he thought, no, well, I'll go back and try again. And I don't know what happened, whether he lost his footing, whether he felt that, and we never will know. Here comes Yasser again. Balance settles over his bat. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls. Balance goes back and works that away through square leg, and they're going to get a run. It's fielded there halfway back to the boundary at backward square leg. And so Balance goes to 26, and it's 277 for 4. Bringing Bairstow down to this end for the first time. He takes his guard from umpire Wilson. And we've got not quite such an attacking field. We've got a short extra cover, Misbah, then a slip, and Yunus Khan and Azhar Ali there at forward short leg. Well, Bairstow looking round at the field, and now goes and wipes away a bit of loose stuff on the pitch. Gets back, settles over his bat, and here's Yasser back over the wicket. He's in, he bowls. Bairstow makes a bit of room for a short one, hammers it away into the cover gap, out to the fielder, deep there at cover point, and they go for the singles. So Bairstow goes to 11. It's 278 for 4, and it's a very good evening to Geoffrey Boycott.
It is, Henry.
And how do you feel things are going at the moment?
I think all right. I don't. In some ways, I hope England don't get too many 230, 240, 250 Pakistan have to get tomorrow. I think we have a real game.
And Yasser is in. Balance comes reaching forward, as he's done so many times, and that is picked up by Misbah, walking from short mid-wicket to short mid-on. Probably England need to be bowled out.
Yes, they're not going to declare you dead. I mean, crikey, if you declared and then lost. I
know.
I think we...
And we got two short legs up for Balance and the slip as well. And here is Yasser in bowls and onto the back foot. Baster just runs that away through the gully. And Yunus Khan in his sun hat, which never comes off, chases it back and they run an easy single. So 27 now to Balance and it's 279 for 4. And the crowd, as I say, in terrific voice. You can hear them all around the ground, particularly in the Eric Hollis stand, and our friend the Lobster, which is being pursued by 5 chefs, is now sitting down. And I was going to say, but not being eaten. We had a great scene of chap dressed up as a lobster being pursued by 5 chefs, Geoffrey, in the Eric Hollis stand a few minutes ago. And here is Yasser again, and that's pushed away to backward point by Bastow, and there is no run there.
He's a dangerous player, Johnny Best. He always has been. He wants to get on with it. He wants to get runs. He wants to get after the bowl. He's got to be careful and sensible, but it's his way he plays.
Yes, sir, it is in both to Bastow. Bastow pushing that again straight to the fielder there at backward point. And Hafiz, and the throw comes back to the keeper. It is the end of the over. The score 279 for 4. The lead 176. And Balance has got 27 and Johnny Bastow has 11.
And Gary's the opposite. Gary will graft and work. It's very rare that Gary Balance gives it away. He's going to make you bowl him out. So you've got 2 different types of players. I think it's interesting. It's going to be cat and mouse. It has been all day, hasn't it? You can see Pakistan want to win, but they don't want England to get too many, so they've gone a lot of field 7 and 2, seamers ball wide of off stump, haven't they? Trying to tempt England, trying to make sure they don't clatter runs too quickly and keeping some semblance of control over the game. It's looked negative at times, but I can see what they're thinking. Hang on. A lot of sides chasing 230 or so last innings have failed, haven't they, in Test history?
Well, this is very right indeed. Well, we got Rahat, who's come on now, taking over from Mohamed Amir at this end, the pavilion end from which we are talking. And 2 slips, third man, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, and a fine leg back on the boundary. And here is Rahat in, bowling to the left-handed Balance. He's there. Balance goes back, twiddles his wrists, plays it round the corner, and it's fielded there by Mohamed Amir down at fine leg. I was going to say he twiddled his wrists in a sort of Indian way, but I think there's quite a difference between Gary Balance and Rahul Dravid. Without being uncomplimentary to either. Geoffrey, we were talking about the Olympic Games earlier. If you dreamt, which event would you like to win a gold medal for in the Olympic Games more than any other?
100 metres, the blue ribbon. I won't watch any of except the racing, the sprint, and any of the athletics I'll watch, because really you're not sure what's fair and what's cheating, are you, anymore? I mean, all the drug testing and that.
Well,
I mean, it's quite sad.
And here is Rahat outside the off-stump, no stroke there from Bastow. I was just thinking, though, Geoffrey, if you ran a 9-second 100 metres, it might mean that you would be even more dangerous for your batting partners who got out.
But I'd always make it to my end, Henry.
I know.
I hope that Jamaican wins the 3rd gold. I watch the athletics, but I hope he does. He's been...
Bolt.
Oh, yeah.
Usain Bolt, amazing.
Character, Andy, but wow, you watched him run it. It's lifted you from your seat, or got you on the edge of your seat. Something special.
And it's Rahat in, bowls out to Bastow. They go through for a very easy, quick single. Bastow had a lifter. It hit him somewhere midships. Leg bias signalled. The ball bounced down in the crease beside him, and Balance was very quick to spot that. It's always got to be the non-striker who's going to call on those occasions. And obviously Bastow trusted him entirely and went, and they got the run easily enough.
I'm not going to ask Andrew, because it's out of his comfort zone of cricket, but there can't be too many people in athletics, in other disciplines in athletics, who've actually got 3 goals. 3 actual gold medals, can there? It's pretty tough because you have to stay very, very fit, and as age catches up with you, there are certain things you can do that as you get older, but athletics, very difficult.
And Rahat it is in out of balance, who moves across the stumps, and that goes a shortish one down the leg side, and Sarfraz tumbles across and takes well. And of course, people like, I mean, Mo Farah wins gold medals by the bucketful, doesn't he? I mean, he's
quite
amazing.
a thing to get, you know, you have to be the number 1, the best runner over best part of 10 years, because you've probably got to be at the top just before the Olympics, and then every 4 years, so you're talking about a 10-year span, which is pretty difficult.
Rahat into balance again, moving across his stumps, and hit that one was short, and he didn't play that very well, but in the end he did play it rather well. He seemed his head went back, and he did actually keep his eye on it. He played it down square on
Just
the offside.
got up, didn't it?
Did, yes.
You know, so you've got to be about 12 years probably, haven't you? It's bloody difficult, that.
Well, Carl Lewis and Usain Bolt are the only ones who won the 100 metres twice at the Olympics.
Who's the other
Carl
one?
Lewis.
Carl Lewis, yeah. That's what I say, getting the 3rd. Well, it'll be interesting to watch if he can do it as he's got older.
And it is Rahat Ali once more in to balance. It goes across his off stump, moving very deliberately across before the bowler has actually delivered the ball. Plays it down quietly to mid-off, and it is the end of the over. England 281 for 4, 178 ahead. 29 there to balance, and 11 to Bastow. And after another word, Geoffrey, from you, it is going to be time for Ed.
I don't think anything's going to change. I think it's going to be the same type of cricket almost till the close of play, unless they can get these 2 out, and then you get to amongst the tail. There might be a clatter of wickets then, but I feel it's going to be cat and mouse right to the end.
Afternoon, Geoffrey. Afternoon, everyone. Here's Yasir Shah in now, and Bairstow's right forward. 281 for 4. The lead is 178. Hasn't been quite the classic day we were anticipating. Yesterday was a really terrific day, but today the pace has been slightly different. England trying to just slowly build a lead. Shah in again. Bairstow dinks it on the offside, wants a single and gets it. Really well played, actually. It was just the right side of the ball, pushed in the offside.
I tell you what must have been quite a chasing experience for the wrist spinner. After his match playing in performances at Lord's, and then Old Trafford and here, how many wickets he's got for how many runs, Andrew? Look there, that's... Oh.
It's 3 for 419 at the moment.
3 for 419! Wow! And then he was the winner of the match at Lord's.
Shah in now. Caught! Very good catch. Balance gone. Yasir Shah around the wicket. Sharp turn into the left-hander. Balance turned it around the corner and really well caught. I didn't get the catcher. We'll find out in a second. Really good bit of cricket from Pakistan. Geoffrey, I'll be interested in your view. I think it's quite difficult not to play that shot. You play with the turn. It goes round the corner.
I think it's good captaincy as well to put a leg slip in. And I'd slightly disagree with you. I think it's not smart. He got out first in his playing a leg glance, if you remember. The keeper caught it, followed it. He saw the way he was playing it. From
Shafiq was the catcher, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, the captaincy put a leg slip there, and he knows he's trying to play it around there too fine. Now, once you see a man there, which you should look where the fielders are. You don't play it quite so fine. So it hasn't gone off the edge, that's gone off the face of the bat. He's played it as a leg glance again, and he got out first innings, and he's done it again. He's just had a leg slip there, not just the wicket keeper. So I don't think that was too smart. It was, but clever captaincy, very much so.
It's a good summary. I suppose my point is that
he has to
quite
play
hard
with the spin,
not to play it with the spin.
But it should be more to square leg or mid-wicket, because if you play from the angle he's bowling round the wicket into whatever rough, if you play it towards mid-wicket, it will go to in front of square leg from the angle and the spin of the ball. So you don't want to be playing it behind when there's a leg slip.
We've got a game on our hands again. 179 is the lead, 282 for 5 England. Local boy Moeen Ali comes to the wicket. How are you seeing this, Jeffrey? Who do you think's favourite?
I don't know. I hope Pakistan bowl England out. I'm not sure whether England want 230, 240, 250. If I asked them, they'd want 260 or 270. That's the nature of the beast. But me looking at it as a cricket game for tomorrow, the people who come, I don't think they need too many.
Shah, first ball to Moeen Ali, who goes back and crucially gets a bit of bat on it. He's really targeting the rough now outside off stump. So hard for left-handers. Not often you hear me being sympathetic towards left-handers, all those freebies they get off their pads. But honestly, if we're honest, Jeffrey, even me and you can admit it's hard coming in on a worn pitch. 3 men around the bat. Short leg, leg slip, slip. Shah in, Moeen forward, is beaten outside the off stump. And keeper Sarfraz takes.
Starting's always the hardest if you're not sure.
Googly.
No, he didn't pick it then, did he?
He didn't pick it at all.
No,
it was a good
that's
one.
The problem.
Perfectly pitched.
If you don't pick them, how many times say it makes it harder.
That's it in, and Moeen's right forward. Andrew's picked up the microphone.
That's now 90 test wickets for Yasir Shah in his 15th test, which is the most by anyone in their first 15 tests. George Lohman at 89. Lohman still holds the record for fewest to 100, which was his 16th test.
Tell them Lohman's figures in test cricket.
112 wickets at 10.75.
I can't see that ever being beaten.
The pitches were a bit different in the 1900s, weren't they?
But even so, it was better than anybody else of the time, and that's the judgment we have to go by.
1890s, not 1900s, yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, he was better than others. It's like I say to people about W.G. Grace, his test average was about 32. They said, 32, that's not much. I said, look at everybody else's at the time. That's the judgment, because of, you say, the pitches.
Rahat Ali charging in bowls now, wide of the off-stump. Bairstow leaves alone and then swings with one hand, as though he could have swatted it over extra cover if he'd chosen to.
Game on, ladies and gentlemen.
It certainly is.
If you want to come tomorrow, I'd let you all in free if I was in charge. I want bums on seats. I want atmosphere. I want people to come and enjoy cricket. I think that's what I would. 5th day of test matches, I'd like to get parents in with their children and come for the day, come for a family picnic.
Bairstow bat up, wakes for Rahat Ali, who's in.
Yeah.
Whipped away with a strong bottom hand between deep backward square leg and fine leg. Bairstow's probably the best athlete in the England team, made it back easily. Very quick between the wickets, as you'd expect from a standoff half. Good rugby player.
Right fullback for under 15s, I think it was Leeds United.
284 for 5, so Leeds 181. I think you're right, Jeffrey. I think England's best chance of winning the game is probably being bowled out, isn't it?
Yeah, look, you may lose, but I was brought up not to be too cautious, to be careful, yes.
Rahat Ali in. Bairstow leaves a good length ball outside the off stump.
You have to think that history shows how many times we say people have to get over 200 in the 4th innings. Percentage-wise, there's more people or teams have failed than they have been successful. I don't have all the figures, but I know about games that have been won and lost. And that goes on all kinds of pitches, not, bad pitches, even on good pitches.
Rahat Ali in again, wide of the off stump. Bairstow leaves watchfully.
I saw a pitch at Faisalabad, Pakistan versus South Africa. I think they only wanted 140 or so or something to win. He's nodding at me, so I know I'm right.
I remember watching it, yeah.
And I saw the pitch. I used to do pitch report then. I looked at it. Golly, it was so flat. And Sean Pollock made the ball talk. Oh, that guy opening batsman side handward got a 14-ball duck, and he will look at he get a duck.
Rahat Ali in. Bairstow crisply drive and brilliantly fielded from Yasir Shah. He's a terrific fielder. Took a great catch earlier on to miss Alistair Cook. And now, even though he's in the middle of a potentially definitive spell, flings himself away to his right-hand side.
It was a famous match where South Africa bowled Australia out, didn't they? Needed not too many. And finally, De Villiers bowled him out in Australia.
Sydney in 94, they needed 117, all out for 111.
There you are, 111. And I mean, this is a 5th day pitch. You're thinking, oh, it must be terrible. No, it wasn't a terrible pitch. He swung it, didn't he, Farney? Nipped it back, big swing balls.
Played for Kent, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Rahat Ali in now, bowls to Bairstow. Well, he's sliced in half by a beauty. Back of a length, jagged in off the seam. Keeper Sarfraz took it way away to his left-hand side.
Just unusual bounce every now and again, this ball, hasn't it? This
very typical Edgbaston pitch, I think.
Just look at that. Just cut him in half almost. Extraordinary.
Played on lots of pitches like this at Edgbaston.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, the modern game, you say, oh, the pitch is a bit better, the bats are, you know, better for batting, but even so, the same factors are there. Pressure, 4th innings, scoreboard. And, Pakistan may get them, may rewrite the record books, but I think it'd be better for the game.
Shah in now, and Moeen Ali whips it towards mid-wicket. Strong bottom hand. 3 or 4 bounces over to Misbah, the captain. How's Moeen going to play this?
I think he has to play sensibly to get the feel of it, and then he certainly play 1 or 2 shots as he's want, but none of that running down the pitch as he did at Lord's. That was silly.
Shah round the wicket, and once again Moeen watchful in defence. Misbah fields. It's a difficult situation for a left-hander. I've seen lots of good left-handers find it hard, and they start against spin into them, into the rough. How does he get off strike? Here's Shah again.
With difficulty.
With difficulty. It's true.
If he bowls
it's not
it
easy.
properly.
Yeah.
If he didn't bowl any what we call really bad balls, with difficulty, that's up to him.
I'd actually
bring the man up to mid-wicket to stop him getting a single. Yeah, he's got him on deep mid-wicket. It's just silly. He's on naught.
Shah in again, Fuller flighted ball, and once again for the 4th ball in a row, Moeen Ali picks out Misbah, looming at mid-wicket.
You've got to miss him, haven't you?
You've got to miss him.
Just
I think you've got to play it a bit straighter to mid-on.
Yeah, or even let it come a bit later and just turn it. For one, you're just trying to get off strike. You're trying to whack it.
Shah again, short ball, and Moeen this time he's missed out. Hits it to mid-on. This is what happens. The pressure grows. You get, if a spinner gets 6 balls at a new batsman in this situation when there's rough outside the off stump, it's hard work. There's a real mini technical challenge out there, and Moeen's the one who's being examined. Shah forward, and once again Moeen turns this to Misbah.
The good thing for Moeen in England, though, he got runs first innings.
Yeah.
It's not as if he's in that run of a few low scores, then it gets even worse, doesn't it? You've had low scores, the confidence is down, no runs, and I'm on naught, and there's 3 men round the bat, and there's a bit of rough there, and there's all sorts of things go through your head. But when you got 50 and played nicely like he did, it lifts your confidence a lot. So,
Andrew.
Oh, the highest 4th innings successfully chased here at Edgbaston in Test matches, 283 for 5. South Africa did that in 2008. Second highest is 211. Back in 1999, England against New Zealand, Alex Tudor. This at 181 would already be the 3rd highest.
Rahat Ali starts a new over. Bairstow drives, and this time he'll be annoyed with himself. Hasn't quite swung the bat as straight as he had earlier this season. He just bottom hand coming in a little bit early.
I'm pretty sure that the England captain won't think like me, that 230, 240, 50, he'd like as many as possible.
This is the privilege of perspective, Jeffrey, is that we're sitting here without any skin in the game.
It's not my problem.
Yeah, it's true. Bairstow, tall in his stance, short ball, and Bairstow, that's the one he nicked in the 1st innings, and he's angry with himself.
See, I think he gets too much right hand into it. He doesn't get it. I mean, I know it's a cross-back shot, it's a cut, but you can still use your top hand more. But it's not up to me. It's just what I see. He misses a number of those by using all bottom hand. What do you think England need? That's me. Put you on
the tables turn.
Yes.
Rahat Ali in now, and Bairstow does hit this one. Hits it really sweetly, but straight to the man just behind square on the offside. Throw comes in. I think if England were to get another 70, so if Pakistan were to need to get 250, 260, I think it'll be too many actually. I think that although Pakistan have got some good players, I think their batting is not their strength.
Yeah.
I think it will go up and down. I think England's bowlers will be able to. I think if they bowl actually potentially in the fourth innings a bit straighter and with a split
fuller,
bit fuller and straighter with split fields, I think it could get very hard actually.
As long as Finn won't bowl too many, that will help.
Yeah. So actually,
short and wide
for the game, I think you're absolutely right. That if England were all out just before the close, how many overs left, Andrew? After this ball, Ali in short ball, mowing ducks out of the way.
24 left today after this one.
24. So if they bat for another 20 and get I'd say if they're all out roughly around the close tonight, I think we'll have a cracker tomorrow, and I think England will probably win it. There you go.
Yeah. Well, I think England's best chance of winning it is if they are bowled out, and whatever the total is, and see what happens. Because in Test match cricket, bowling wide down leg side, bowling bounces, you don't get done for that. Like
field where you want.
Like one days, field where you want. You can attack and defend.
Ali in again, short bouncer Sarfraz takes. Just in terms of the series, I don't know. I mean, I know there have been some results at the Oval in recent years. Obviously, Australia won a test, and then England won the. It was a rain-affected game in 2013. England beat India in 2014, but it can be very flat. So my point is, this might be England's best chance to win the match and win the series.
Which is my point. If the Oval was ready and fit for play now, it would be drier and drier by the start of the match, wouldn't it? You'd have to get spinners in the game.
Rahat Ali in and Moeen still on naught, leaving outside the off stump. 12 balls, 12 dots for England's off-spinning all-rounder. Johnny Bairstow heading towards the 12th man. Wants a drink by looks of it, maybe a change of bat. Got a lot of bats coming out, Jeffrey. How many bats did you carry in your bag? There's 5 coming
No,
out.
I only had 3 for the whole season. I even went to Australia with only
Eric
3.
Loxton at Slazenger make them for you?
3. And the best one that I liked and got used to, you knock them all in the nets. When it got used a lot, got a lot of runs with it, I didn't use it a lot in the nets. I practiced with the others and say for just a few minutes with that before I'd finished my net practice. Leave it for the middle. In fact, in 70-71, I got all my runs with one bat. And I have it.
Do you?
Yeah, I just failed to get... Wally Hammond holds a record, doesn't he, for a tour of Australia? I was, 18 short when Graham Mackenzie broke my arm.
How many was that?
Oh, you'd have to... I can't remember that one.
Yeah.
I broke my arm. Graham Mackenzie broke it in a one-day match just before the final test, so I missed out on 2 test innings. I needed 18 runs.
Yasir Shah new over at Bairstow, drives forcefully and will get runs. Moeen could come back for a second and says yes, he can. Throw's going to come. He's going to be tight.
Run.
He's made it. I think if the roles had been reversed, it would have been easy to. Bairstow's so fast. He's just saying I didn't quite catch that call. He's got a real presence at the crease, Johnny Bairstow. Strong man, thick set, bustling between the wickets. 287 for 5. Bairstow 17 or 53. That shows that even for someone who's got a wide range of shots, scoring's not easy out there.
Yeah, it's...
Now Yasir in bowls, and Bairstow hits it straight to mid-wicket. It's a tumbling stop by, who's that, Shafiq, I think.
He almost plays controlled aggression, doesn't he? Is that about right? His first thought is, where can I score? It's good for a middle order. Very good.
Bairstow just flicking away. A bit of dust, I think, on a length. He's happy now. Just before 5 o'clock on day 4 at Edgbaston. Absorbing game. Yasir Shah in now. Bairstow swats this away on the back foot. And he runs. I think the fielder's misjudged his run terribly. He's managed to draw it in now, has he? Yes. and it's going to be 3 for Bairstow. Well, if we actually had the GRPS on that, he ran in and then he ran out. It was like a bad bit of defending where he showed the wing of the touchline.
Yeah.
Dear me.
Tell Marino, don't sign him up.
Don't sign him up. I don't think his spatial awareness.
Don't want him at
strength.
fullback.
No, we don't. Jeffrey, you're already worrying about Man United, I can tell.
Yeah. I'm like, really got to win.
Shafiq comes back
Get
to
some
leg,
goals.
leg slip. We took that smart catch off Gary Balance. Shot in, and Moeen Ali wants to get off strike. He's had a difficult spell. 13 dots, 13 balls. He just can't get Yasir Shah away. Leg spin is all over him at the moment.
Just stay in. Don't do anything silly. Little change. If you stay in long enough, can't just get off the mark every inning straight away.
Shah in, and Moeen plays a nice off drive.
Wow.
Beautiful shot. Not an easy one out of the rough.
I say again, I think having made runs first innings will help his confidence. It should settle him down. He shouldn't be quite so nervous and worried about getting a run.
Last ball of the over. Shah in, and Moeen Ali with the full face of the bat. An assured defensive shot. Thought from you, Jeffrey. I'll make way for Simon Mann.
Yeah, I think it's nicely poised. It's still nicely poised. Yeah, lead of 187. Listen, England will be thinking in the dressing room, hell, we need another 70 here or something like that. But let me tell you, reverse side, Pakistan will be thinking we could do with polishing these off. Only 220, not 250, 260. So it's not all England. They will be slightly worried. They're not silly. They will know the history of the game, that getting totals over 200 on the last innings shows a lot of teams have failed, more than those that have been successful. So they will know the history.
Well, runs in the bank as well. There are 187 runs in England's bank at the moment. They've all got to be made by Pakistan. There's still 5 wickets left. Whose position would you rather be in of the two? I always prefer to have those runs on the board.
I think I'm all right with England. I think I'd like a few more. 180 is a bit, bit short yet, but I mean, I've got a few tail enders to come. I've got Wokes who come back.
Yeah.
Johnny's still in, and Moeen's still there. I've got a bit of batting to come. So, yeah, I mean, if they got out quick, I might be a bit worried.
If it was 200 lead, then yeah, you'd feel that's a bit thin. Here's Rahat bowling full. It's driven, lovely shot. That's going away for 4. Past Misbah at mid-off. Scuttled to the boundary. The lead up to 191. Bairstow to 24. It's been one of his patient innings, and this pitch has demanded that today. No one's been free scoring, and Pakistan have set quite defensive fields, but of course that presents gaps for singles and twos and busy running. It's not been easy to crush the bowling around. In fact, it's been a relatively slow-scoring test match. I think the runs per over, I think, was quickest on the first day. 294 for 5. One Yorkshireman replaced by another. Here's Rahat. Michael Vaughan's here. Here's Rahat bowling to Bairstow. And Bairstow just nudged that into the onside. Looks for 2 with busy running. And he recognised that fairly early on. As in comes Sami Aslam to pick up from deep square leg in front of the Holly stand. He's wearing a short sleeve sweater today. It feels like quite a warm day. That there is a breeze out there. But then enjoying the sunshine in the Holly stand. Bit of shadow now away to our left-hand side. Well, we might be grateful for that after a day in the bright sunshine. But it's building up nicely, this game. It's been slow. It's been hard work for everybody. What I hope from here is that we don't get an anticlimax. The lead is 193. Bairstow 26. Rahat goes in. Ball to Bairstow. Short, ducks underneath it. Through to Sarfraz Ahmad.
It's 3.05 runs and over for the match as a whole. First day, as you said, was the quickest, 297.
Yeah.
And 86 overs in the end, wasn't it?
Good afternoon, Michael.
Good evening, good evening. Yes, it's on a knife edge, isn't it? I'd rather be in England shoes, though. 193 in the bank, I have to say. I'm seeing a bit now from Rahal, who's been the pick of the Pakistani seamers, that if you whack the pitch hard, there's just a little bit there. The other one's bouncing. Not a great deal, but enough.
Rahat to Bairstow. Bairstow back cuts, and that's gone away for 4 to the third man boundary. Really fiercely struck shot. There was a dive in the gully, but it was hit so hard by Bairstow. Just a little spurt here for England. The lead up towards 200. The 300 is up. 300 for 5. Well, they started batting yesterday at 4 o'clock, and we've given them 300 for 5. Well, that is riches, really, from the position they were in. 103 runs behind on first innings. And once you get over that 200 mark, it's start to get trickier for Pakistan. But what has happened is that Pakistan have taken wickets, so that it may be that the declaration is taken away from Alistair Cook, which could hold the game up. Rahat bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow plays forcefully up towards mid-off.
Well, let's look at the situation. 23 overs remaining. Probably won't get 23 in, maybe.
6:30? Yeah, 21, 20, something like that, yeah.
So let's say they do. So there's 113 overs remaining. England bat out the 23. They'll probably get another 60. Lead of 260 if they're still in. And then they'll have to bat a bit more tomorrow. Then you take 2 off. So I think Pakistan will have to probably bat about 70 overs tomorrow.
Rahat bowls short. Bairstow shapes to play, but it wasn't really there for the shot. It was outside the off stump going across him. And he let that fly through to Sarfraz. Do you agree that actually, in a way, it'd be better if England lost wickets?
Yeah, I mean, for the game, for the spectacle.
But also for England's chances.
Absolutely,
as well?
yeah. If England get bowled out in the next 50 runs, I think an ideal situation for everybody was that England get bowled out with the last ball of the day, and Pakistan come tomorrow needing 260 to win.
Yeah.
I think England would win.
Ramiz said he thought 250 was sort of the upper limit for Pakistan. He felt they could chase 250. After that, it starts to get tricky.
But I've been surprised. I mean, Yasir Shah's had all his success round the wicket to the left-handers, bowling into some rough, round the wicket to Joe Root. I'm surprised he doesn't continue with that ploy to Johnny Bairstow.
Here he is round the wicket to the left-handed Moeen, who stands up and gets his first run from his 16th ball, playing that short of deep mid-on. So he's off the mark. A gentle push off the back foot. 301 for 5. Bairstow starting to bristle out there. As if he wants to up the tempo. There's a deep cover. Mid-off is deep as well. There's a single to him. Deep backward square leg. Misbah's just sorting out his field here for Bairstow. And it is going to be a round the wicket attack. With that short, fine leg in. The man that accounted for Joe Root earlier did go for the sweep and top edged a gentle catch. So for Bairstow, it's a very defensive field. Bowling round the wicket into the rough with 4 men back. They put a deep mid-wicket in as well. Just the one close catch of the slip. Here is Shah into bowl to Bairstow. It's a full toss, which he doesn't put away. Hits it straight to extra cover. A high full toss as well. Difficult to manoeuvre away. Well, he'll be frustrated with himself because that was a 4 ball. He just needed to guide it wide with a short extra cover. Yes, here 2 for 96. In his 32nd over. Here he is again into bowl to Bairstow. A bit slower, and Bairstow goes back watchfully and guides it away on the offside. Sarfraz picks up from behind the stumps.
So much harder for someone like Bairstow to play Yasir Shah around the wicket because he's trying to get on with it. You know, he wants to play with the bat. But the angle and the fact that Yasir Shah just landing the ball into the footholes, the odd ball spins, the other one goes straight on.
Shah bowls and Bairstow offers the pad there, and the ball goes down to the fine third-man boundary. It beats Yunus Khan, but there's no shot played. So, signal of dead ball from the umpire. Joel Wilson standing at the far end, West Indian. This is the problem for Bairstow. They did turn sharply. You have to be a bit careful. You make sure you get the pad in the right place just to cover the ball spinning across you.
I'd always say to a spinner like Yasir Shah, why would you?
Shah bowls. Bairstow offers the pad again to a ball pitching outside the leg stump.
So even that is more threatening than the ball over the wicket. I call it landing on the posh bit. And landing the rough. Because even that ball there, he kicks it. If you technique slightly wrong, ball deflects off the thigh pad, comes up off the glove. So even that shot, they're just getting the hands out of the way. It's a difficult shot. It's a lot more difficult than facing him over the wicket.
Shah to Bairstow, goes back and punches this up towards deep mid-off. He was given some room there by the shortness of the delivery. It wasn't that short, but it was short enough. So Bairstow takes the bowling at the end of the over. And it's probably the right thing for England at the moment to have Bairstow on strike against the seamer. Also, I mean, for Bairstow as well, it's an unnatural thing, isn't it, just to keep padding it away. He doesn't want to play like that. 302 for 5.
Well, this game would have been if Mohammad Hafiz had held on to Joe Root. What was the score, Andrew, when that drop catch went down? And Joe didn't have too many, did he? 20 odd?
25, and the total was 172.
So a lead of 60 odd.
Mind you, you could say the same about Root dropping Azhar Ali on that second day.
But it's when you get to the, the pressured end of the game where you kind of look at, particularly that one of Hafiz's thing. I just wonder where England would have been. Because Root just produced, I mean, he didn't get the big score, but he was so much in control. Dodgy back, had a bit of lunch and came back, and he was just playing with a bit of freedom. He played some nice sweep shots.
He made 62. All the England batsmen have made double figures, apart from Moeen. He's not out of the non-strikers. Then Bairstow on strike, and Bairstow forcing that away straight to Yasir Shah at backward point, and there's no run. Bairstow looks as if he wants to score now. He's had that conservative start. He looks like a man who wants to increase the tempo, which of course gives Pakistan a chance, and they can get rid of him. Then that will be a big moment for them. An hour and 20 minutes cricket left. I think we can look at it like that. As Michael said, we might not get all the overs in. Although Pakistan doing a bit better than England managed yesterday. Those 9 overs that were lost. 2 slips in. Bairstow waits. Sohail Khan bowls from outside the off stump. He back cuts again. He hits that very hard down to wide third man. Tumbling Saeed. They're coming back for the second. The throw's on its way. Hit that so hard. The fielder there down on the third man boundary. He had to dive to stop it. I mean, in normal circumstances, you'd just like to run around, pick it up and throw it in, get the ball away. But he
did really well, actually, because he got it in his hands. He had to do a roly-poly, and he landed on his feet in the perfect position to throw the ball in. But the problem is Bairstow's too quick.
England's lead is over 200. 201. Bairstow to 33. 304 for 5. Bairstow looks like a man on a mission here. Waits bat raised. Sohail Khan bowls to him and lets that one go. That was a good delivery, just testing him around about that off stump. Not a delivery to be trifled with.
I have to say, San, in the last 2 days I've been really impressed with England, the way that they fought back. Now, they were in a real precarious position yesterday morning, and when you think back to when Misbah was out there, he was 50 odd not out, it was looking like Pakistan were going to get 150, 170 run lead. Nullified them to just over 100 run lead, and then last night's partnership, 23 for 2 this morning in terms of the lead, with those 2 early wickets that fell. And then a terrific partnership between Root and Vince, and Balance came out and played nice under a huge amount of pressure. Didn't get a massive score, but they've all...
Khan bowls, Bairstow goes after it, chops it away, but diving save from Yasir Shah prevents any runs.
You know, if you look at the 3 players that were under the most pressure in the top 6, Hales, Vince and Balance, I've seen more of them in this game to suggest that they deserve a bit of a run in this team. You know, I think the batting has been fragile for a while, and you look back at people like Robson and Lyth and the company, you think, well, maybe Lyth in particular wasn't given long enough. You know, 7 test matches in, you're out. Well, there's no one crying and knocking down the door, really, is there, out there to say, right, I should be picked ahead of the guys. Might as well stick with these players who look to me like they're...
Sohail Khan bowls full to Bairstow, drives nicely, firmly, but straight to mid-off.
Yeah, they look to me like Hales, Vince and Balance has played his way, that's the way he plays, but he looks like he's found a bit of confidence. You know, his old kind of fidgety flick off the hip, cut shot, little punch down the ground, that's what he's going to stick to. I've seen enough of Hales to suggest that he's worked a lot on his foot movement and is improving. And I thought, for the first time really, I thought Vince looked like a proper test player today. He played in attritional, so yeah, he got up to a poorish shot, good bowling in the end, he took it across him. I thought he looked like a player that could bat for a longer period of time today.
Bairstow waits, that's driven firmly uppishly, past the bowler, up to mid-off again, and there's further indication here that Bairstow wants to be positive. But that tight line towards the end of that over from Sohail Khan, and no run off the final ball. Bairstow 33, Moeen 1, England 304 for 5, the lead 201. So pretty much same again for the Oval.
Well, I would, and also going into the winter, Scotty Borthwick's probably one player because of his leg spin that you may take as one of the batsmen who can bowl a bit of leg spin in Bangladesh and the subcon or Ansari. You know, someone that can bowl a bit of spin yet bat in the top 6. Vince has played 9 innings in Test match cricket. Hales is in is it 10th Test? I look back at the 9. I got 36 on the debut, and I was like the saviour of English cricket. These guys come in, don't get 100 within a few. Like, get them out. Yeah. It's just the expect. I guess the pressure's book because England have had such a good time of it in the last 15 years. We've won a lot of games, and we expect more. But
Shah around the wicket, bowls to Moeen, who comes down the pitch and guides him through the offside for 4. Lovely shot through extra cover, using his feet and taking the spinner on. Moeen to 5 and England to 308 for 5. What we have seen in this game, actually, Mike, is something that we haven't seen a lot of in Test cricket of late, which is a team behind fighting back to take control again.
Yeah, that's why I've been really impressed with the England side, because we're too used to, as you say, teams having a poor first, they then just collapsing, right? That's the team that's going to lose the Test. Well, I think this has been a real sign of character that the England side have showed over the last couple of days.
Yes, here to Moeen, who's forward, playing it back up the pitch, and there's no run.
And it's been character of a collective unit. It hasn't been one person that said, I'll get us out of this with a 7 for, the bowling unit was all kind of chipping together. And the batting unit, they've all contributed. It hasn't been one standout Root 125 or Cook 125. They've all had to just put something on the scorecard.
Yes, Shah bowls a low full toss, which is flicked away by Moeen for 4 more towards wide long on. Found the gap beautifully. Past short mid wicket and wide of the deep mid-on fielder. The lead to 209. And Moeen to 9.
That's a beautiful shot because he used his feet to go through the offside, then he comes down again and just makes it into a half volley. Just that use of the wrist that we see so often with Moeen Ali. And he times the ball as well as anybody.
Yeah, it looked like a low full toss, but he actually made it into a half volley. And it's back to us. Keeper is back to us as well. Now they put a long on in. There's a deep mid wicket, deep back of square leg. That's his Shah to Moeen, and he stretches forward. And it rolls out towards mid wicket, and there's no run. I suppose Pakistan they fought back in Sharjah, didn't they? England had a 72-run lead on a tricky-ish pitch there. And that felt like a potentially significant lead. But generally speaking, teams grab hold of a game, and it's not easy to get back. Well, it hasn't been. Forward goes Moeen, back up the pitch, off the pad. There's a shout for LBW, but very optimistic.
And Abu Dhabi, when England were chasing down that huge target. Nice to just get beyond Pakistan on the last day. It was
but they weren't. They wasn't one of those where they were out of the game, were they?
They're used to the Ashes last year, weren't they? After day one, whoever was winning the day.
That was it. Yeah. Moeen tries to clip that away as a shout for LBWs. The ball comes down fine. They've gone for 1. He's not thinking of 2. Just as well he didn't. Nearly in the fielder's hand. Leg by signalled by umpire Wilson. Are they going to think about the review here? I just wanted to confirm that it was going to be called leg by rather than an inside edge on it. What are they doing?
Mr. Misbah, he never gives much away, does he? You couldn't really tell what he's thinking. But he decided not to go for that review. Good lead now, 2-10. Another hour of these two, and I think the scoreboard will tick along nicely. I can't see many maidens being played out.
No. I mean, it feels like from here, the drinks are coming onto the field, so we'll have a delay. An hour and 8 minutes cricket, something like that. 40 runs in an hour, possibly. I mean, that'd be quite extravagant compared to what we've seen today, but a lead of 250 by the close. And then the decision for Alistair Cook tomorrow about what he wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at the Pakistan batting unit, I'm trying to think who could chase them, and Azhar Ali would be the one. Played well in the first innings. Mohammad Hafiz, he can come out and maybe free himself up and attack. if they're chasing 250, something like that, 270. But I think if they're in a position where they can't win the game, I doubt their techniques. I really do. I mean, there's not many of them in great form. Captain's in form, Azhar Ali's back in form, Shafiq struggled at 6, Yunus Khan's jumping all over the place at 4. Sarfraz is a really good player at 7, but not got the big scores. The opening batsman, Sami Aslam, looked very organised. But I'd still fancy that you could create 10 opportunities when you think that number 8, Yasir Shah, strolling out there.
Yeah, we don't see a huge amount of draws. We don't see teams that have that ability to bat out the final days these days. We were talking before today's pledge about the number of draws, or the small number of draws there have been in recent Test matches. Well, there was that match at Trent Bridge when India were over a couple of summers ago. No draws last summer at all in Test cricket in England. Summer before, there was that draw at Trent Bridge on a very, very slow, flat pitch. It was really hard work for everyone. Even then, on that surface, England had a go in the last day and nearly pulled the rug from under India's feet. Just a reminder that highlights available to watch via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. And if you missed our chat with Malala Yousafzai at tea, it's available as a podcast, and you can also watch it via the TMS Facebook page. An inspirational young woman she is. And also Tuffers and Swanee are asking Spin Twins. That's also available as a podcast as well. A very different piece of broadcasting, but interesting and entertaining nevertheless. Dan Norcross is coming to pick up the commentary after the drinks break.
And it's going to be Sohail Khan to continue. Going to Moeen Ali. He's got a little bit of shape throughout the day as Sohail. He's just got a bit of out shape to the right-handers. He'll try and bring one back into Mo Ali. He'll keep running in for you. He's as stiff as a board, but he'll keep getting those legs pumping.
Well, he won't have played 5-day cricket for quite a long time, and I wonder how many times recently he's bowled as many overs as he has in first-class cricket. Maybe we can find out. Over the course of the next 5 minutes or so, I'm going to give a lot of plaudits to a young man called Wes Spearman, who's 16 years old, who has done something that even Andrew Sansom didn't think was worthwhile, and that it would take him too long, but he has done it. Sohail Khan is in and bowls to Moeen Ali, who defends this ball up to mid-off. It was fallen on off stump. There's no run. Yesterday, I can't remember if I was on with you or Tuffers, but Cook ran a single, and he was, you know how he can sometimes look a bit stiff himself, a bit like Woody from Toy Story. He's all sort of moving parts and what have you. And I was speculating on how many runs he must have run in his England Test career. And obviously it's quite easy to work out how many runs he's run for himself. But it starts to get a little bit more taxing to work out how many runs he's run for other people, doesn't it? And Sohail Khan is in now to Moeen Ali. Short, wide, cut away. Out to the boundary. That's going to be 4. That's a super shot from Moeen Ali. He's got right on top of that. Too much width, too short. He's latched onto it straight away after the drinks break. And he moves into double figures. He has 13, 317 for 5. The lead now 214. Bumble's highest Test score, isn't it? I think.
Yes, I mean that's a typical left-hander shot. Just a bit of width. David Gower, Lara, you name them, they all played shots. And Moeen Ali just said he times the ball as well as anybody. He really does. He's just got a real gift of allowing the ball to get to him, and it always seems to hit the middle of the bat when he starts attacking.
So round the wicket now, Sohail Khan, after that, and he bowls wide outside the off-stump. We've got a very, very defensive field at the moment. There's one slip, a backward point. Well, I'll give you third man, backward point. Man sweeping on the offside, an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a long leg, and a deep mid-wicket. So there's acres of space on the leg side. Not sure that Sohail Khan's going to be bowling much on Moeen Ali's pads. And just the one slip in. The sun is shining gloriously. It's a lovely, warm, sunny day. Apparently sharks are arriving in Cornwall to feed on mackerel. It's that time of year. Sohail Khan is into Moeen Ali. Round the wicket. It was full ball, which is driven nicely into space. There might have been a single there. I think Johnny Bairstow would have.
See, I'm off it. I want this information here.
Right, shall I get cracking
Yes,
then?
come on.
OK. Good morning, TMS, says Wes Spearman. Hope you're all well and didn't stay up too late watching the opening ceremony in Rio, he says.
No, I missed that.
No, I missed it too. Although I saw highlights of it this morning, and do you remember the magic roundabout? There's a chap going around in a big bicycle like Mr. Rusty at the front. It was an extraordinary sight. I don't know what it was about.
I just saw the world famous supermodel. She made an appearance.
Yeah, did she?
Giselle.
Yes. Well, I'm sad I missed that.
Giselle, what's her name, Adam? You seem to know her very well, don't you? Well, I have to say, she looked very nice.
Did she? Yes. Yeah. Well, world famous supermodels often do. So El Khan is around the wickets to the left-handed Moeen Ali, and that's a bit shorter. He goes back into his crease. Defends it back up the wicket, fielded by off his own bowling. Yesterday, Dan Norcross, that's me, for some unknown reason, which is also true, asked Andrew if he could find out how many of Alistair Cook's runs he's had to run, both runs for himself and runs for other batsmen. Andrew turned down this challenge, and I can see why. It took me around 5 minutes to work out how many runs Cook has run for himself, but it took me at least another 3 hours to go through each of Cook's tests, each England innings, to work out how many runs other batsmen had scored whilst he was at the crease with him, or them, rather. Sahel Khan is in once more to Moeen Ali, and that's punched off the back foot, thick outside edge though, and it'll run down to third man. He'll pick up a single and no more, moves to 14. 318 for 5 at the end of the over. As, what's that, 107 overs have been bowled. So, I can get cracking with this. To do this, I used Stats Guru to get each individual test match Cook has played in one great list, starting with his debut in Nagpur 2006 and this current test match at Edgbaston at the bottom, and then looked at the wicket section of each match in each innings. And he had and they'll get a single. So, the grand totals, let's cut to the chase. Cook's runs for himself, 5,584 out of his 10,446, a little bit more now. But, you know, fair enough, as of the beginning of this test match. 5,584. Cook's runs for other batsmen, which just to show what a splendid chap he is, 5,364. He's broken them down into first and second innings. Not quite sure the relevance of that, but I suppose it's for proof.
He needs to get out more, this fellow. What's he called?
He's 16. Give him a break. Yazir Shah bowls, and that's played off the back foot into the offside. I think there'll be 2 for this as a diving, sprawling effort is missed in the covers. No, they only run the 1. Johnny Bairstow wants to run more than Moeen Ali does at the moment. 320 for 5. Bairstow to 34. So, now, I was armed with this information. I wanted to know how far that was.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. And this is where the calculator comes in handy. So how far do you think, I'm going to ask you, Michael, how far do you think he's run? And you can either do it in miles, if you like. As Yazir Shah bowls to Moeen Ali. Oh, he clips a ball just wide of short leg, and it's squirted down to deep backwards. Yeah. Yazir Shah is round the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow. He pads this away. Anyway, my calculation is, I think it's 136.85 miles. And I think in a test career of 11 years, that's not as many as I expected it to be in a way, is it?
No.
It's only about 12 miles a year.
Should have got more.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think as Yazir Shah bowls? That's just padded away and will run down to a fine leg. He's not playing a shot, so there's no intent to run. When do you think people run a marathon in 2.5 hours? Alistair Cook's running half a marathon a year. But only, I mean, in terms of runs.
How many calories did he burn?
Wes, are you there? Yazir Shah bowls. This is nicely played by Johnny Bairstow. He gets a full ball on leg stump and he works it backward square on the onside for a single. Moves to 35. Andrew, would you do you have a point to make on this?
Well, you'll be pleased to know that's what I calculated as well, 136.85 miles.
You did?
Yeah.
Using a 22-yard. And I think it's fair.
22 yards.
Yeah, fair to use 22 because you'll run the bat in and through,
And
won't
you also,
you?
you might run more.
You might run a bit more, mightn't you? Yeah, and also, he's not included this match, so there'll be another few hundred yards to flow in there as well, I suppose.
It was a fantastic effort from young Wes there.
It is magnificent.
Keep up the good work.
I think he's inspired by you, Andrew.
That's sad.
Giving the chance out.
Sahel Khan in to start a new over, full and on off stump, played it to the offside, backward of square and offside, and there's no run. And Wes, are you available to come to the Oval? Because if you are, I'm sure we'd love to see you. With an acumen like that, I mean, we've got to prepare for Andrew's demise at some point. And there's no time like the present.
I like the fact that, Dan, you're on your debut. You're firing already. Come straight in with the axe.
Well, as you know.
Well, it was nice knowing you all, yeah.
I think you're doing a terrific job, Andrew. I really do.
Thanks, Michael.
I really do. I think you work really hard.
Sahel Khan is into Bairstow, who clips this ball off his toes nicely in front of square on the leg side. It's going to be a long chase here for 2 fielders who converge upon the ball. They'll come back for 2, they'll go back for a 3rd as well. Good running this time from Johnny Bairstow. Good throw as well. Straight over the top of the stumps.
Dan, you can't be keeping it quiet with a 7-2 field with the ball doing what it's doing. It's just tailing back in and it's just going straight into the arc of Johnny Bairstow. All he's going to do is like move her outside to off stump. Can't be out LBW and just kind of get your head over the ball and work it as he just did into the vacant space on the onside. I think he...
So you want at least one fielder across.
Bring one more over and just go a bit straighter. It's been pretty good by Pakistan today. I think they're just going to rue that last session last night where they were really poor. They allow England to get that 17-run lead going in today, and it was just by ill discipline, really. Over-attacked, both sides of the wicket. And I think Alistair Cook was scoring over 100% for a lot of that 60-odd that he got. He kind of didn't have to do a great deal until later on in the day, and that first thing this morning.
Did he over-attack to start with?
Yeah, I did, I thought they were just trying to blast England out.
Sahel Khan in this time to Moeen Ali, who drives into the offside. The sweeper will cut it off. There's only the 1 run. 3:26 for 5. Suddenly England are getting a little bit more fluency into their batting. It's been one of those days where it's been a bit stop-start, hasn't it? There have been moments when they've been at it and moments when it's just hunkered down again.
Yeah, it's just the pressure of the game. You know, a couple of wickets and England had to just hang in there. They played the situation very, very well, Vincent Root. And then a couple more quick wickets from Root and Vince went, and Balance had to kind of graft and show a bit of discipline. And then these two have done the same, and now they've just given themselves just the chance just to manoeuvre the gears. They've gone into 3rd gear.
Sahel is in now. This time to Bairstow, who plays and misses at 1, wide of the off stump. And the best he could have done was just angle that down to 3rd man. He nearly got a tickle on it. We've had an email about Cook's runs from Mark Blundell. And he says, sorry if I sound pedantic. When people say that, I'm never quite sure they are that sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. But he says, but what about buys, leg buys, no balls and running wides? Any one short runs as well?
Oh, give over, Mark.
Everyone's a critic, eh? Everyone's a critic. Give Wes his dues. He's got virtually to the right result. Are you going to do that for us, Andrew? As Sahel Khan is in again, and this was beautifully played by Bairstow. It was outside off stump. It was full. But, as Michael was saying earlier, there are only 2 men on the leg side, and he's seen that massive gap.
You can't bowl to this field.
Mid-on's gone up to mid-wicket for 4.
You've got 3 fielders. You've got a mid-off straight. You've got an extra cover on the catch straight, and you've got an extra cover. Just take your extra cover on the catch over to mid-wicket. At least give him a bit more protection and bring extra cover straighter. So basically say, if you're going to hit a boundary, it's going to have to be to the left, which means you're going to have to open the blade up in the face.
So at the moment, I mean, Bairstow's just moving across his stumps, isn't he?
He's batting on off stump. His right foot, right toes out. Well, it's about an inch outside of off stump. This is poor tactics.
Sahel Khan into Bairstow again, and he cuts this down to 3rd man. Has he got it fine enough? He hasn't quite to pick up the boundary, but he's got it wide enough of that 3rd man to pick up 2. With it, he moves to 44. England to 332 for 5 at the end of the over. That's a lead of 229. They really are motoring now. Andrew.
There's very few short runs, but if you wanted to be really pedantic, what about including all the runs that he runs while waiting for the ball to go to the boundary?
That's why, Andrew. That is why you're in that position. I'm right behind you. Brilliant. There you go. What's he called, Wes?
Wes, yeah.
There you go. Yeah, sit at home. Well done, Andrew.
Thank you, Mark.
Well done.
50 partnership came
it's
up.
Easy at home,
69 balls.
Easy at home, sat on the sofa.
5 hours he spent.
Exactly.
Poor young lad. Good effort.
Yeah, well done, Wes. Not going to outdo my man in the chair to my left, let me tell you.
Yeah, all right. Wes, don't take it to heart. But I mean, you've got a bit more work to do. Come back to us about the extras. I don't know how you'll do the other ones. Yasir Shah's bowling to Moeen Ali and forward in defence, plays it back up the wicket. There's no run. I've got ticket information for you about tomorrow, and I think it's rather good news because there's going to be, well, it might be a full day's play. It could be Pakistan trying to bat out for a draw. There's 55 minutes today. It could be England trying to restrict Pakistan. Who knows? Yasir Shah bowls to Moeen Ali, who works this to mid-wicket, and there's no run at the moment. It would take an extraordinary turn of events for that to happen, because Pakistan would have to take the next 5 wickets fairly rapidly. But the ticket information is this. Sorry, Rabbies.
Yeah.
£16 for adults, £5 for under 16s. That's magnificent news. Get down here. It's a Sunday. Yasir Shah bowls a full ball on off stump, which is defended by Moeen Ali. Back at the wicket, Rabbies. Raja, hello.
Hello, Dan. Yes, I think England now, with 229 and sitting pretty. I mean, they have the lead, and I've enjoyed the way this partnership has put pressure back on Pakistan.
Yasir Shah bowls and is swept very nicely by Moeen Ali. He's going to pick up at least one, no more. He didn't get it quite fine enough to get it down to the boundary, but nonetheless, he moves to 18. Bairstow has 44. 3-3-3 for 5 for the superstitious among you.
Yeah, I mean, Bairstow suddenly is produced one good over. I think it was against Rahat Ali, which conceded about 14 or 10, and I think the fun started then for Bairstow and Moeen Ali, and Moeen Ali had played a couple of glorious shots against the leg spinner, one wide mid-on drive.
That's a shot to Bairstow. That's a wonderful shot. He swept that. He swept fine enough to beat the deep backward square leg and to the left of the short fine leg, and he'll pick up 4 for that. He moves to within 2 of a half century, and don't forget that Johnny Bairstow has become during this innings the leading English wicket-keeper scorer in a calendar year. He scored more runs in a calendar year than any other English wicket-keeper.
Wow, yeah,
with power to add, there's this innings, there's the next Test match, and in theory there are another 7 Test matches this year. So I mean, he could be out
break
of
all
sight.
records, absolutely. And I mean, he's an entertainer.
Yeah.
And he's good against spin. He's very good against pace. Enjoys his game.
Yasir Shah's into him now. He's come over the wicket this time. He's done a little fine dab, but this could well bring up his 50. It's gone down to fine leg. He turns for the second, and he will pick up his 50. Very shortly, he will raise his bat. He does, and he sort of wiggles it and shows it to his teammates. There's warm applause around the ground. That 50 has come off 83 balls. Sorry, Andrew, that's normally your area.
That's fine, 83 balls and 5 fours. In fact, you mentioned that over from Rahat Ali where they scored 10 off. Since that over, it was 103rd. There have been 8 overs, and England have made 49 runs in them.
Well, so they're going at over 6 and over in the last 8 overs, Rammies, and it's... I mean, they're certainly not looking at a declaration tonight, but if they keep going this kind of pace, can you see them declaring, say, within the first hour tomorrow? Because they would want, if they could... I suppose they're not going to get 2 new balls, are they? I mean, they've probably given up on the idea of a second new ball.
Yeah, but they would want 2 clear sessions at Pakistan.
Right.
So maybe the middle and the last one, about 65 overs, something like that, 65, 70 overs.
Yeah, a little bit of time before lunch.
Yeah, something, maybe about good 20 minutes, half an hour before lunch. Because they've got 236, should add another, how many overs left for the day, Andrew?
Still another 15.
15, so...
probably won't get them all in.
Yeah.
Probably about 13.
13, so I mean, add another 50, 60 to that total, and so...
Mohamed Amir to Moeen Ali, short and cut to backward point. Yasir Shah slightly misfields, but they're not going to pick up a single from it.
Yeah, there's different kind of pressure for a side batting last on day 5, even though this is a good batting strip, but, you know, they'll switch on the survival mode, Pakistan, and that can have an effect on you. You know, so you think about drawing the game, and draw mentality can hit you hard.
236 is that lead. Mohamed Amir, he's got 2 slips. He's got 7-2 fielders, and 2 fielders out on the leg side. He's in now to Moeen Ali, and it's short. And he just pushes it off the back foot into the covers. Those 2 fielders are at a deep backward square leg. There's no long leg nor fine leg. It's a deep backward square leg and a wideish and deepish mid-on. And then there are 2 slips, a mid-off, an extra cover, a cover point, a third man and a sweeper. So, now hang on, one of the slips is coming out now. I think they spotted what I was spotting when naming that field didn't look right, did it? I think, where's my long leg gone? Oh, I forgot about him. So the long leg is now coming in, and there's going to be a deep mid-wicket. There's still acres of space on the onside were Amir to stray onto Moeen's pads. But only 1 slip in now. It's quite a wide first slip. Amir is in, bowls. That's short again, pushed off the back foot. And this is square. He'll pick up at least 2 for it as the third man runs around the boundary. Rahat Ali throws in, and they do pick up just the 2. Total moves to 341 for 5. Ali to 20.
Is a beautiful timer of the ball. Very easy on the eye and good against pace, good against spin, and tailor-made for a situation like this.
Absolutely.
Where England are looking for quick runs, and after a quiet start, he's now pushing himself into some really good form on 20 now.
Well, Hamid Amir is into Moeen Ali, left arm over, bowls full ball, and he just sort of dabs this into the offside. It's fielded by Yasir Shah at cover point, and there's no run. So we're thinking 12 or 13 overs left today. From an England point of view, they'll be hoping if they can go at 4 and over, that would take their lead to sort of 286.
Yeah.
Then I suppose they'll probably still be thinking half an hour in the morning. You don't want to throw it away, do you? So half an hour, they want to chew up a bit of time, and then maybe
350 for
yeah.
Pakistan to chase down.
Would be too much, you think, on this bit. So hard to score the runs, isn't it? Next ball, again, slightly short and played awkwardly by Moeen Ali, but he gets enough bat on it to send it back at the wicket to the bowler. There's no run. I mean, I think the problem for Pakistan wouldn't necessarily be that they couldn't score 350, but in the time available on a pitch that's quite difficult to get fluency on.
Yeah, that's right.
That would mean that they would just go into survival mode, at which point I guess Cook would be able to attack more. Yeah. Although, I mean, I don't know what attacking totally looks like on a pitch like this. It's probably not conventional slips and gullies, is it, perhaps? Amir into Moeen Ali. It's short. He ducks underneath it. It flies through to the keeper. It completes the over. England are 341 for 5. Moeen Ali has 20. Johnny Bairstow has 50. 111 overs have been bowled. And after these thoughts from Ramiz Raja, it will be Henry Blofeld.
Yeah, this game now slipping away from Pakistan's grab in a way. Now they are the defensive side, and England have become the aggressors. So last day promises to be a very intriguing one, Henry. 350, do you think, England?
Well, you see, I personally, no, I think it would be much better if England would bowl out tonight. Or if they keep on at this rate for the next 13, 14 overs, if Cook declared tonight. Because I believe they'll have enough runs.
Really?
And I think England need a full day, and I think that's really going to put Pakistan under a bit of pressure. I think if Cook has to declare, I think his tendency is always to go on too long. That is my own feeling. Anyway, it's Yasser now. He's coming in up the wicket, bowls out to Bairstow. Bairstow pushes forward in the offside, and it's Misbah, who's calm, cool, and collected, even though he may be not feeling any of those things with the scoreboard showing as it does at the moment that England have a lead of 238. It's 3-4-1 for 5, and here is Yasser in, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow picks his bat up as though he's going to hammer that one through the offside, but in the end he just lets it go straight through. It went straight on, that one. It was it didn't turn at all, as far as I could see. And it's Yasser once more, up to the wicket now. He's there, gives it a bit of air. Bairstow goes back and cuts that away. It's going out down to the third man boundary for 4. It went past the fielder there at backward point, who dived for it, couldn't get it. And so that is 4 more runs to Bairstow. He really is in spanking form at the moment. 345 for 5. Bairstow goes on to 54, and it was Sami Aslam retrieving that one from the third man boundary.
Yeah, I mean, Yasir Shah will have to go flat, and there was that example, and Bairstow cashing in with a punishing cut shot. He likes that area, he likes that shot.
He plays it well too, doesn't he? Here is Yasser again. Bairstow makes a bit of room, and that one hurries onto him a little, hits it hard into the ground. It bobbles away out there to Misbah, short extra cover, and there's no run. But Bairstow giving himself every chance. Anything at all short, he's giving himself room to try and hammer it away through the offside. Takes it, hand over his bat, keeping his bat up behind him now as Yasser is in, bowls. He drives down, is going to get one down there to Rahat Ali at long off. So one more to Bairstow. He goes to 55, and it's now 346 for 5. The chanting continues, the fancy dress continues, and really in the Eric Hollis stand there, we've seen ducks, we've seen chefs, we've seen lobsters, we've seen traffic cones.
A prawn as well. A prawn.
A prawn as well, yes. Lobsters and prawns. They probably got a bearded scorer to look like Andrew, I should think, over there. Here comes Yasser again round the wicket, bowls there to Moeen Ali, who just pushes out gently on the onside. There's no run there. It's the end of the over. 346 for 5. And we got 55 to Bairstow and 20 to Moeen Ali. What do you think, Graham? I mean, can you, would you...
It's a difficult one, Henry, because you see, should England take a risk? 1-1 all, series beautifully poised.
A calculated risk, I don't think they will.
Yeah.
Because I don't think calculated risk in terms of declaration is in Cook's book.
Yeah. The other thing,
young man, very fit. He is going to bowl to Moeen when umpire Oxenford has finished taking something. Johnny Bairstow is handing him something. I'm not quite certain what it is. Bairstow puts his gloves on, and here we go. Mohamed Amir is on his way in. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls, and that's driven there by Moeen Ali, and it goes fine of backward point. Down to the boundary. He hit that very well indeed. There was quite a lot of power in that one. It went away just to the right of backward point. That was Yasser Shah. And I would perhaps have said he might have stopped it on another day, but Yasser's been so splendid in the field today. It may have been a little bit wider of him than I thought.
yeah, it's just how Pakistan had been an example of that misfield in the last half hour, 40 minutes. And credit to England for forcing that mindset, because they've been rather lethargic. They're moving about slowly. There's a lot of negativity about their play, and some because of their own making, and mostly because England have forced them into that negative mindset.
And it's 371 for 5, 62 Bairstow, 38 Moeen Ali. And the ever-faithful Yasser Shah is going to continue the attack from the Birmingham end of the ground. And he's going to bowl to Bairstow to start with. Here comes the first ball. He bowls, and Bairstow just pushes it forward, and Yasser trots forward and picks the ball up. Another sleepy gull goes flying very slowly across the ground, taking in, first of all, the cricket, and then the inmates, as it were, of the Eric Hollis stand. He circles around, has a look at them. And it's Yasser again, licks his finger, he's in, he bowls, and Bairstow goes back, makes a bit of room, but hammers this on the bounce straight to backward point, and there is no run there. And a few people have, as it were, caught the early bus home. A lot of yellow seats, vacant yellow seats, have appeared at the other end of the ground by the scoreboard. And here's Yasser, and Bairstow drives and is going to get one out there to deep cover. And Aslam throws back on the bounce, nice throw into Yasser's hands. And 63 to Bairstow, and Bairstow is coming off. He wants a new bat. Someone's run out, two people have run out with a number of new bats, and Bairstow doesn't, he just takes the first one off at him.
And, yeah, that's Moeen Ali. I think
Moeen Ali. It's Moeen, isn't it?
Yes.
It is indeed. He,
So let's see what he can achieve with a new bat here. Maybe a 6?
Well,
has a 6 been hit in this inning so far, Andrew? No 6.
And it's Yasser into Moeen Ali. Moeen pushes forward, and there's no run there. It's fielded by Sarfraz, who goes out just on the offside. 38 to Moeen Ali, and 63 to Johnny Bairstow. And how well they played. And Yasser, it is in, bowls to Moeen. Moeen tickles that round the corner, gets square leg, they go for a very quick single, and they get there. And it was almost played directly to the fielder, short backward square leg, but Bairstow is so quick. He came down like a lamplighter. He came racing in, and although it was a good throw and the bails were whipped off, he was comfortably home. And they didn't even go upstairs for the result to the third umpire, so to speak. 373 for 5, 39 now to Moeen, and it's all non-stop action. And umpire Oxenford is the most relaxed man in the house. He goes jogging back to his position at square leg. And here comes Yasser again. And Up to the wicket now, he bowls to Bassett. Bassett goes back and scores a run, forcing it away, making just a bit of room for himself. Out into the gap, really, between extra cover and cover. So one more run to Bairstow, 574 for 5. It's goodbye to Ramis, 39 to Moeen Ali, and 64 to Bairstow. Hello to Tuffers, and hello also in just a moment to Ed Smith.
Yes, thank you, Blows. Run rate 3.2. 2. Going along nicely, England. What are we going to do with a declaration, Ed Smith?
Evening, Tuffers.
Evening.
I'm not expecting one imminently. I think probably the best chance of England winning the game is actually being bowled out tonight, but it's looking incredibly unlikely now. And I suspect they'll bat on for a decent amount of the morning. What would you do? One thing I'd say is that I wouldn't guarantee England if it goes 1-1 and the oval could be flat. You know, this could be the best chance England had of winning the series.
Yeah, correct.
So.
How about this one?
Go on.
Does the way you've played in the game have any bearing on sort of wanting to not be a bit more aggressive, or perhaps, you know, if you've done so well to get yourself back into the game, which England
therefore we're not going to lose it.
Yeah.
Although really you would think that would go the other way. So I'm just trying to think of, if you've dominated a game and then slip out of it, then you would think that would be, maybe if you've come back in as England have through good cricket, you would think let's push on and win it. So you would hope, as Ali starts a new spell bowling, his speculative leg breaks round the wicket, Bairstow dinks it for a single on the offside. I like the theory, but I think it's inappropriate in these circumstances if you're suggesting it would make Cook more conservative.
We are forgetting the Alistair Cook factor here, I suppose.
We're probably also forgetting something else. If we say let's be charitable about declarations, the ball has done very little today. I mean, Yasir Shah's phenomenal record in Test cricket has scarcely turned one to a right-hander, one to balance out of the rough. So maybe it's a bit of a
looking like a draw there.
Yeah. God, that's a terrible ball. That was. It started down leg and went wider, and it was about halfway down. Paul Moeen couldn't catch up with it. This is reminding me of the buffet bowling that was available in England's second innings at Old Trafford. And Root and Cook piled it on. Azhar Ali in and there again, and Moeen's right forward in defence. Bairstow might tuck into a bit of this. Tuffers, what do you think?
Well, yeah, he's played nicely, hasn't he? I mean, he started off slowly for Johnny Bairstow, didn't he? He sort of paced it nicely.
40, Azhar Ali, and now short ball.
Oh, that is pies.
Terrible. And it's whacked away by Moeen Ali, but I think most club cricketers in England would have hit that for 4. It was 50 miles an hour, allegedly I think a leg break, but basically just a half tracker.
That is, I don't even, I think that was slightly nearer to Azhar Ali than to Moeen Ali, which is less than more than a half tracker.
Less than half tracker,
yes.
I see your point. Azhar Ali in now, Moeen dinks a single on the offside. 6 off the first 5 balls of the over. A third tracker.
Yeah. Yeah, that was rubbish. Anyway, so that's that. So it's looking like a draw. England to push hard tomorrow. And
what would you do if I summarily made you captain of England, Tuppers, which obviously is overdue, and Azhar Ali's round the wicket and Bairstow turns it off his toes, and he wants to, and he's incredibly fast, Bairstow, and he'll get there easily.
I would have a blast tomorrow morning, sharpish.
So you bat tonight, and then maybe a bit tomorrow, get them in their fielding trousers.
Yeah, just for a 10-minute spell, Andrew.
The partnership came up with that single of 117 balls.
Yeah. Oh well, that might have slightly changed my mind then. No, I'd have a little go. You'd have a little bow just to sort of go through the rhythms of cricket, wouldn't you? Just to do the decent thing, the right thing, so to speak. Go out there, have a little bit of a thrash in the morning, try and nick 40, 50 runs, and then get bowling.
Yeah.
Who's going to take you apart in the Pakistan's batting lineup? No one's going to really sort of take you apart.
True. But from the other perspective, who do England have as a banker? They don't have Philip Tufnell bowling into the rough.
No.
Yasir Shah in now, and Moeen is right forward, middle of the bat. Pitch has just got deader and flatter. scarcely a mark on it this morning, and apart from the footholds, there's been no turn off the middle of the pitch.
Of course, though, if things start to going a bit pear-shaped, you can just stick everyone back on the boundary.
Shah in again, and nice shot by Moeen Ali off his hip. Out to Cow corner. The lead is 280, that's 383 for 5.
Let's put ourselves in Pakistan's shoes. What would they least like to do? They'd like, obviously, the less time taken out of the game, wouldn't they? They want to be out there fielding for as long as they can.
No one actually doesn't feel like that at the time because no one really likes fielding. But
Did you
yeah,
like fielding?
no one likes fielding. Yes, it's Shah in now. Bairstow off his hip, steals a single, except maybe John T. Rhodes on a spongy outfield in a one-day game.
Is that a fact? Yeah. It's a fact. No one likes
If you look up fielding on Wikipedia, it says activity not enjoyed by any cricketer.
Oh.
Moeen has 45 off 61. He's been the sort of, not quite the sleeping partner, but the junior partner in this excellent stand. Yasir in. Moeen plays a lovely cover drive.
Cool.
David Gow would have been proud of that one. It was a half volley. It was a half volley, but he struck it beautifully between extra cover and mid-off. Moves to 49. England's off-spinning all-rounder. He's had a really good match.
Let's have a little look at this shot. It's a great shot. I'll tell you why it's a great shot. It's because he's actually he's squared his shoulders up and almost rolled his wrists on it and still got it through extra cover. Phenomenal shot. Yeah.
Shah in again, and Moeen Ali wants a single, but Bairstow says no. 388 for 5.
How could you, in the game of cricket, sort of decide a declaration, take it out of the hands of the captain?
Shah in, and he bunts it down to long on and gets his 50. Well deserved. Yeah, difficult start, to face lots of balls into the rough from Yasir Shah, and he got through that spell and has played with increasing fluency and raises his bat and gets a hug from Johnny Bairstow. Really good innings by Moeen Ali.
And this is what Moeen Ali does bring to the England cricket side, isn't he? He gives it that opportunity where it was a bit rocky, wasn't it, when he came in? Could have kind of gone either way. Played nicely at the start when the spinner sort of coming into the game and should be getting wickets. Played him beautifully and then released the handbrake and just knocked off a very nice 50 and 64 balls and completely alleviated the pressure. Alleviated even.
So Moeen's kept the strike. It's the chance to tuck into a bit of Azhar Ali. It was first over went for 8, which didn't quite reflect how bad it was. Right arm over, and this one's right on the spot. Moeen wants a single, and Sarfraz very quick out the traps as keeper and prevents that from happening.
Is Azhar Ali buffet or more smorgasbord? Ed, you actually...
Azhar Ali in now, and Moeen Ali turns it off his hip. Philip, I'm going to let you answer your own question and gets a single. That's Moeen.
You actually blew your lips at me there.
Andrew's going to try and answer that question.
Come on, Andy.
I'll go smorgasbord.
Yeah, thank you.
Moeen's...
Thank you for attempting to answer it anyway.
Moeen's 50, 64 balls, 8 fours. He's got 50s in all 3 test innings he's played at Edgbaston, his old home ground. And in county championship cricket, he averaged 9.75 in 12 innings as a batsman.
Oh. Explain that one.
It's the step up toughness to county championship cricket. Azhar Ali round the wicket, bowls to Bairstow, sweep shot and get runs for this. Long chase for a weary looking Sahel Khan. Rahat Ali, who does well to pick up, moving to his right hand side and returns to Sarfraz. 392 for 5.
I've got it. Something like, if you're more than 300 runs ahead with 1 day to go, you have to declare. Or something like that. That might be interesting.
Azhar Ali in, Bairstow turns it into the onside. Or perhaps, a rule whereby if all officials agree, all 4 umpires and the match referee...
Stewards.
No, just... Try to keep it serious for Rowan Phillips.
Sorry, it's getting late.
As Ali in now, and Bairstow wants a single and he'll get one out to long off.
Yep.
Then they can sort of bully the captains to say, sorry, there's going to be a declaration. Yeah. Be some serious lobbying from the press corps on the officials. Would be a shame if this match does end in a draw, particularly for England, having fought right back into it. Last ball of the over, Azhar Ali in now, and Moeen says I'll have a bit more of Yasir Shah. Keeps the strike with the single played to cow corner.
Yeah, because as a captain, it is always a very difficult thing, is it? You don't want to throw the game away. You've played for 4 days, you've done hard work, you don't want anything to sort of like scupper that. Then to have that sort of slightly taken out of your hands, I think it might be good for the game. You're not
I hate to interrupt you.
You're not interested. You just don't care, Ed.
No, your philosophical ruminations are always interesting, Phil, but they've been interrupted by an email from Steve, who says that Phil was getting a lot of stick earlier for being hit for 6 by Courtney Walsh.
Yes.
To restore some of Tuffers' credibility, which is not easy, he adds, regarding being hit for sixes. Sorry.
You're making it
No, I'm so sorry. It's a slight typo there on the screen. I seem to recall him, i.e. Philip Tufnell, hitting a big 6 at New Road Worcester as Middlesex celebrated being county champions. Yasir Shah starts a new over and Moeen takes a single on the onside. But now he does add, and you can see here, every dog has his day. It may even have been his first ball faced.
It was my first ball faced. Lampit, I think it was. Yeah, quick, tall.
Now does Bairstow chance his arm here, Tuffers? What do you think? There are 2 men. No, this was actually, Eunice is going back to a kind of short third man, slightly unusual field. He's there for the reverse sweep, isn't he? And there's a man for the fine sweep. There are no catches. Even a late day 4. On a dry pitch. No one in front of him, Bairstow. Yasir Shah in. Bairstow pushes on the offside, thinks about a single, goes to point, and Mohammed Amir fields. Holly's crowd is singing in fine voice.
Still going. Done well.
Shah, and Bairstow's back. Oh, nearly played on. Sarfaraz took it on the bounce.
A scuttler.
Any other times you hit 6 first ball?
Not first ball, I must have hit a couple. I think I've hit, I don't know, 10 or something.
Shah in now, outside off stump. I remember Murley when he played at Kent. His total innings was faced 2 balls, out for 12. 6-6 run out at the non-striker's end.
Excellent.
Which is quite, I don't think I'd ever seen one of those.
Good work for
moving the game forward.
Yeah.
Shah in, and Bairstow's forward in defence. Andrew.
There's only one player who's hit 6 first ball 3 times in Test cricket.
Gilchrist.
Nope. Ed's just mentioned him, Murali.
Yeah, Murali.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
He wasn't shy of swinging first ball, Murali.
Yeah.
Had a terrific attitude to his batting. Shah in, and Bairstow inside out to extra cover.
And that was that he wanted to get bowling.
Exactly. We probably all would have batted like that if we'd been able to bowl like that. It shows the advantages of being a prolific at a second string. 395 for 5. The singing is slightly more eventful than that particular over. It was 6 balls on a length, no turn, no great threat to the batsman. Is that you, Tuffers?
I think it's quite mesmeric.
Ali in, and Moeen works it to Yasir Shah, who's had a busy day. Seems to have been constantly fielding the ball, and when he's not fielding, he's bowling.
It's the Welsh song, just the Welsh song they sang at the Euros, I think.
Azhar Ali in, Moeen Ali doesn't find the gap again, picks out Yasir Shah. What would Brendan McCullum do with this declaration, Tuffers?
He'd push for it.
Tonight?
Yes. Well, not necessarily tonight, but it definitely would have a mind of, getting back out there. You can't win games sitting in the changing room. Let's crack on tonight and have a little dart at them in the morning.
Azarali again, and Moeen does find the gap this time on the onside and picks up a single out to deep backward square leg. Going to come round the wicket to Bairstow, so all the fielders pretty much come over to the onside. Sarfraz just gesturing to Sohail Khan to move a bit more in front of square on the offside. Ali in, and Bairstow slightly cramped by that one. 34 revs per second on that one, we see from the television monitor. Azarali, that's a terrible short ball, and actually Bairstow will be furious with himself that he missed out on a boundary there. Again, it was sort of dragged down halfway. End of Azarali's over. His figures have improved. 3 overs for 15, and getting better all the time. Dear TMS, further to Ed's pondering whether it is easier to make a sporting declaration having been comfortable up to that point versus having come from behind. He should consult Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman. Very good book about behavioural psychology. It is indeed. He found humans are universally biased against taking a risk, even when it's heavily odds on to pay off, if they stand to make a loss at least some of the time. So there's always a bias towards holding what you have, in this case an even test series, versus taking a risk that might give you a big gain, in this case a successful test series, and that's true. I think there was also a study, it might be in Kahneman's book, about golfers putting for birdie or versus putting for par. Yasir Shah in now, and Bairstow swats this out towards point for a single, where I think golfers are much more effective putting to save par than they are putting for birdie.
Stronger.
So whether it's the desire to hold on and not to sort of slip behind seems to be stronger than the...
What was the chap's name, sorry?
Well, Daniel Kahneman is the writer and the behavioural psychologist, and the book is Thinking Fast and Slow. You catch the email correspondent, but it's a very interesting point.
Well, I think you'll find it was my point, actually. I brought it up.
From now on, Daniel Kahneman at Stanford or whatever, as Yasir Shah's in now, and Moeen Ali hits it out to the cow corner where he's got a chance of 2 and Bairstow's turn. Yeah, I think you should get your intellectual property all over that, Tuffers.
I will
and
do.
not let any of these academics in America encroach on your ideas.
I shall email him tonight.
And put you in touch with him, actually, Tuffers. 400's up. 121 overs and a couple of balls. It is the leads. It's a shade under 300 at 297. Yasir Shah in, and Moeen Ali just turns us on the onside. Well, it seems a very different picture for when the deficit was 100. Yasir Shah in now, and Moeen Ali nicely, languidly plays out to long off.
Just the benefit in cricket of how great the opening partnership is, isn't it, to the game of cricket? Or that, that platform just settles everyone down, doesn't it?
Johnny Bairstow looking around menacingly as though he's weighing up his boundary option. Yasir Shah in. Bairstow instead takes a single between the two men, saving one. Very nicely taken. He's so quick, Bairstow. A real athlete, a presence, competitive presence at the crease. 299 is the lead. Field swaps over again for the left-handed Moeen Ali. Shah in his 41st over, wheels away again. Moeen Ali down the track, an elegant shot on the offside, but straight to extra cover. More thoughts from Tuffers, and then I'm going to make way for Simon Mann.
Could you go and get me his number, please? Thanks very much. Daniel Kahneman. Lovely. Cheers, mate. We've obviously got a lot in common. Simon, good evening.
Hello, Tuffers. Please don't take me home. Actually, my favourite journey in the whole world is driving down the road to my house. It's lovely, isn't it, going home?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sure that you feel the same, don't you?
Yes, I do.
That's what they're singing out there. Please don't take me home.
It depends who's waiting for you, I suppose.
Well, there we go. 402 for 5. The lead is 299. They really have cracked on in the last hour or so. Andrew might be able to give us some stats about the scoring rate of late. Bairstow sweeps, and there is the lead of 300. It's going down towards the fine leg boundary. It's gone for 4. It was a very full ball to sweep. He did well to get that away. Bairstow has played superbly. He was very conservative to start with, and he's stepped up the tempo. I mean, the last hour or so, they really have cracked on.
Yeah, they've got 112 in the last 25 overs.
Yeah. Well, that shows a willingness.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
well, it's there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, clearly they've got victory in their sights here. I mean, whether they're able to force the victory is another matter. 303 the lead. Azza bowls, and Bairstow is forced to defend there. He's bowling into the rough outside the right-hander's leg stump, Azza.
Or do you think sort of Cookie will go, well, no, I'm only joking, we'll have another hour?
Well, I think he will bat tomorrow, won't he?
Yes,
I'm sure he will.
So you should, I think.
And you would bat tomorrow as well. It's very easy for us to sit up here and say, oh, he should do this and he should do that. Azza bowls, right arm round the wicket, dabbed into the offside by Bairstow. That's looking for 2 there. Azza was realising it and sprinted after it and picked it up, and there's no run. But he, if Pakistan came out and knocked off 330 in 70 overs or something,
Well,
we'd say, well, I've got a great test match, but Alistair Cook would be going, oh, why did I declare?
Yeah, exactly.
So he has the ultimate responsibility, and it sits on his shoulders, and only his, really.
And only the oval left, so that means you can only draw the series. So
I mean, everyone's saying, well, of course they can't win from here, Pakistan. Of course they can't. They won't chase 320, 330. But then everyone was saying that in Lords in 1984 when David pulled out and West Indies knocked off 340. So it does. I mean, just every now and again it happens.
you just think that who is going to hurt you in that.
Well, I agree
Pakistan
with that.
Okay, Haynes and Greenwich, they can hurt you.
Yeah, and someone called Viv as well.
Yeah.
It's down the leg side from Azza.
Yeah.
He didn't even get in.
No.
Taken by the wicket-keeper.
It'd probably been over quicker. So that's what you sort of take into consideration as well.
Azza, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Mo. He tries to pull that and misses, and it's not taken cleanly by the keeper. They're off for a bye here. And the throw comes in, and there we go, signalled by umpire Oxenford. A bye takes England's lead to 305. I mean, I would have thought something like 360 in about, in about 80 overs, something like that.
Perfect scenario.
So they're bat for 7 or 8 overs tomorrow, no more than that.
And get
another 50 runs or something. Get as many as you can. As a bowls into the rough, it's padded away by Bairstow. It's not easy to score out of the rough, as we saw in that match in Abu Dhabi when when England had to score 99 in what turned out to be 11 overs. The ball was spinning like a top by then, and everyone was on the boundary. It was hard to hit the 4s and 6s.
It was, so that can come into the equation as well. Your bowlers, they're all pretty fit, aren't they? They're all still good. I quite like that. So does the 2 new balls come into it? Not really, does it?
Well, we were talking about this, weren't we? If England declared after 5 overs tomorrow, that would give them 2 new balls. And it may be right at the end of the day, with 3 overs left, you get a new ball against
a weak Pakistan tail.
8 or 9, so 9, 10, 11. Shah bowls, 2 overs left in the day's play. That's driven on, not stopped by a weary Shah away to his right-hand side. Allows Moeen a single towards mid-off. Moeen's played splendidly as well. The most fluent innings of the day, really. 58 from 79 balls.
Yeah, enabled by Johnny Bairstow.
Don't take anything from Bairstow.
No.
79 not out. I mean, I suppose his 100 might come into it as well. That sometimes muddies the waters, doesn't it? But he is 79 not out, and he probably will only, if he is going for it, he will only need 4 or 5 overs tomorrow. Shah bowls. Bairstow fiddles a single into the offside, takes him to 80. And takes England to 410 for 5. And Pakistan they're flagging
Yeah.
They're not quite on their knees because they've got a chance to fight for a draw tomorrow. But England have certainly turned this Test match around. They really have.
And today would have just a few body blows to the brain as well. Out there all day.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing about the declaration tomorrow. Shah bowls, mowing down the pitch, trying to force. Good stop by Shah, away to his left, diving away. It's the other thing, when you get chasing for 20-25 minutes tomorrow as well, that's all unpleasant, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Just get thrashed around for a bit, no real purpose other than that you just got to wait for a declaration. That's happened at Old Trafford when England thrashed it for 30 overs. Shah bowls, holds this one back, mowing. Wafts it into the onside, but straight to forward square leg, and there's no run.
And when it does happen for you in the fourth innings, you do have to get a couple of quickies early on. It just gets you on the road.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for England to take 10 wickets, but you wouldn't think impossible. Not the way the game's set up these days. Down the pitch comes Mo into a floated delivery from Shah, driven up towards long off.
Floated down the pitch as well, didn't they? Lovely use of the feet.
One more run to the total, 411 for 5, and we will get all the overs in here. I mean, that's well done, Pakistan, because they could have easily have just slowed the over rate down and not got all the overs in. We will have time for one more after this, and that is officially the last over of the day.
You know Alex Hales had to pay that chap some money.
Yeah. Here's Shah bowling to Bairstow, and nurdles this away backward a square for a single to take the bowling for the final over of the day. The lead for England is 309. They are 412 for 5 in the last over coming up.
If they get more overs in, does that mean he has to pay him money?
Or bonus scheme for cricketers.
Yes.
Well, that might speed the over rate up.
That's not a bad idea.
Well done, Thomas. You're on fire.
Yeah.
Some county scores. Surrey 233 for 6. Lead the league leaders Middlesex by 356.
Ooh.
Ben Folkes 50 not out. Sam Curran 71 not out. And Yorkshire need 1 wicket to beat Warwickshire, who need 48 to win. So excellent county cricket going on. Good race for the title. Round the wicket goes Azhar. Last ball of the day. And big gaps in the field. Last over of the day, I should say. Big gaps in the field now. It's pushed out towards extra cover. They're through for a single. And lead 310.
300's been chased 3 times ever in England. And all 3 times were against the declaration on the 3rd innings.
Oh.
Leeds in 1948. And Norman Yardley declared early on the final morning. And Australia knocked off 404. And of course, the David Gower one you mentioned. And the other one when Adam Gilchrist declared and said England just over 300, and England knocked them off in 2001.
Yeah. Mark Butcher's greatest day. Forward goes Moen, defending, dropping the ball into the offside, picked up by the wicket keeper, and there's no run. What was the T score? Was it 262 for 4? So England have scored around about 150 after tea.
Well, a decky.
Here's Azhar bowling, clipped away nicely by Moen through the mid-wicket gap to the man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Another run.
A declaration in the 3rd innings, it kind of points that it's a belter, doesn't it? It's pointing that we couldn't get you out in the 3rd innings, so why should you get us out in the 4th innings, so to speak?
Yeah, and that was rain affected, that heading the match, wasn't it? It felt like quite a bold declaration, known from Gilchrist. Forward goes Bairstow, blocking the ball back up the pitch.
It's the Aussie thing to do, mate.
Yeah. Well, caught up with them that day.
Yeah, not many times.
No. Bairstow's 82 not out. There are 2 balls left in the day. Azhar bowls and Bairstow offers the pad.
He's had enough.
He's had enough now, Bairstow. Well, and hats off to him. I mean, they play superbly, these two.
Great knock.
The partnership is worth 132. Azhar bowls and Bairstow defends that into the onside, and it's picked up by the bowler, and that is the last ball of the day. The umpires take the bails off, and ultimately that's been an excellent day for England. It was slow going and hard going until tea, but they earned the right really, and then Bairstow and Moeen Ali pressed the accelerator, and England have a position from which they can go on and try to force a victory tomorrow. They have a lead of over 300 thanks to Bairstow 82 not out and Moeen Ali 60 not out. The lead is 311.
Yeah, very well played England. A couple of ticklish moments throughout the day, wasn't there? A couple of wickets fell down early on. Cook and Hales, and then when even Root and Vince went, there was potential for a wobble, but yeah, Bairstow and Ali came together and have taken the game away from Pakistan, and so it's going to be interesting now just for tomorrow. Set up lovely, set up beautifully, isn't it? Be interested to see what Alistair Cook does with the declaration tomorrow.
And contributions from all the England batsmen today. Bairstow 82 from 124 balls and Moeen Ali 60 from 84. And a weary Pakistan team heading off the field. Well, actually, they're doing some stretching exercises before they head off the field. Yasir Shah, 42 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 152. England have dealt with him since Lords.
They have. Technique. And obviously got plans and had a chat, because you can't let that happen again. He didn't spin a ball at Lords. And they've worked him out a little bit, I'd say. Wait for the oval, though. Don't speak too soon.
Well, what he wants, doesn't it, is a pitch with some bounce and some runs to bowl with.
Yes, and he's got to start turning his leggy a bit more. Simple as that, because otherwise the straight oners and all the mystery and all the googlies and the toppies and all this kind of stuff, you know, it's a bit like the jab in boxing. You know, you get your jab going well, other combinations follow.
So on comes the hover cover for the penultimate time in this test match. Well, we hope so anyway. We don't get any rain tomorrow. I think the forecast is good. £16 for adults and £5 for under 16s tomorrow. It promises to be a full day's cricket, and who knows what is going to happen. I cannot see Pakistan winning this test match now, simply because England will bat on tomorrow and make, score, I don't know, 350, 360, something like that. And just a question of whether England can take the 10 wickets tomorrow, whether Pakistan can bat out 80, 83 overs, something like that, for a draw. Anyway, that's all in Alistair Cook's mind. That's his decision overnight with the coaching staff. And ultimately his own decision, and of course you carry the can as an umpire, as a captain. What do we have in the final session then, Andrew? Just briefly before Jeffrey comes in and rounds up the day with me.
152 runs and 1 wicket in 36 overs.
I mean, what a contrast that was with what we saw earlier in the day.
142 in the first 2 sessions.
142 for 4 off how many overs?
54.
Right, okay. Okay, thanks very much, Andrew. So, close of play at the end of 4 days of this third Investec Test match, and England are in a strong position. They are 414 for 5. That's an overall lead of 311. Bairstow 82 not out. Moeen Ali 60 not out. 152 runs in 36 overs after tea. England built the base today after Cook and Hales went early. Root making 62. Vince 42, Balance 28, Cook makes 66 and Hales 54. They were under pressure at 126 for 2, but they grounded out, and then once they'd earned the right to attack, Bairstow and Moeen Ali did that superbly. Yasir Shah has gone for over 150 runs from 42 overs, and it was a tired Pakistan side that made their way off the field at the close of play. Geoffrey Boycott alongside me. What did you make of it, Geoffrey?
I thought it was a wonderful day of cut and thrust. When it started this morning, you thought Pakistan, great opportunity. Hales played a poor shot, pushed hard at the ball, which he hadn't done yesterday, his old fault, and Cook went for a drive at a very wide ball, maybe a foot and a half wide, caught nicely at point, and suddenly they got them some 2 wickets with 2 poor shots, and they were in the game. And then Root played a miss quite a bit. He was actually dropped at slip. In a way, they bowled very well at him. What they tried to do was bowl to 7 and 2, 7 offside field, 2 on the leg side, and the left-arm seamers push it wide of him, tried to get him to play the cover driver off the back foot, a bit away from his body. He resisted for a while, but then couldn't resist it. In fact, I counted 4 times he played a miss, deliberately went for shots, and then he had the drop. If they'd caught that again, ifs and buts matter. He made it in between that. He played some nice shots and nice 60-odd runs. Vince, he played nicely, actually. Another sort of nice little innings, little cameo of 42 runs. He thought, I watched carefully, and I thought, yeah, nice shots there, moves well. Didn't do anything silly like before, didn't flash at the balls that were teasing him wide of off stump to drive. I thought, this is good, improvement. And just when you think, he's doing nicely here, I like some of the things he does, he gets out again. A ball's wide of off stump that he could have left, and he couldn't help himself. Had a little tentative poke at it and said, here, catch it, it slipped, didn't it? It was just like that. A little tentative thing going, here, catch it. Wasn't even a flash at it. You couldn't miss it, it went so steady. And he leaves you a little frustrated and thinks, will you not get out at 20, 30 and 40?
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be on the verge of a score, doesn't he? But he just can't quite get over the peak of the hill.
That's
brow of
right.
the hill.
I mean, he showed me enough to want to play him again, and yes, because you saw things in him that you like. But in the end, I'm always saying, somebody has to brutally tell him, and it has to be brutal, it won't work. 20s, 30s, nice little pretty things are not going to win us any test matches. If you get out for 0 to 20 because a good ball before you get in, fine, okay, good ball. But when you get in, do not give it away like that. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself back in your county circuit, not with us. And somebody just needs to be telling him that, yeah, you have got something, but more is required. And then they were just a little wobbly because balance grafted nicely, but another leg glance, a great captaincy there. They put a leg slip in for him. He did a leg glance first innings, and it went so much off the face of the bat, the wicketkeeper was smart enough to follow it and catch him. This time, captain put a leg slip in. He played it straight to leg slip, not an edge, off the middle of the bat, too fine. And then there was that little, crikey, they haven't got too many yet, England, have they? How many were this side?
Well, when balance was out, they were 282 for 5, so take off 103. The lead was 179.
So you're going, yeah, well, that's all right, but it's not quite enough, and that's where Bairstow and Moeen Ali played beautifully. Johnny, you know what he's like, exactly the same. There's a belligerent positiveness about him. It's, if you don't get me out, I'm going to score. I'm going to take the game away from you. I thought he played really well. I don't think he hardly played and missed. Moeen Ali, very nice innings too. Difference for him. Took a long time to get off the mark because the wrist spinner bowled into the rough outside his off stump. And he didn't need any false shots like he played at Lord's where he ran down the pitch and tried to slug him. He played carefully, sensibly, took his time to get in, which was good. And what helps is he got 50 in the first inning. So confidence is up. You feel good about yourself. And he used that confidence to play well. Played a splendid innings.
It was a curious day, though, wasn't it? It was slow scoring from England. I know they were under pressure, but they didn't seem able to score quickly. The pitch didn't seem to allow them to score quickly. And then in the evening, it was so different that actually, it may well be that it was just the pressure of the situation early on. What I'm thinking about is Pakistan's ability to score quickly tomorrow. I mean, is that possible in any way, Jeffrey?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you saw today, they were cautious, Pakistan. They wanted to get England out, give themselves a chance of winning, but they were cautious. They were wary of the history of the game. Very few sides have scored over 200 in the final innings, to win a match. I mean, I asked Andrew, I'm not taking credit for it, he said it's only happened 3 times in England where a side's made over 300 to win, and never at Edgbaston. And only 28 times in the history of the game, he tells me, so I hope he's right. 28 times.
He normally is.
On over 2,200 test matches. So that tells me it's not impossible, but it's pretty difficult, isn't it? And you won't call this Pakistan side the greatest batting side of all time, so it looks a little wobbly at times. So what got me is in the evening session, when you'd done all the work under pressure, Bairstow Ali played superbly, just played nice cricket, getting themselves out of trouble, or England not in trouble, but in a little wobbling period, get to a position where they're great. This is where a really good captain, Alistair Cook, would have sent the message out, pretensive gloves or something. Listen, 6 o'clock, half an hour to go, get me another 30, 40 quick runs. I want quick runs. I want to be 330, 340 on.
Did you not think they scored quickly enough? Did you not think they scored quickly enough?
No, not in the last half hour. You saw them hitting singles. Listen, if someone like Bairstow and Moeen Ali had taken the spinner on, hit him over the top a couple of times, you wouldn't know where to bowl. Johnny plays like that often when he's in, but he just kept playing his ones, his twos. He took the 4 when he could. If the message had come out, look, we have 5 wickets to play with, is it? Yeah. And I don't care if we're all out tonight, but I want to be 340 on. I've got then an extra time tomorrow to bowl, because at some stage you think, even if I get a couple of wickets, somebody will get in and make it hard to get them out, and then it takes time, doesn't it? A lot of overs.
So knowing Alistair Cook as you do,
Yeah,
Jeffrey,
cautious, careful.
what do you think he will come up with in the morning? I'm thinking something like perhaps bat for another 6 or 7 overs and try to get a 360 lead, something like that.
Why didn't he bat till lunch?
No,
the cautious man he is. I mean, look, should have got him tonight for my money.
Okay, but what do you think he'll do tomorrow then?
Oh, he'll bat for a bit, certainly.
Yeah.
Half an hour, 40 minutes to throw the bat, but he could have done the bat tonight, couldn't he? It's time. When you get a flat pitch, really good pitch this is, it's hardly deteriorated, you need time. If England bowl them out cheaply, well, I take my hat off to them. It'll be unbelievable performance because you don't expect that here. You've seen when somebody gets out a couple, that somebody gets in, it's hard to prize them out. And I just thought that Johnny probably could have got 100 tonight or a chance of it. And Moyne had got more, and it really didn't matter. We just needed time. But what can you do? Look, the leg spinner's knackered. Since Lord's man of the match, his wickets have cost him over 100, haven't they? I mean, Andrew can tell you how many.
4 for 482.
4 for 482. If you give him somebody them figures, you'd have thought he were rubbish, wouldn't you? They've played him beautifully since Lord's, all those bad shots. They've played sensibly well, and in some ways, he's tired, is the lad.
Okay, Jeffrey, we've got about a minute left. So say it is about 360 and 82 overs tomorrow, something like that. Just say it is. What chance of England winning on this surface?
They have a chance. Yes, you always have a chance if you bowl it. But Pakistan have no chance. They've played Pakistan out the game, so full marks to England. It's ebbed and flowed. There's a moment on the first day when they didn't make enough runs. They're thinking, a bit of problems here, and so forth. So they've done well. They've shown character. Yeah, they have mental toughness to come back. It doesn't matter, it's a good pitch. They've shown it, and they've done well, have England. But they just don't have that confidence, conviction to say, wow, we've got ourselves in front a bit here. I've got our noses in front. Now, let's really go for the win. It's not in Alistair's makeup, is it, unfortunately?
Well, we'll see tomorrow. We'll see what he comes up with in the morning. England ultimately had a pretty good day. 311 runs ahead with power to add in the morning, and then a chance to push for victory. That's just about it from Edgbaston. You can watch highlights via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. And don't miss the pint-sized review available shortly. If you missed our chat with Malala Yousafzai, it's available as a podcast, and you can watch it via the TMS Facebook page. And you can also download our Ask the Spin Twins feature with Phil Tufnell and Graham Swan. We're back on air at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for the highlights, half an hour, and then from 10:30 on Radio 4 Longwave and on 5 Live Sports Extra. So, Pakistan 2 days, England 2 days. Who's going to win the final day here at Edgbaston? Join us in the morning. It should be a fascinating final day to this Test match. Goodbye from Edgbaston.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over as England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over as England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion